Welcome, everyone, to the first episode of our 5th year Fake Nerd Podcast. This is episode 244, not episode 1. However, we've just celebrated our 5th year anniversary, and we couldn't be more excited to be here with you guys one more time, and we're going to keep going till the next 5-year anniversary. We're just going to start the clock over again.
Until next week.
Until we're like Pacific Rim. Restart the clock.
Yeah.
Our the entire career starts over, so we both blip out of here right now. You come back in 2 episodos, I come back in 30.
Oh my god. It's this fake nerds brotherhood.
Fake nerds.
So wait. We have to restart? Oh no. Oh no.
Oh.
What's up? It's episode 3. Batman versus Superman. No, we should call it just like Marvel does 244.1.
Oh, yeah, no.
Let's not, because I hate that.
Yeah, me too.
Sorry. Ryan, you said to Marvel does it. My brain went to Kingdom Hearts because at the beginning of Kingdom Hearts 3, it's Kingdom Hearts 2.9, and I had a whole conversation about that this weekend. Holy crap!
That was funny. At least they did that after everything else that they named.
385 days over 2.
Nothing is as bad as 0.2 Birth by Sleep and Fragmentary Passage.
Let me introduce us.
Sorry.
Oh.
I am Brandon C. McClure. With me, as always, is Ben Magnet.
That's me.
Sparks Witty.
I mean, the opening of Kingdom Hearts 3 really was Nomura being just acknowledging he's up his own butt.
It's true.
True.
And Ryan Eliopoulos.
It's me, and I'm here. Let's talk about things.
We're a little later than we had anticipated, but we're back, and we've got links in the description below. Got a lot of links. We had a busy week this week, guys.
We did have a busy week.
As I said, this was our 5th year anniversary celebration just yesterday on June 12th. So that is up. That is the first link I will mention. Our 5th anniversary special is up now. Both the audio and the video are in the description below. Guys, check that one out. It's a blast. I'm about halfway through it right now. I've never rewatched anything we've done. I was eagerly awaiting this one.
Ooh, love it.
It's now cleared for 720p, so
Ooh.
Nice. There you
High
go.
quality. High quality.
High quality.
So you get that good shit. Get the good
well,
shit.
I was checking in on it just to make sure everything was running smooth while it was doing our live premiere. And it was all running at 360p, and I'm like, I mean, I know the webcam looks kind of shitty, but all the cameras shouldn't look this shitty.
But that's up now. And I couldn't be more excited. I couldn't be more excited to be celebrating our 5th year anniversary. And what better way to do it than with that special that Sparks painstakingly put together and edited. And we appreciate all of the work that he'd put into that. I just want to acknowledge that right up front because it's incredible. And I do not think I'm overhyping it when I say it's probably the best thing we've ever done.
I really appreciate that. Thank you. It was many hours.
Pain was staked.
I am glad I did it.
I wish I could just talk about that all night, but I cannot because we have plenty of other things in the description below, such as a Basement Arcade pause menu episode where Ryan and Ben were joined by Inga from the Adult Sucking Anime Plus.
True.
E3 predictions. Ben, you want to talk a bit about that?
I will talk a little bit about that because E3 is going on. We're right in the middle of E3. More stuff is happening tomorrow. And some of the stuff, some of the companies that we mentioned in set predictions had their shows earlier today. And boy, howdy, was I wrong on a lot of those.
Same.
God damn.
It happens.
Not only that, so right before we started recording, I actually went on IG Live. Mag, who's probably watching us right now, watched me do a quick little rant on set. It was just about the Square Enix Presents because, man, that was just... I don't like Kevin Sorbo that much, but to quote Kevin Sorbo, disappointed! That was Kevin Sorbo, right, from Hercules?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Because we're gonna break down a lot of game stuff later in our episode tonight. I just want to mention, I was talking to Ryan about kind of what you're saying in general, like a lackluster outshowing in a sense, and I'm like, I definitely would rather that the companies were coming back and not making promises they inevitably couldn't do. I'm kind of glad that they came back and were like, look, a pandemic happened, so we're behind, and we're going to be behind. And I'm glad that there wasn't a lot of overpromising, because overpromising right now would have just been piss me off.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, that's up now. You can check out those predictions if you haven't seen any of the E3 stuff. Watch that first. If you have, watch it now and then laugh. You can check out our A Quiet Place Part 2 review special. By the way, that's audio and video in the description below, as well as this one, A Quiet Place Part 2 special is up now. Our audio and video where we review the new Quiet Place film, but directed by John Krasinski. That's in the description as well. I also have an episode of Conversation in the description below where I talked to Richard Kirk from the D20 Future show. That was a lot of fun. I learned a lot about D&D, tabletop role-playing fandom. He runs for those of you who don't know, he runs a podcast that runs a tabletop role-playing game called the D20 Future, where he is doing a superhero style show campaign.
Nice.
Really cool. I've listened to a couple of episodes now. It's actually really, really great. He's a cool dude.
Marvel,
cool guy to talk to.
Marvel is putting out their own like version of basically like their like D&D 5th edition, which is the thing you use to play D&D. So there's going to be an official Marvel Life like D&D thing where you can like be Iron Man or some.
Oh, you know what? I just learned about the 5th edition because D20 Future is an expansion of the 3rd edition. So he's using the 3rd edition of D&D. So it's a fun episode. I highly recommend people listening to that and listen to his show. But my episode where I talked to him about that fandom is linked below.
That's awesome, Brandon. Now that you have a little more inkling, so when I eventually make my mecha RPG, you'll have a little more insight on what.
Yeah.
You know, you actually come up in the episode.
Oh, I'm definitely listening now.
And before I ramp up to this one, we did record an episode of Fake Nerds Watch for Loki that will go up within this coming week. It did not go up before this episode, so it's not in the description below, but it is coming. I've recorded it
on Monday, so there's a good chance that if you're listening to this later, it is already up.
Check the feed.
And then a new show launched this week. Our 7th podcast on this crazy network of ours, guys. Here it is. Animation Station.
Wow.
Animation Station is here. Sparks, this is your show. Do you want to talk a bit about it?
Yeah, absolutely. I made that logo, and Jeremy made the music, as he always does. And Animation Station is just a place where both we can do kind of Fake Nerds Watch style things about animation and cartoons and things like that, but it also is a place where I'll have the opportunity, when I can put the time into it, or anyone else on the podcast is welcome to do so as well, to spend some time and actually deep dive on like topics related to things like that. Like something I talk about a lot is like wanting to talk about on that show is progressivism, especially with like LGBTQ representation that's happening in children's programming, because there has been an increasing surge of that over the past like 6-7 years. And there's a lot to dig into and to analyze about how that happened. It's crazy to think that just barely over a decade ago, an episode of Arthur was pulled for having like a side character's parents be two moms.
That was that long ago?
That was just a little over a decade
I remember
ago.
That news.
Yeah.
That was 10 years ago.
And it's crazy that like we've come as far as we have from that moment.
Mm-hmm.
So that's pretty great.
No, that kind of reminds me of something that I also feel was like 10, 12 or so years ago. But when Toys R Us was still in business, they also were selling some kid comics, and Archie was one that said comics. And apparently this one mom caused a huge kerfuffle nationwide that actually, I think Toys R Us did pull the book eventually because it featured Kevin Keller, the first openly gay character in the Archie universe.
Yes.
So this mom was like obviously very anti-gay. So she's like, "Oh, I can't have kids while reading this. How dare you?" So
then don't buy the comic.
And they buckled.
We're at a really cool point of like, you know, people really, really like embracing inclusion, even if it's like, you know, it's still completely an uphill battle, but it is happening and it's being won in weird and interesting places. And one of the most interesting places, I think, is children's cartoons, where a lot of those small battles are getting won pretty frequently, which is really great. Because I think that's probably one of the most important places for it to happen, because that is shaping young minds to be more inclusive. So there's a lot to talk about, and it's not just that, but that's like one of the major things I know I definitely want to dive into. But for the first episode, it is Brandon and I breaking down the first special from Adventure Time Distant Lands, BMO, and we just dive into that and we talk about like what worked for us and why we think that was so valuable to have after the show ended and things like that. And we're excited to do more because our next 2 episodes are definitely going to be the next 2 specials of Distant Lands before we move on to something else.
Nice.
So yeah,
I had a good time talking to you about that episode.
Yeah.
So I'm happy that you finally launched this show. I'm happy that we finally got a new show under our belt. I love launching shows. I love doing this with you guys. And for you audio listeners, I did pull up the logo for the video watchers. But it is on Instagram. You can check it out on Instagram. For you. So yeah, that's everything. Yeah, that's all the links in the description. We did a lot this week.
As Brandon pointed out to me, this is the first week in our time running the show where we release something new every single day of the week.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. Damn. Isn't that crazy?
We did it.
That's all I have to say up top. So definitely check those links out. And again, happy anniversary, guys. And thank you to everyone. Thank you to everyone again for doing this with us, watching the show and everything. 5 years is a long time. We love it, and we're gonna keep going.
Yeah, if you are still kind of undecided on that special, please definitely go watch it. We have some really great special guest appearances. It was a super big surprise for these 3 gentlemen because they had no idea what I was going to put them through. Yeah. And it's a lot of fun to watch. I've heard this from other people, and I also really enjoy it. And I don't think that's me talking it up too much. I think it's really solid.
Yeah. Barack Obama showed up? You wouldn't believe it.
It was insane. But shall we get into our weeks? Who wants to go first?
I'll go because I only have one thing to talk about that isn't already going to be talked about on this episode, and that's just that I want to talk a little bit about the new season of Fortnite, because that's pretty much all I had time for, guys.
Oh, I did some of that, and I believe Ben also did some of that.
He did.
I also did some of that. I did some of that with both of y'all.
I went back to the status of having a job, so that made things even more like crazy this week, on top of like editing the special and editing a different project that I'm doing for someone else. So Fortnite launched its new season, and honestly, I got the dates wrong in my head. So when it happened, I kind of was like, wait, it's now? I thought I still had time.
Yeah.
So I'm a little bummed that I didn't go back into Primal like one more time to enjoy the bow and to do some last minute stuff. I had most of my quests. I unlocked all the stuff in the battle pass, so I wasn't stressing about it. But like, if I'd remembered, I like to do like a one last night before the battle pass changes at this point, because I'm a big Fortnite player, I guess. That's really happened. This season of Fortnite is cool. It's every time I think, oh, maybe I'll get tired of Fortnite, the new season comes out and they're like, we're changing this dynamic thing. And I'm like, dang it, guys, you got me again. Here I am. And now we can fly saucers. And there's a lot of
aliens,
destroy all humans kind of feel in the aesthetic of what's
with
going
the
on for
weapons
this season.
Stuff,
yeah. And I'm digging it. I'm digging on it hardcore. Of course, this Battle Pass has Rick Sanchez from Rick and Morty and Superman as 2 of the main gets, which is awesome. And you love to see it, and I'm excited for that. But I'm also just excited. This is one of the first times where I'm really excited about the Battle Pass tree for a Fortnite original character. Your first character for the Battle Pass is an alien that's an original design. However, as you find alien artifacts in the map, you unlock currency to select customizations for like different head shapes, different jaw shapes, different eyes, different skin patterns, different colors,
costumes,
different armor colors. Yeah. And that kind of customization with a Fortnite original character hasn't happened on this level before. And it's really fun. It's really cool. And I like actually just sitting there and flipping away from the on the main Battle Pass screen. You can flip away from the alien customization and flip back, and it shows you a different, just like randomized design. I'm like, man, there is so much creativity right there that you can just make something your own. Really impressed with it, honestly. I really am appreciative of it. Fortnite, you just keep on giving, guys.
And it's like literally every single week the game gets updated. And not just in some tiny way, like something is always like they add a new weapon or something changes in the map or they add this new quest or like last season, it was just like so much like DC stuff. And I'm just like, it's really impressive that like the game's so good. So it makes a lot of money. Like I know Sparks and I have alone put more money than any game deserves. but the game is so good, so they reward you with more good content. It's not like they're never out to just make something just to make it.
Yeah.
They actually like care, and like it's really impressive again how much that game has changed from when it first came out. It's really impressive.
Yeah, it really is. I don't want to admit it, but he's right. I definitely more than I'm proud.
Bro,
to
I bought Black
that.
Mana. I didn't have the V-Bucks for that. Like, come on.
I do not. I'm like, you can't, man. Like, look how much you have. You do not need to buy Black Mana. How often are you going to play Black Mana?
I've been playing on the last 2 days.
No, me.
Oh,
this is me talking
yeah.
to me. I'm like, you're not going to look at your whole roster. How often are you going to play Black Mana? Like, I had the same conversation with myself when Silver Surfer was up. I'm like, let's be real.
Yeah.
How many times are you going to play Silver Surfer?
But that board.
Like 2. Because the thing is, like, Silver Surfer's more fun to see than he is to play, because just seeing the back of him isn't as exciting. Like, it's cool that you like know you're the Silver Surfer, but like, I enjoy like having the backs of like Harley Quinn, Batman, and someone else that isn't DC.
Now I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so Superman, he can't fly, right?
So if I were to surmise a guess,
his glide is his flying.
His glide is his flying, absolutely. Which everyone has their own glide when they come in. I would not be shocked if you have they do this when they do stuff with specific superhero characters. I'm sure that in the season there are ways to unlock Superman's flying ability in map. Not right now, but later in the season that will be there, because
he's not available yet.
We've had that with Predator. Like when Predator was in the game, if you defeated the Predator, you got the Predator's cloaking.
Iron Man had the Unibeam, Wolverine's claws, Doctor Doom's gauntlet blast. So like,
and you could either engage with the characters to get those things, or sometimes you could like find random supply places or like hidden rooms or something, and that would have the ability in it. So it's probably an unlockable later in the season, because there's only going to be like so many of them a map, but it's not like a consistent thing you can do.
Superman is depowered. He's a regular. Everyone on the Fortnite map is the same ability, basically.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just curious because I wasn't sure like how far the skins went.
Yeah.
They're all just cosmetic.
Yeah, it's all cosmetic unless that character is like tied to the season. Then there's usually something like a little extra that you can do for that season as like a special celebration of them.
I agree, Mag. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a bunch of emotes.
Mag says, curious if he gets Laser's cold breath emote.
Batman has like 3 emotes or something, so like I wouldn't be, and Harley has some. Like I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
Speaking of emotes, the only Batman emote I got was the Bat Signal one, just because I thought it was really cool.
I definitely decided to like go the extra mile, and I got because they give you a Harley Quinn pack that has the Suicide Squad look, but it also has the Birds of Prey look.
Yeah.
But to get the Birds of Prey look, you have to do special challenges, and I did those special challenges, so I have the Birds of Prey look.
Oh, nice.
Which I'm really happy about.
Nice.
Yeah, I didn't want to get the Suicide Squad.
When you guys, I mean, I would play Fortnite every once in a while when it was Primal, and I wasn't the biggest fan of Primal. I don't know why. Like the season before, I was like into it. I was like, yeah, let's go. And I kicked myself for missing the Marvel event. And with Primal, I was like, I don't know. It just felt I just didn't enjoy all that much. I don't know why.
Well, you didn't like bows, so there's a start. Which we loved the bows, so that was a big.
I'm a bow boy.
But I will admit, like, something to kind of knock on Fortnite's previous season. We definitely like talked it up when Primal started. That like I was waiting for the bigger dinosaurs to come at some point. I assumed there was going to be a big T-Rex somewhere in the map that always just spawned in, that like you'd have to occasionally deal with if you ended up in the same territory as it would randomly be somewhere on the map.
Yeah.
Because you have these giant eggs and then they start hatching, and I'm like, where's the big T-Rex? And I don't know whatever happened with that. And I was hoping that was going to like, it seemed so obvious with the Raptors coming in mid-season. I was like, there has to be another big dinosaur thing. Right?
Makes me think that we're going to have like a big alien monster.
Yeah,
because like we had like I think it was the Marvel event, we had like that big galactic like purple thing that would shoot lasers, and we'd have to like shoot the laser back at it.
Yeah.
So I think it'd be something like that.
Well, not only that, but also a lot of the quests were like, because where I really stopped playing was with the quest with Kaz, with the thief, where you had to go get certain things for him.
Oh yeah, I didn't do many of those.
It didn't tell you that you had to do them in order, because I kept like killing chickens, boars. I couldn't find a wolf to save my life. And now the new season starts, wolves are freaking everywhere. But I was like, I need to find these things. How come I can't find these things? To the point of frustration that I'm just done. I just stopped playing. And then when this new season drops,
aliens.
I'm like, I'm having a lot of fun with the aliens. I'm having a lot of fun with IO. I'm looking forward to it. I'm probably gonna put the effort in to get Rick Sanchez.
Oh yeah, because he's like the level 100. Like you have to play a lot to get him.
I like his look. I like that he looks like a cartoon.
Yeah, he has his green
Uzi form
as a variant you can unlock by doing bonus challenges.
That is the cool thing about Fortnite in the Into the Spider-Verse way, like whatever, like it has many different art styles for its characters. So like there's anime girls, there's like CG characters, there's like the 1930s like steampunk Willy or whatever.
Yeah, I've got a character
steampunk Willy.
What's his name?
He's a
Steamboat Willy. Sorry.
So he's a Fortnite original who they made a variant of him where he's designed in the style of like early 1920s cartoons, and so he looks like that animation.
Like the black and white, like
and with the
he looks like he looks like a Fleischer cartoon.
Fleischer, that's what I was thinking of. Yeah. So like
I know what you're.
So many different types of art styles. Yeah, Fortnite's continues to impress.
That's one of the things is like Fortnite has the money to make the game look really good and make the character models look really good, and that is a big part of the reason why I enjoy playing is because I'm like, and why I spend V-Bucks and money to get these characters is because they look so good.
That's why I bought Black Manta because like he's so shiny.
The comic specific variant costumes for Batman and Catwoman I really like.
Yeah, they're cool.
I think they're really cool, and they don't look like any other Batman Catwoman. They are designed based on the character's appearance in the comics, which are wholly original to those comic stories.
And
they look really good.
And if you don't like the Fortnite original Batman, you can buy the Christian Bale Dark Knight Batman.
That's true.
Cool. It's available for you. Yeah. And I'm like, that's so stupid. I cannot believe there's just a Christian Bale Batman standing in the Fortnite thing. I can't believe it, but that's the world we live in.
It is cool. When I first started,
I get it because like the Arkham games, I would constantly try to unlock all those Batman costumes.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like
yeah.
being like 1960s Adam West and like
all the time.
Yeah.
I remember when I got Arkham Knight. I put some. I did put some money down. I put some money down for the 1989 skin. I was flying around.
All of them, man. All of them. Every single Arkham game, even Origins, had awesome alternate skins. I think it was City that had the animated series skin, which was done in the style of the animated series. I think it also had like an Arkham aesthetic Batman Beyond skin, which I really dug because you got the red wings came out when you glide.
There was in Arkham Knight. Because I remember the Batman Beyond skin in Arkham City. That was like true to the cartoon, but made to be like Batman, like Arkham City's Batman's physique. Whereas Arkham Knight had a redo version of it. You saw it, and it was like that's Batman Beyond, but it looked more like a proto Batman Beyond. But
I remember that. Arkham Origins also had the White Knight, had the Blackest Night, Brightest Day variant skin. So he was a White Lantern. It looked awesome.
Yeah.
I love. I'm sorry, I derailed.
No, skins in games is my favorite.
That's why that's a big part of the reason why Fortnite appeals. New season's happening. It's fun. Brandon, I'm waiting for you to just dabble in it a little so you get bit by the bug too.
It's got flying saucers now.
It has flying saucers now.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Well,
aliens.
Ben, do you want to go next? Because you're
sure. Because I'm
eager. You're jumping at the bit.
Well, also I want to talk a bit about Fortnite because, like I said earlier, I got back into Fortnite this season. I got a little bit of time off work, so I was like, I need to decompress, and I was playing some Fortnite, and goddamn, I was actually pretty good. I won quite a few matches. I won one with Ryan, I won one with Sparks, I won one with my buddy Tonio from work because he was also playing the game, and I even won a singles match. But so the most of the emotes I got. After when the new season hit, were the music ones. I was missing the Blinding Lights one, which I got Gangnam Style a while ago. Doja Cat and Dua Lipa, of course, because I've been listening to them a lot lately.
Nice.
And now, because the skin that I've been maining is a Fortnite Megazord of sorts, where you have like different Fortnite characters as like the arms, the teddy bears, the head, and you have a burger as a leg. And
it's awesome.
Have you watched the video from the end of Chapter 1 yet?
I have not.
Okay, because that is a thing. The whole map built to fight a giant monster. That was the finale of Chapter 1.
Okay.
And it pulled a sword out that was made with like the nexus point as the part of the hilt of the sword. But that was that is a player-sized version of that mech that they built.
An actual mech.
So you should watch that video.
Okay.
For sure.
It's got lore, surprisingly. It's not like deep, but like it's got a silly story that like keeps evolving.
It is building a story. Yeah.
So I mean, I got that. So essentially now my my mech character is just doing a bunch of dances like Gangnam Style, Never Gonna Give You Up, and a whole bunch of things. So something that I started saying, and I'm gonna probably keep saying until the end of the season, is let's Gangnam Style on their graves. Because every time I won a match, every time you win a match, you can emote, and I've emoted Gangnam Style. So I've Gangnam Styled on the graves of my enemies, and it has been glorious.
I want to just say, because he humble bragged at the beginning about all the matches he won, I went to go try and download a medal, a first place medal for him, but I couldn't do it in time, and now the moment has passed. But I desperately wanted the validation of trying to do it. So there you go.
The thought that counts.
It feels like it's cool to win team matches for sure.
Mm-hmm.
It's awesome when you get that solo win. That solo win feels so
it's all
good.
on
I got the one.
Oh yeah.
I got the one solo win, and sorry, Brandon, I'm going to humble brag a little bit more. It was just, obviously it was me as another guy. I was like one bullet away from dying, and the other guy would have won.
I had the same experience with 3 other players, and I hopped in a flying saucer someone else had jumped out of, and I just went as high up as I could and tried to kill them all from above before they killed me.
Nice.
And I did.
Good job. Yeah, because it was me and this one guy. I go up, I fire, I miss, I'm out of ammo. Switch to another weapon. That one's out of ammo too. Switch to my third weapon. So I must have gotten some sort of headshot because it was one hit, doom, or boom, victory royale. Good job. And I'm like, Gangnam Style on their graves, baby.
Yeah, man.
Doom and boom.
What else did you do this week?
So I also, of course, went to Frankensons, as I like to do I got some good pickups. I got some good games. I got this awesome Samus Aran t-shirt. Nice. You can't see it, but it says Armored Maiden for those audio listeners. It's a spoof off of a famous Iron Maiden album, which I can't remember, but Samus Aran. And speaking of Samus, I finally got her amiibo for a decent price. The Smash Bros. Amiibo, when that came out a while ago.
Oh, that's cool, actually.
Yeah,
that's awesome, man.
Yeah, it's a beautiful figure. You guys know I've been on a huge Metroid kick recently. But one of the big things that I was really happy to get was, as you all know, if you have watched it, cool. But if you haven't, as a present for the 5th anniversary, Sparks was kind enough to gift me the Super Mario Brothers Lego set, the starter set that came with Mario. So I built that during my time off, and I've been playing with it, and now I can finally start posting it because I told myself I was like, I'm gonna wait until that special's out because I wanna post about this. This is just too cool. And while I was at Frankensons, I got the Super Mushroom little Lego set that goes with the starter, of course. And this is, I want to vamp about this Lego set or about these Legos for a little bit. Here's Mario, by the way. He's turned off, so that's why he's like, it looks, he's black eyed and
they killed Mario.
Yeah, they killed Mario.
Before you vamp about that real quickly, I watch Community a lot, so I apologize for quoting Community one more time. But the African American guy with the scar across his face who plays Lovecraft, like a dad in Lovecraft Country, I forgot his name.
Oh man.
Yeah, I know you mean.
Yeah.
He's in Community. He's in season 3 as the biology professor.
Yeah.
And there's a bit where he's just sitting there. He goes, "I ask you guys a question. Whatever happened to Legos? You know what I mean? Legos. These be so simple, right? Something happened when I was because he was in prison. He goes, something happened when I was in prison, man." And I just always think about that whenever I see a Lego set.
Wow, that's actually you're not wrong, because I remember I felt like Legos were 10 times more simpler when I was a kid. Now I walk into the Lego store at Disneyland, they're selling the Cinderella castle set.
But I look at that, I look at like the Mario thing, which you're about to talk about, like, has like electronics in it, and I'm always just kind of like, whatever happened to Legos, man? It used to be so simple. 2
things. One, his name is Michael K. Williams. I had to look it up.
Thank you.
It's not off the top of my head. 2, I don't know, because back in like 2000, and I remember I got this, and it was like $200, and $200 Legos back then is like $7,000 Legos now. So like, I'm just thanking my parents thinking about it now. But there was this Mission to Mars set that had little aliens, and it was this giant city, and they had pneumatic tubes that you would pump, and it would send the aliens through the tubes.
I remember that.
And I was 20.
I remember that set.
So it's very cool. You gotta afford it.
For context, this guy was in prison in like the early 90s, mid 80s.
Oh, okay, got it.
To 2009. So it's
Okay.
Legos,
Understandable.
Legos are complex enough. I know you know this because you listen to Waypoint just like I do. Legos are complex enough now that like there's a person who like designs custom layouts and instructions for how to build like super elaborate things, super incredibly elaborate things with Legos. And one of the things they designed beyond like, you know, lots of pop culture things that you can do with Legos, they also designed their own mechs for a comic fiction series that they design and create, which is so cool. And then you take their instructions that you purchase from them, and then you go to the Lego site and you buy individual pieces because you can buy Lego pieces, and you buy that whole thing and you build it. And I'm like, Lego is wild, wild west at this point, man. It's crazy. Anyway, man. Ben.
Yeah. So here's the little Lego Mario piece that I've been wanting to get for the longest time. Once again,
Zombie Mario
now because he's turned off. This is.
I can turn him on if you want.
Sure. I will turn him on for a little bit.
Let's go.
Do you hear that?
Ben, I said I could turn him on if you want. It's a sexual thing.
Oh, wow.
There you go.
Well, look at that. I mean, audio listeners, I'm so sorry, but look at this is some of the most beautiful LCD screens I've ever seen in a little toy like this.
So Ben, I've actually I didn't know that's what it did. Yeah. That's effing wild. Yeah, because Mario just blinked at me and his eyes sideways at me.
His eyes are blinking.
That's the creepiest thing I've ever seen. That's incredible.
All right, so I feel like I'm doing like a sales pitch for Lego Mario, and I apologize, but this is how freaking wild this thing is. So there's a bright light underneath Mario's feet. That's a scanner. So every time you get a Mario Lego set for like the power up items, like the mushroom, the question block, there's a little barcode on top. So that's the scan, and when you scan it, look, like you get a coin, or you scan that, you get the power up mushroom, and he does the sound effects and everything, and it's just so. And when you place them on like a blue Lego, it's not just things; it's colors. You place them on blue Lego bricks. His chest is like, oh, I'm in water now. Oh, look, I'm on grass now. Look, green grass.
Oh,
this is amazing.
This is incredible.
It's red. Oh no, it's fire.
I have never had any interest in Mario until right now.
That's just like
legitimately, I want this.
So Brandon, that's the thing is like, because when I was looking at like Lego Mario sets for Ben, I was always like I'm gonna do it, but I was always like, why do you get so few Legos for such a high price? I'm like, I don't understand the ratio here, but I also did not know about this electronic thing. And now I'm like, oh, it makes a ton of sense because they have all these little pieces and you build your own Mario level and then you send Mario through the level and he does all this.
It's so cool.
That is 100% true. Like here's the first Mario Lego piece I ever got was this little mushroom from a blind bag, right? Because these are added. You can add this to your course that you make, and he touches that. Oh no!
Did his mouth just move?
Yes, his mouth moves.
It's a screen.
Yeah,
and he lost
it because this is a poison mushroom. You touch the poison mushroom. This is what happens with the power mushroom. He gets the poison, and his eyes go crazy.
That's wild.
This is insane.
Kids are so lucky.
I know, right?
All right, so
Ben also has it.
I know. You have no idea how. I am a 30-year-old man, and I'm playing with Legos. I was the happiest person in the world when I was building this.
I like Mario
This is very inventive. It makes you feel like 6 years old again.
Yeah. So, and even when you turn them off, or hold up, there we go.
I mean, it's okay.
He goes, "See you later," and then he closes his eyes and goes to sleep, and then doom.
And then he dies.
Don't kill me.
No,
that's crazy.
No,
just to like really quick, like let the audio listeners know. Literally, the Lego Mario when he's turned off looks like his soul was sucked out of his
black eyes.
He just has black vapid void eyes and black vapid void mouth.
I mean, okay. So besides that, audio listeners, these are some very detailed little figures. But look at Bowser Jr. How detailed that is, and the little Goomba, and of course they all have little barcodes so you can scan them when you're playing Lego Mario. This is quite possibly the most intricate set that I've ever played with in Legos. And it's so simple to build, but when I first put the batteries in and turned on Lego Mario, And because you don't have to, but there's an app that goes along with it, the Lego Mario app that saves courses. You could upload courses. You could do all sorts of things with it. And there's a Bluetooth component to it, which I thought was weird because I had to update Lego Mario. I was like, oh my God, this is a freaking video game. I have to update it now. Why do my Legos need an update? But then I realized, oh wait, of course they need an update because new sets are coming out eventually and they need to know what the barcode is.
Yep. My Lego Toys firmware. Oh no.
Yeah. Mario's not compatible with this new suit. I need to update. Yeah.
I know. But just playing with and building my first course and building it and like, because you have a warp pipe start, a timer goes, and if you don't go through the course in the amount of time, because you're supposed to get coins and do all this other crazy stuff, then it's literally turning the video game into real life, and you are the master. It's essentially Mario Maker. It's Mario Maker IRL, essentially. It's the most expensive Mario Maker IRL because you have to go buy the sets and then build them at home. But it is just so much fun, and I love it, and I am probably going to put a lot of money into these. I'm not looking forward to that.
Ben, I'm really glad that you love it. You should definitely go, listeners and viewers, you should go watch our special if you haven't, because Ben absolutely loses his mind when this comes out. I watched it twice, and he's almost crying.
Honest to God, it was I probably would have cried if you got me the NES Lego set that I want, because with the NES Lego set, you... And
whoa. Who do I look like to you? Do I look like Elon Musk?
Mr. Moneybags.
I'm no Jeff Bezos.
No, I'm gonna probably buy that thing for myself someday. But the cool thing about
I looked at that when that first came out. That SNES set first came out. I looked at it and I go, "Oh my God, Ben would love this. How much?" Nope.
Yeah. Funny enough, when I finally found it IRL at a store, I was like, "I'm gonna see how much is it." Nope, not doing that.
But anyway, we do have a lot to get to, so I want you to finish up your week, Ben. If anyone wants to see your Lego Mario toy, it'll be on your Instagram.
Yeah, eventually, eventually. So there was that Frankenstein's, Fortnite. I've been watching a lot of MasterChef here at the house.
Yes,
that has been earlier today. Fanny and I were making dinner, and we had MasterChef on the back room. So now, and even today, I took my dad and his wife out to a Korean barbecue. And as I was making the meat for him, I was just talking to him, and I was like, "Man, I feel like Master Chef right now. I know I'm not the Master Chef, but I'm just like cooking them the food, and I'm like, this is nice. Just thinking of all the stuff from Master Chef. Did I do anything?
Was that the one where Gordon Ramsay puts the breads on the person and goes, "What are you?" An idiot sandwich.
I don't know. Is it?
I think that's Hell's Kitchen.
Hell's Kitchen. He's got so many.
He does yell at people in MasterChef, though. It is very entertaining when he yells at people. Yeah. So
anything else?
Yeah. Video game wise, played a little bit more Shantae on my Switch. Got a little farther than that. Yep. Started. I still keep it there, Brandon.
I like Sparks' face. Sparks, you're so amused by me. I love it.
And really quickly, I also for a few minutes, I started Mario Golf Advanced Tour for the GBA, which I got over the weekend. Guys, that is another handheld Mario Golf game that is also an RPG. I did not realize this. I'm like, oh my God, this is actually pretty cool. I just barely started it, but I'm probably gonna like it. And then that's my week.
Awesome. Hey, that's Ben. Let's see. I played multiple Spider-Mans this week because I started to play Miles Morales because I just wanted 100% it because I just wanted something nice and easy to play. And then I realized I want to play Spider-Man again, but I don't have a PS5 version. And it's like, hey, do you want to spend $20 and get the PS5 Spider-Man? And I'm like, okay, sure. So I did that. And what's really cool, if you buy a PS4 version of a game that you almost 100%ed, on the PS5, it gives you all of those trophies again. So literally for 5 minutes, it was just trophy popping, because I almost did everything in that game except for the DLC. So, hey, I'm not going to talk about it too much. We've all played those games, or one of those games, but that remastered version looks insane. It looks like the Miles Morales game, but it's the Peter Parker version. I went to some of the DLCs, and I just 100% of those just so I can get all the costumes, and I just it's fun being Spider-Man. The Miles Morales one, I did 100% until now, and I did all the stuff. Brandon, you played it. Have you beaten it? Played a little bit of it?
Miles Morales?
Miles Morales.
Yeah, I'm like 20% in.
Okay. Brandon, have you 100% of that game?
I don't remember. I think so.
Okay. Anyway, there's like a bunch of side activities in those games, and I finally did all of them. And normally, like in the DLC games, Astra's
running the pooing over here.
Astra's literally like stuck in like her fear like dangling out. So in the Spider-Man DLC side missions, there's not really a big like when you finish the quest, there's not really like a big thing that happens, right? It's kind of so you finish the side mission, here's a cool thing. So I thought that's what it was going to be in Miles Morales as well. But if you do the Miles Morales side stuff, if you complete all of the training courses, which there's like 3 of each, like 3 combat, 3 stealth, and 3 racing ones. Sure. There's something really awesome that happens at the end of that game that I did not know was in the game. Oh. And it was like, oh, I really wish I would have done this when it came out because it's excellent. It's like one of my favorite things I've done in the game.
Okay.
So do that for sure.
Okay, noted.
Also, get all of the recordings of your Uncle Aaron because you have to go get sounds from the city to make a rap song. You get something really cool from that, and I'm glad I did that. So like 100% Miles Morales.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
yes, I agree.
100% Miles Morales. That game's super great, and it even sets up more stuff for the sequel. Where I'm like, it's absolutely going to be like a Spider-Man game where it's like a multiplayer.
That's awesome.
Like Gotham Knights. Like, and I'm just so stoked for the future of that franchise when they can actually make a full PS5 game instead of like the cross-gen Miles Morales game, which is still good. Yeah. So that's that. I got back into Mass Effect. I decided not to make a series on it because if I was gonna make a series on it, I would end up never playing it because you have to be on to stream, and I'm never on anymore because I'm really tired all the time. So I just started playing it. That game's great. Again, it's a 2007 game. That's 2021 graphics. It looks great.
What year do you think we're in, Ryan?
I don't know anymore. Nose ring stuff. Star Wars Legos are awesome. That is a true statement. I just want to talk about one thing that I did in Mass Effect it was a really fun thing. I had to go to this planet to rescue this archaeologist, Indiana Jones doctor lady, right? And I get there, and I got to use a mining thing to break through the planet to get to her, right? And that causes the structure she's in to start breaking apart and destabilizing, and it's like falling apart. So I rescue her, and I'm leaving, and then the enemies who come to capture her are like, "Hey, we're here!" And the guy who's there to get you is really funny, and I love him. He's like, "Hey, we're here for the doctor. Surrender or not, I really don't care." And I'm like, that's really funny. And the structure is literally falling around you. And this is a role-playing game, so you can choose like good choices, evil choices, or whatever. And I'm just like trying to reach to this guy. He's like, "Hey, bro, this building's falling apart. Like, this is not the time for this." And he's like, "Ha ha ha, yeah, isn't it? The place it's falling apart." And he's like, "Life or death struggle seems like the perfect time to me." And he's just this like monster. And I'm like, "Oh, I love this guy." And he's like, "Can we talk about this?" And he's like, "No, you know what? Actually, just kill the doctor. I don't even care anymore." And then you just fight the dude. And I'm like, is there any other way this could have gone? And I'm like, that's why I love role-playing games, because any type of choice you make can change a thing. Also, that dude just loves to murder, so maybe he just wanted to murder me. It's just a really fun moment. That game's really great character stuff. I'm having a great time. I played a lot of Fortnite. I played some Avengers because I'm excited for that expansion stuff.
For sure.
And then it's Brandon's turn.
Did you read any comics?
Did I read any comics? No.
No Hellfire Gala?
Oh, no, I think I might have read one, and I thought it was fine. Which one did I read?
If you read one, then probably Marauders, the first one?
You know what? I think I did read... I think I read Marauders and X-Force, like, on Monday.
Right.
So that was so long ago, sorry. For me, at least. Marauders was good. This is actually how I feel about it, because I've forgotten mostly about it. I think they overhyped this event because it doesn't really feel like an event. It feels like we're kind of just waiting for Planet-Size X-Men to happen. Because it does. I'll have to read more.
I will definitely say that this is also how you were feeling at like the early half of X of Swords.
No, it's not. I know exactly what you're talking about, and it was in the middle part of like issue like 13. Sure. This is the first 2 issues where if all of these issues before Planet-Size X-Men are like this, where it's something that happens during the event, it's just like a random issue that's happening, and it's cool. And also the celebrities that are in there are really stupid and really weird. I don't need to see Patton Oswalt and like rappers show up and stuff. I'll try to read more because I know Planet-Size comes out next week. excited.
I brought that up because I read the next 2 issues of Hellfire Gala, which are X-Men and Excalibur. Yeah, sure, maybe.
Yeah.
And I really liked Excalibur, honestly. And I also really liked X-Men. It's probably the one that has the most happen. But the gimmick is that this is all happening in the same day, so every issue is a different perspective of the same day.
Yes, and I don't if that's the whole thing where I'm going to read like 7 issues of the same event just from different perspectives, then I don't think they should have pushed it as hard as an event, because it's not an event. It's us watching this thing happen before the big issue comes out. Yeah.
I will say that it actually, the X-Men one has one of my favorite, I'll say one of my favorite Emma Frost lines, which is when she's setting up the Hellfire Gala. This is not a spoiler in the brochure. It says there are the brochure that's been everywhere says there are going to be fireworks. So Emma Frost sets up the fireworks like, you're going to want to see these fireworks because this is a where were you when moment.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's pretty cool.
That is cool, yeah. I definitely need to read more. I'm just kind of waiting for Planet Size X-Men, though, to be honest.
Truthfully, the best I can say is that I'm vibing with it.
Yeah.
And I'm just having a good time with reading it.
I look forward to putting in the time to catch up.
Yeah.
Me too.
Whenever that is.
I went to see a couple movies this week. Saw actually a few movies, but I went to the theater to go see a movie called Spirit Untamed. This is a new Spirit movie. With a horse, guys. Remember the horse Spirit movie?
Nope.
I remember when I found out about this with you at the exact same moment by walking by a poster.
Yeah, Spirit is an old DreamWorks, oldish DreamWorks era movie. Around the same time they did Road to El Dorado and Sinbad.
Stallion of the Cimarron.
Yeah, it's about a horse. So there is a new one called Spirit Untamed. Now this is weird. So I went to see it because Zara wanted to see it. One for her, one for me. We will go to see this movie. It's cute, and I start to realize I've seen you watch this before because she watches the TV show on Netflix, which is like Spirit subtitle. I don't know the subtitle. And I was like, "Is this the same? Is this a prequel?" And she goes, "It's the first episode." It's the first episode, and then we watched it when we got home. Yeah, it's the first episode.
Is this like, are they clone warsing it?
It's an hour and a half version of a 30-minute TV episode.
Wow.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Why would you do that? It's the same company.
I don't even get that one.
I can't wait till next year when we get Jurassic Park Camp Cretaceous, the movie.
Oh, geez.
And it's just the first couple episodes.
Weird.
Followed by Fast and Furious Spy Racers.
It's not the Clone Wars situation, which is the Clone Wars was the first 3 episodes stitched together into a movie. This is redone, expanded, new animation. They tweaked the story a bit, like the dad's not as prevalent in it. Obviously, it's a different voice cast because Dora from Dora and the Lost City of Gold is the main character, and Jake Gyllenhaal is his dad, and it's got an incredible voice cast. Honestly, I was blown away by every single person name that showed up in the credits.
Wow.
Annabelle Comes Home, the Warren's daughter. Forgot her name.
Yeah.
Grace McKenna. McKenna Grace.
Okay.
She's in it. It's cute, but honestly, the only thing I wanted to tell you is that it's a really weird version of that first episode.
That is weird. That's really weird. It's
yeah.
weird.
It also ends the exact same way too. All right, but I saw. Yeah, I'll do this next. Mothra. I watched the original Mothra film, the 1961 Mothra film from Toho. This was their kind of attempt to make another Godzilla situation. It's most of the same creative team, I believe all of, but I don't want to say that with certainty.
It's definitely Honda.
Yeah.
And only because I recently did that paper about it. Honda really wanted with Mothra to create someone who was both representative of nature. It's a deeply, probably the most overtly anti-American kind of idea is present, because the villain who kidnaps the girls is very much implied to be an American capitalist, even though it's not an American. That's what he is. And it's very much like a criticism of how American capitalism has damaged Earth in general. And Mothra as a response to that. It's also the first Honda really wanted to do something where there was a monster who wasn't a destruction without purpose, was a reactionary force and a morally staunchant force. It's really interesting.
Unlike Godzilla, Mothra immediately has a personality because she has a motivation for what she's doing.
Yeah.
And they introduced the fairies as well. The Shinigami twins?
Sure.
Shinobu twins? I don't remember what they're really called. Shinobu twins.
Shinobu twins. Thank you. Yeah. I was like, Shinigami's not it. That's not it.
I was about to say that doesn't sound like it.
The Americans call them fairies, but I think the Japanese Shinobu.
This was particularly funny for me because I've talked to Brandon a bit about how problematic our dubbing has been with these older films, and he was like, "Well, I was doing something else, like you were eating or something." And
I was eating.
Yeah, so you were like, well, I want to make it easy to watch, so he put on the dub, and then like 5 minutes in, he was like, oh no, back out and go to the subs.
I watched. Because I was eating, and I can't eat and read at the same time. I'm sorry, I'm an idiot.
It can be hard. Like if it's something where you look down a lot, like a soup or something, like not easy to watch subtitle movies doing that.
Because I was like, how bad could it possibly be? I've seen dubs before, and like it starts, and the first guy is speaking in a heavy, fake, white Asian accent.
If you thought Newt Gunray was bad,
and I just go, uh-oh.
Yeah.
Mag, though, says about Mothra, it's a good movie and how it connects to Mothra vs. Godzilla.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to do that. Does it connect to the original Mothra? Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, Mothra versus Godzilla, or Godzilla versus the Thing.
All of that era of monster films, because Honda worked on most of them, they're all connected. So like the Rodan film is part of that canon, or the Gargantuas, Varan. All of these films are... Honda was so deeply involved in all of these, so they're all a big cinematic universe where Godzilla is definitely the linchpin and main connecting factor. There's also, Brandon and I recently found out about, there was a TV show that Honda did for a while that's a power team. And in like 2 episodes of that show, Godzilla, Megalon, and King Ghidorah all show up, and Gigan. And Godzilla and one of these like kind of like a Power Ranger style team, and they exist in the Godzilla world canon.
Okay.
They literally murder Gigan. This
is
right after the Megalon movie, and then they murder Gigan, and Gigan is dead in that era. Like they decapitate him. Like it's wild.
Gigan.
I really enjoyed going through that. It's I haven't seen any of the Mothra films, so I also decided to watch Rebirth of Mothra, which is the first of the trilogy that happened in the 90s. This was Godzilla no longer was profitable, so Toho decided to do some Mothra films.
Nice.
I was not crazy about this one. This one was a little difficult to get through.
Man, I'm so bummed you bounced off this one.
Yeah, I
didn't ask you, did you watch dub or sub?
I watched subtitled because I would learn my lesson.
Okay. I just was curious.
I found a lot of the kids. I found the kids who are the main characters of the film pretty much to be pretty annoying. However, I'm not going to say I disliked it because I actually really liked the stuff with Mothra. Yeah. I found her to be a very compelling character in this, in that she is older, and the Shinobu twins are hesitant to summon her to fight Ghidorah, who is this ancient monster that came to Earth. Because they're certain, because she is older and has just given birth, that she'll die in this battle. And it becomes this kind of like race against the clock to try to stop Ghidorah, and then Mothra does intervene, and her child is born early, and it's kind of this whole like it's really interesting stuff. I found myself really engaged in it.
You're talking about it, and I'm thinking about it. Is this the one where they go to the temple in the middle of the ocean?
No.
Okay, cool. I'm definitely thinking of Rebirth of Mothra 2 when I'm defending it.
Oh, okay.
I all my like, I don't remember Rebirth of Mothra very well. I've watched Rebirth of Mothra 2. It's my favorite of the trilogy. I probably watched that one like 3 or 4 times.
Rebirth of Mothra again.
Yeah, this whole trilogy was called just Rebirth of Mothra, and then there was parts 1, 2, and 3. It's really cool because like they redesigned Mothra in the sense that Mothra has this new child who has a totally slick new design.
And gender.
Yes, and is a boy. Is the first boy Mothra because it's her son.
Man,
and it just existed in this one pocket when Godzilla wasn't doing anything anymore. Because it was the gap between Destroya and 2000.
Gotcha. Yeah. You saying that makes me more interested to watch 2. Though, so I will keep going because I haven't seen them before, and I'm kind of going through this thing where I'm watching a bunch of kaiju films that I haven't seen before, which I'll talk about later on in the episode with the trailer we're doing. I watched the 4th Fast and Furious film, Fast and Furious. I'm going through them all again because Zara hasn't seen any of them except for Tokyo Drift and 8, as I mentioned last week.
Drug tunnels.
So yeah, I didn't realize how much I actually really enjoyed this one, and it kind of sneaks up on me every single time because like I remember it being a good sequel to 1. I think it's the sequel 1 deserved. And there's the opening with the oil tanker flipping over and then Dom drives under it. So
I was
good.
literally thinking about that, and I'm like, I think about that action scene from that film a lot.
4 is good.
And then the ending, spoilers for a 20-year-old movie, is Dom has now switched cars inside the collapsing tunnel under the border, under the Mexico-California border, and which I totally didn't catch. And he rides out of there and does his like signature thing where he shoots his tires up and murders the bad guy that he's been going after who killed Letty. And I'm like, yeah! I flipped. I was really into it.
It has been a long time since I've seen that movie, but I believe
it's a pretty good sequel.
Man, just like Mission Impossible, there's only one bad movie in both these franchises, and it's 2.
You're so freaking right.
That's so crazy. Yeah. They both keep getting better and crazier, and there's just one down, and it's
and like
2.
and like 4 was like the revitalization. Always.
Yeah.
Wow, you're so right.
Crazy.
Yeah, I'm really happy I'm going through them again. I forget how much I like these movies sometimes. I watched Peter Rabbit 2 in theaters.
James Corden?
James Corden. I remember liking the first Peter Rabbit fine enough. I was like, it's a decent kids movie. I remember I haven't seen it since I saw it in theaters with Zara, but I found this to be genuinely hilarious.
That's good.
And go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, unfortunately, those movies I love it when movies like that, like Peter Rabbit or another one I know I saw that I thought the trailer was gonna be bad, but it turned out Lego Movie. I'll see the trailer.
I would not put those in the same category, my friend.
Well, what I mean is, like, you see the trailer, you think that's going to be a dumpster fire, and then you go see it and you go, "Oh, that was actually really good. I was pleasantly surprised." I mean, one is, I would argue, probably leagues above, head and shoulders above the other one.
I'm not telling anybody on this screen to go see Peter Rabbit 2. I'm not. Okay. I am just expressing how much I actually found myself hysterically laughing.
Brandon,
in this movie.
The internet surprisingly is more favorable on this movie than you'd think.
Interesting.
It has 65% on Rotten Tomatoes. Again, that's not like a quality thing or anything, but like people are saying, no, this movie actually isn't bad. So like I believe you. I just like, I'm not big into these movies unless they're like 10 out of 10s.
Yeah, I don't. And like I said, the first one's not great. And not every joke in this one landed for me very well, but. So there's 3 specifically that I just lost it. There's a bit where Domhnall Gleeson has to go round up all the barnyard friends. I don't know what they're actually called. And the deer, the moose. It's a deer or a moose. I don't know which. Has been adopted. It's either a big deer or a small moose.
They have different types of antlers, so
it's definitely a deer because there's a joke about it being a deer. Okay, it's a deer.
There you go.
Okay. So there is a sequence where all the animals have been adopted out through London and other places, and there's a fun little action sequence, but it keeps escalating into eventually they jump out of an airplane. There's a bit where Domhnall Gleeson and Rose Byrne come into a hunting club, and they turn the corner and there's a mounted deer, and Domhnall Gleeson, mistaking it for the deer that he's trying to rescue, just goes, "No, we're too late."
That's cute.
Wow.
And I lost it because Rosebird just goes, excuse me, honey. And the deer's just being measured. It's really sorry thinking about it. It's really funny to me. There's another bit with the deer where the deer's in the back of a convertible, and this is in the trailer. And Domhnall Gleeson's parachute gets
I remember seeing this.
Gets like blasted off of him, and it latches onto the deer and it gets flown into the sky.
I remember laughing really hard at that. I saw that in the trailer, and I was like, "Wait, that was really funny."
It's a fun movie. I had a good time. I was surprised at how much you hear me laughing now. Like this is a taste of what I was doing in the theater. Yeah, kind of collect.
I forgot I saw that. I forgot what movie that was from, but I do. That was funny.
Yeah, it's no Paddington, but it's a good time. And then I saw In the Heights. This is the new Lin-Manuel Miranda, Justin Nimchu joint. Really liked it. Loved it. It's incredible. I've never seen the musical. I've never heard the music before. I had a really good time in this one. Jimmy Smits is great, which should be no surprise to anybody on this panel, but he's in this. And I was like, whoa, Jimmy Smits? Cool.
Hell yeah, Jimmy Smits.
Yeah, I really loved it. Highly recommend it. It's on HBO Max, so if you want to watch it there,
Woo!
go right ahead. But I do recommend it in theaters, even though my theater experience was awful because the sound didn't work at first.
Oh wow, my TV always works crazy.
We went to the same theater, Sparks, where we went to see Dr. Sleep, and the movie didn't start because the projector was broken, and so they had to move us to a different theater.
That's the same theater where we saw Godzilla, and that went fine. So
that's true. So it's kind of hit or miss, mostly miss.
There you go.
Yeah.
I prefer the City Walk Theater, which I've never had a problem with.
Sure. That's where we saw Godzilla, because I'm not being specific. Nope, it's gone. I was going to bring up something related to you that this made me think of.
What?
It's gone. I'm sorry.
Oh man. Okay.
Hey, but yeah.
Oh
I forgot something
shit!
that
It's just that we haven't watched In the Heights yet. We're going to do that together. We've talked about it, but we've been too busy.
There's something I forgot to bring up that I did this week, and I should have brought it up when you talked about tabletop role playing. Critical Role's second season ended this week. 141 episodes over the course of 3.5 years, almost 600 hours of content that I have now officially watched all of. That's insane that I've watched 600 hours of this show in the last year alone. Definitely cried like a freaking baby, like everyone else did watching that show at the end. A 7-hour last episode, 7 hours. I watched that thing in like three different nights. Crazy that thing did what it did. It's impressive.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Brandon.
That's awesome. No, that's awesome. I'm really happy for you.
Are all those hours just season 2, or is that seasons 1 and 2?
No, that's season 2.
Yeah.
Wow.
Season 1 would be like double that length.
Yeah.
Adding it. Yeah.
Yeah, I really liked In the Heights. It's great. It got great music. It's got great dancing. It feels like a better old school Hollywood movie. I'm not crazy about the old Hollywood musicals like Music Man or West Side Story. I like them, but they feel a little cheap nowadays. It feels like that, but with the budget behind it to do what it needed to do.
Having the In the Heights film out and received the way it has been, where I wasn't worried about it. I knew what it was going to be. It still just makes me sit here and go, "What? Why are we doing this Spielberg West Side Story, man?"
Yeah,
I just don't know why we're doing it.
Yeah,
it's so bright and colorful and original, and there are visuals in this movie I've never seen before in a movie, and it happens in a musical. You see it in the trailer. They're dancing on the side of a building.
Yeah,
that's awesome. I want more of this from Hollywood. I want more bold, imaginative ideas with color. More blockbusters with color would be great.
There you go.
I agree.
And finally, I finished Jurassic World Camp Cretaceous Season 3.
Mm-hmm.
I apologize. I had a lot to say about the things I did this week. If Jurassic World Camp Cretaceous ended now, I'd be very, very happy. And as of now, they do not have a 4th season renewed. They've not been renewed for a 4th season. However, they do have ideas for it. I think that this show, I kind of vamped a bit about it on Twitter, so I'll be repeating myself a little bit. I think this show did a lot of things that Jurassic World and Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom, which isn't hard, much better, such as the hybrid dinosaur concept, I think really worked in this. Maybe about as well, if not better, as the Indominus Rex, which I do actually think works in the context of Jurassic World. But the Indoraptor's bullshit. I'll never care about the Indoraptor from Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom. There's character development for Dr. Wu that really works for me. That I hope to God they carry over into the third Jurassic World film, because I think that would be excellent. The only problem that I had with this season, I think season 2 is the best, is that we've now connected to Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom. The season 3 ends in the beginning of Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom. Around that time, we see it from a different perspective of where the guy is running, and then jumps onto the ladder, and then the T-Rex does the thing.
How long were these kids on this island?
7 years.
Apparently, the between that scene specifically, because the volcano hasn't erupted, because that scene specifically in Jurassic World is only 6 months. It's a little bit of retconning.
Yeah.
So
okay,
these kids were on the island for 6 months.
Yes, these kids were on the island for 6 months between Jurassic World and Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom.
Hey man, we've seen Jurassic World 3. We know kids are survivors.
So yeah, Jurassic Park 3. You mean?
I said Jurassic Park 3.
You said Jurassic World 3.
Jurassic Park 6.5 shares. Yeah, you're right.
Wow, these parents must really hate their kids.
They never explain. Some of these kids are estranged from their parents, to be fair, but they never really explain why nobody came back for the kids. It's kind of alluded that there are probably some legal issues happening with the park, that the UN has taken custody of it and won't let anybody on it. There's some really good episodes in season 2 with poachers that are played by Stephanie Beatrice and Bradley Whitford. And that I found to be really excellent. That's kind of where we get a lot of the ideas of nobody can get to the island. They're here very illegally.
Do the kids get off the island?
Yes, they do get off the island.
Finally, Jesus.
Yeah, they do get off the island. That's where season 3 ends. They're leaving the island. Now, here's the problem.
One question, Brandon. You said Bradley Whitford. Isn't he in Jurassic World?
No.
Yeah, isn't he the? Oh, never mind. You're okay. Never mind. Go ahead.
Think about Jake Johnson.
Maybe. I don't know anymore.
Here's my biggest problem with it, and I cannot stress enough. I think that Jurassic World Camp Cretaceous is a very solid entry in the Jurassic Park franchise, one of the better entries in it, and I think a worthy successor to the franchise from Jurassic Park. Now, that said, if it doesn't end now, I am not okay with the fact that they're going to connect it to Fallen Kingdom, because it being a kids show, we've connected to some of these dinosaurs. We've gotten to know a lot of the dinosaurs, their habitats on the island. We see various versions of dinosaurs, and the kids have connected to them. There is one that is kind of a pet, but it kind of latches onto them. It's kind of imprinted on one of the kids, and his name is Bumpy. He's an Ankylosaurus. And he stays on the island. Now, if you are going to continue the show and you're going to tell me that volcano erupts and Bumpy dies, no, sir. No, sir.
I mean, the obvious answer is that miraculously all the dinosaurs that matter to the kids show will have survived and been dinosaurs who came over, and now they're part of Dominion, because let's be honest, they're going to pad the crap out of how many dinosaurs exactly were in that mansion. It's going to be Noah's Ark, but Noah's Ark actually held 4 times the amount of dinosaurs you saw on screen. Sorry about that.
But it doesn't. But I don't. I kind of had that same thought too. But also, those kids aren't in Jurassic World Dominion, so it doesn't matter if the emotional connection with those dinosaurs are lost. But the thing is, Bumpy.
No, I just mean I don't think it would do anything in Fallen Kingdom. It would jump it, right? So it'd be in the time that Dominion is playing out of. We haven't seen it yet, so whatever. But dinosaurs are out in the wild, so they're dinosaurs. The important dinosaurs are out in the wild. The kids will just go on a mission to go find Bumpy or whatever.
If that's the case, I'm still gonna call bullshit. I was kind of lukewarm on Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom. I was very lukewarm on Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom as a film, but I did kind of like the idea of opening the world and destroying the island, even if it was bullshit how they did it. But now that I've connected with the dinosaurs on that island through this show, I no longer like that as a storytelling element, especially if the show is canon. But the opposite of that is Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom, Jurassic World Camp Cretaceous has made me more interested again in the Jurassic Park franchise, so much so that I would even say that I'm more than interested, maybe less than excited, somewhere in between there for Jurassic World Dominion.
Sure.
And that, a good entry in a franchise can do that too. It can kind of reignite your interest in it.
It's true.
Yeah.
Such as Star Trek Into Darkness destroyed my interest in Star Trek, but Star Trek Beyond brought it back.
That easy.
Anyway, I think it's a solid season. If anyone wants to check it out, I don't think they'd regret it. But that's all I have to say.
Okay.
Shall we get into our moves?
Let's do it.
Ooh, where is it? There it is.
There.
All right. News time. We got some sad news to talk about up top, though. This just happened today. Ned Beatty.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's Beatty.
Yeah.
Who most people will probably know as Lotso from Toy Story 3, but he was also Otis in Superman. He got a Best Supporting Actor nominee for Network, which is a great film. Highly recommend.
I know from Deliverance.
Yeah, he's very prominent in Deliverance. That's where he got notoriety. He unfortunately passed away today at the age of 83, and they cite natural causes.
Oh, that's sad.
Beatty.
And Beatty.
Thank you.
I thought that's what it was, but I wanted to check before I said it.
Yeah.
Names are weird. Hey man, long, like 50-year like legacy. Like,
yeah.
And it was natural causes. He lived a long life. That's nice.
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
I didn't know that the guy who played Lotso was the same guy who played Otis.
Yeah, did I?
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Very sad. Love Lotso, one of the best characters in Toy Story. Long legacy.
Yeah.
All right, some casting news before we get into some of the major events that happened this week. The Untitled Knives Out sequel has casted Madeline Klein, who is currently starring in Outer Banks. She's been cast in this film. I don't know who she is, but hey, that film's still casting.
Madeline Klein.
She's also in Stranger Things.
Don't say it unless you know.
Put a question mark there.
That is true. She is in like 2 episodes.
I'll take it.
Yeah, you're right. She's an up and coming actor.
Yeah, very cool. I'm excited for this movie. Excited to see a cast still.
Mm-hmm.
Forrest Whitaker will be returning as Saul Guerrera, Star Wars Andor.
Cool. This is like literally around the same time as like Rogue One, like a couple years earlier. So like he'll still be like oogly boogly looking man, right?
I have a feeling like Andor's like more buddy with Guerrera at this moment than he gets with the rebellion later.
Yeah. He might be less oogly boogly because this might be around the same time that of Rebels.
You fucking say that.
No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't. But he does in my brain.
I almost made that. I couldn't find the right way to make that a question. I wanted to.
And you know what's funny thing is I don't know what he actually says anymore. I just know it's lies, deception.
The reason you think of oogly boogly is because the boogala. That is the creature that will. But that line is 3 lines later because I went to see if there was a way to do like quotes of pop culture for you guys in the special to make you have to fill it in and like figure it out. And I'm like, no, he says like lies, deception, and then like 2 normal things, and then he talks about the alien like
Boogala.
Listen, I just focus on what's important.
If it's around the time of Rebels, he's not quite as robotic yet. But if it's after that, who knows?
I'm sorry, Sparks. He will always be. He's not as oogly boogly. I know. I blame Ryan.
Cultural osmosis. That's just how it works now.
What's the weirdest line in Star Wars? Lies, deception, oogly boogly.
I wonder if I can make that a shirt.
Saw Guerrero going, rah!
Maybe. Bill Skarsgård has been cast in John Wick 4.
Cool.
That's awesome.
I bet he's a very thin, spooky assassin man.
I'm sure. I'm still waiting to hear back to see if Common's coming back.
We're not sure if he survived, right?
No, we're not.
Yeah,
he got that knife.
The knife was. He just said the knife. If you take this knife out, it will kill you.
That'd be
if you take it out by a doctor, it'll kill you.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be weird if he didn't come back in this one because if he was only in that one entry of John Wick, then that would be an uncommon appearance.
Oh no!
I'm gonna skip that and just say
light the fire, candle, and wick out of here, or whatever.
I'm gonna skip that and just say that if John Wick can fall off a building, then Common can survive.
Absolutely.
I don't know. Common's not the Reaper.
Sure.
Baba Yaga.
Remember last time when I talked about Toxic Avenger saying that Elijah Wood has been cast as the villain?
Yeah, it was super exciting.
Yeah, he passed, and Kevin Bacon has been cast as the villain.
Oh,
Weird.
well,
Equally, I mean, Kevin Bacon's really good. Oh, yeah. Cats on computers. Cats on computers. Sorry. Kevin Bacon was the villain in James Gunn's Super. He's really good at that. Kevin Bacon's a good bad guy. He was in X-Men First Class.
It definitely makes me a teeny bit nervous that Elijah Wood said no.
Yes, that is curious because like that dude has like pretty good taste in like genre stuff. So like,
Right.
I wonder if it was maybe a
It would seem
scheduling
like
thing.
something that was up his alley.
Yeah.
So it's a bummer.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have nothing against Kevin Bacon.
Kevin Bacon was the Kevin Bacon was the villain in R.I.P.D.
He was.
Cool.
Oh boy.
I was really happy never thinking about that again. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
In a Liam Neeson level Men in Black 3 turn, yeah, he was.
That was a movie I watched.
Liam Neeson was in Men in Black 3?
He was.
I'm sorry, Men in Black
4.
Oh yeah, he was.
Guys, remember they made
I erased that movie.
They made another big budget Men in Black movie with like two of the biggest stars in the world, and nobody remembers it
Because it's
bad.
Really
That's
bad.
one of the worst blockbusters that's come out in a long time. That's so nuts.
No,
I think that might be like one of the worst franchise sequels I've ever seen.
easily. And also, you had two of the biggest stars coming off one of the biggest hits in Thor Ragnarok, and you thought like, oh, these two with their chemistry, it's gonna be a smash hit. There's nothing to. Oh wait, never mind.
Oh, this again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nope.
Man,
Except for
yeah.
actual
I-
funny stuff that Taika Waititi can do.
I could write an essay about how bad Men in Black International is, how much it just wastes all of its potential.
Mm-hmm.
I could
But
probably
the fact that we got that instead of the Jump Street crossover, get the
Delightful.
Can't
outta
believe
here.
it.
I don't even watch Jump Street, and I would have been more into that. It retcons the whole universe.
Look, the whole idea of Channing Tatum and Jonah Hill pretending that they can function inside of Men in Black is hilarious, regardless of knowing those characters. But if you know those characters, it's really funny. Holy crap, would that be good?
I'm so glad we watched those movies.
Comic book stuff. So it's got everything, even comics. So we're going to talk about some comics first, which is Demon Days. If you guys remember Demon Days, X-Men, great book by Peach Momoko.
Mhm.
Demon Days Mariko is coming out this month, I believe. And the third entry, the Mag talked about Liam Neeson. Yeah, Men in Black Internationals. All right. Part 3 of Demon Days will be called Cursed Web. This will be out in September. We'll introduce fascinating versions. This is from the article, from Marvel's own article. We'll introduce fascinating versions of characters like Ghost Spider, Mystique, and Sabretooth.
Ooh, Mystique.
Yeah. Obviously, Peach Momoko will probably reimagine them in the same way that she reimagined Psylocke and Jubilee and Hulk. And these are very different characters than the ones we know, and that's really fun to see.
Yeah.
Venom was so cool.
Yeah, that book is excellent.
Yeah. Excellent.
Excellent's true.
Yeah.
Every word of it.
This one will follow Mariko Yoshida as she journeys deep into a dark forest to find answers about her past. Instead, she finds a magical wolf with 3 toes and a strange girl with a pet spider. But there are deadly creatures in these woods, a mysterious blue-skinned woman and a giant with super strength and claws, and they're after Mariko.
Love it. Love it. Love it.
Yeah.
Wolverine's a
Wait.
Wolverine. He's a wolf man.
Emma Frost was in the... Weird that the King in Black #4 has that Demon Days.
It's on
tie-in.
Marvel Unlimited now, so I'm definitely gonna check that out to read that.
You
part.
should. It's got Emma Frost. So
Yeah.
if you want to see it, Demon Days Emma Frost.
I need it.
Ben, do you like fables?
Oh,
I do like Fables.
Oh,
Guess what, Ben?
Gonna hurt then.
Batman versus Bigby, A Wolf in Gotham, is coming out in September. It's going to be a 6-issue miniseries written by Bill Willingham with art by Brian Level as the penciler. That's what I wrote there.
Yeah.
Jay Leaston as will do the ink, and Lee Lowridge. Yeah, we'll do the colors.
Okay.
There's going to be a Black Label spinoff of Fables.
I'm surprisingly not mad about it. I'm
Sure.
actually kind of looking forward to it. I love Bigby in Fables, and I think him and Batman. It's going to be a good clash between him and Batman. Bigby is true chaotic good, whereas he's willing to like kick a dude over the ledge if it's justified. So,
Well, Ben, if you're excited about that, then you must be excited about this next news, which is that Fables will be returning with issue 151. To celebrate the 20th anniversary of Fables #1, Mark Buckingham, who is the artist of Fables, will return with Bill Willingham, who is the writer of Fables. And this will be a 12-issue arc called The Black Forest, which picks up right where 150 left off, and will also be new reader friendly, even though it'll be set right after.
I don't know if they can do new reader friendly, because Fables 150, that was like that put a bow on all the major characters.
Then Batman 1037 is out. Like, they can very easily, especially after a long hiatus, return to a comic book. Like,
And Sparks, you wanted to say something? You were gonna say something?
Yeah, I was gonna. Do we know if Batman is Batman, or is Batman like Fables world Batman?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Because I would be way more like intrigued by it if it's like the Batman that lives in the Fables world. So he's like slightly different. He's got his own origin. It's not like Batman tossed into Fables.
Okay, I think it's comic book Batman just so happens to be in the Fables universe.
Yeah. So I hate to be that guy, but we got to talk about how Fables was a cool comic when it was coming out. If you read the last half of that comic, and I haven't, but now I live on the internet, so people have told me this, and I've seen it myself now. Bill Willingham is extremely pro-Israel, and he's very conservative and extremely right-wing, and he writes for Breitbart. And if you guys know what Breitbart is, this is a huge problem.
I did not know he worked for Breitbart.
Yep, Bill Willingham is not a good man, and I will not be supporting this book. There's directly a page from Fables where it's like, hey, have you ever heard of this place called Israel? They get bullied a lot.
Oh, shit.
No, Fables is an Israel allegory, you guys. It's a huge problem, so I can't support that book anymore. So, sorry to bring the news down, but like, we got to learn, we can't support shitty writers. Sorry. Batman's cool, I guess.
No, funny enough, I remember the exact scene where where Bigby, ooh.
It's gross. I read that scene like when this news was announced, and I was like, holy shit, I cannot believe. Like, again, this was like 15, 20 years ago, so times are different, but like, this really bummed me out that this news came out. that DC's doing this.
Oh yeah, look at that.
No, yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I wouldn't lie.
No, I wasn't suggesting you were. Yeah, there it is.
Yep. No, yeah.
Now I know this. I mean, because I bought all the trades. I have the entire Fables run but it's not on my bookshelf.
I own American Alien.
Like, no, that's what I'm saying. Hey, Fables is still like, it has great stuff in it. It's just like, it's just know your writers, because
like if again, like Ben, we've talked about this before. Separating art from artists.
Yeah.
Like if Fables has something that it offers you that you want, then you can have it. But it's important to be informed. I didn't know that until Ryan said
I didn't know either until
it's important to be informed.
Yeah.
Know what you're doing. Know who you're supporting.
Yeah, that's all it is. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he describes. This is funny. Sorry, I was doing a bit more research. He describes himself as rabidly pro-Israel.
Yeah. No, yeah.
Good for you, buddy.
The Fables page that it talks about, it's extremely disgusting.
Man,
and the fact that it was published
a lot is this line.
It's not the direct line, but it is that the villains are the people living in the other country, and that the Israels are like, no, this is we're in the right. And it's just especially now. I just cannot support this.
I mean, I'm not surprised that it got through at the time when it did, certainly,
15 years
because
ago,
like I have no shame in admitting that, like, until the most recent like surge of discussion about the conflict with Israel and Palestine, like, I didn't understand. I bought into the American lie that it's too complicated
Yeah.
It's too complicated to understand. Turns out it's not.
Yeah.
I just had to pay attention.
Yeah.
But we have a very deep American propaganda machine about Israel and Palestine that runs a specific narrative of, there's no right or wrong necessarily. There's just two people that disagree, and it's too complicated for us to get involved.
And that's a bold-faced lie.
And that's not true. Israel does really bad things.
Sorry
Palestine doesn't.
Sorry to turn the podcast into that, but it's like we're a progressive place, and we got to bring it up.
Yep.
I want to real quickly say that he did stop writing in 2009.
Oh, that's good.
His last article was in October 25th. It was October 25th, 2009, and it says, "I've seen the future, and it is quote ... safe. I'm interested in reading that."
I wouldn't support that website, Brandon. I wouldn't support that website because they write some of the most disgusting things you could possibly write about.
I didn't find it on the website.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring that up. I just thought that was interesting. I had no idea about any of that, and fuck them.
No, yeah, I didn't either. But that's why I love the internet, because it's a great resource.
Could that be why Miracle Man, the gold, the silver, the Bronze Age, whatever Neil Gaiman's been working on with him, because he's the artist on Miracle Man with Neil Gaiman. Could that be why that hasn't finished?
Mark Buckingham, the artist, is separate from Bill Willingham, the writer.
I thought Bill Willingham was the artist on
no,
Miracle
they have
Man.
very similar names. Yeah.
Got it. Cool.
I get you. Yeah, this is a Mark Wade and
Warren Ellis.
Yeah, situation. Yeah.
Well, cool. I mean, truth be told, at first I was kind of like, maybe, because I've kind of fallen off. I mean, I liked Fables when I first read it, but it's not a series I've gone back to very much. So, I mean, now I probably won't pick this up.
I still, that Telltale series, the Wolf Among Us. I don't know how much involvement he has in that, but that game series is still great. Doesn't have any of that nonsense.
I played that game. That game is amazing, and I'm really looking forward to the sequel. But I really hope that he doesn't have a lot of involvement with it now, because I want to play that game.
But I forgot to bring this up. But Toby Jones has been cast in Indiana Jones 5.
Cool.
Awesome. That dude's great.
Is he gonna be a villain?
Probably.
He's with Indy in the. He's with Harrison Ford. Like they look like they're friends.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
On the set photo, so maybe not.
Could he be the not replacement, but the Marcus stand-in?
Oh, I think he's Shia LaBeouf's character. Anyway, DC Super Pets. Can you imagine?
Oh my god!
All right, DC Super Pets has released a bit of a tease, but that really just announced the cast for this new animated movie, which we had already known at this point stars Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson as Crypto the Super Dog. But now we know that Kevin Hart, Kate McKinnon, John Krasinski, Vanessa Bayer, Natasha Lyonne, Diego Luna, and Keanu Reeves have also been cast as various members of the Super Pets. Now, which one do you guys think? And the people who know cannot answer this. So, Ben, which one do you think is playing Ace the Bat Hound?
I'm going to say Kevin Hart.
You're right. It is Kevin Hart.
I should have known Kevin Hart would be in this the moment Dwayne Johnson was
100%.
I'm like, I should have just assumed Kevin Hart would be in it too.
I didn't expect.
A little Hart follows a big Johnson.
There you go. That would be I didn't because we know this is like an anime movie, but I didn't expect this to have the caliber of talent it has behind it. So they really must like want this thing to succeed, because that's a huge all-star cast.
Once you got Dwayne Johnson, I think the writer staff was like, oh.
Yeah, now I'm wondering what is this movie? It's not just some small thing they throw out for kids. Oh no, it's gonna be a big superhero action movie with animals.
How do you get back as Superman?
But how do you get Keanu Reeves and not make him Ace the Bat Hound? Come on, that'd be so good.
He's gonna be
Keanu Reeves'
Bat Cow.
Do we know who? I love it, but do we know for sure who he's playing or no?
We don't know who anyone is playing outside of Dwayne Johnson and Kevin Hart.
Okay.
No, yeah, we're discussing.
I think Kate McKinnon might be playing Kanga or Streaky.
I was gonna say Streaky. Yeah.
What if Keanu Reeves is Batman?
Please. Please.
No, I just mean they don't all have to be the pets. Some of them could be the heroes associated with the pets, because I'm thinking John Krasinski might be Superman.
He'd be a good Superman voice.
I was gonna say he's too big of a name to not involve in the credits, but I was going to say bring Nick Cage back and voice Superman again, like he did in
I
Teen
just made that joke to Ryan.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, I don't think he is because The Rock is the biggest star like in the world. I think Nick Cage could use a paycheck. Like he's making Willy's Wonderland where he's fighting like animatronic Chuck E. Cheese's.
Look, this clearly has a bigger budget than Teen Titans Go to the Movies, and they had Nick Cage.
That's true. That is true.
No disrespect to that movie, but it had a small budget.
Yeah.
All right, God Country has a director.
Oh my gatos.
Sweet Tooth show the show Sweet Tooth on Netflix co-creator Jim Mickle will direct the legendary adaptation written by Donny Cates.
This is a really good choice, just from the Sweet Tooth that we've watched. Like that, being like an adventure, a familial adventure about emotional growth and stuff like
Very
that's
bright.
Yeah, it's good choice.
Yeah, I was always interested in this. God Country is great. I'm curious to see how Donny Cates does writing a screenplay. It's very different discipline. So I like the talent, so I can't be anything but excited at this point.
Crazy.
I think he's more self-aware of the transition and what is valuable in film versus what is valuable in a comic or a book than J.K. Rowling is. So I trust it's going to go relatively smooth. I also think he's open to guidance from people who know better about writing a script.
Oh, I'm sure because like producers are always involved in stuff.
So he's not going to be like, ignoring notes, that kind of thing.
He's probably got a few script doctors' phone numbers, and he's like talking to them like, "Hey,
Donnie, my phone's always open."
Script doctor.
Just letting you know.
This movie's really happening. That's really cool, man.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah.
The only news about Aquaman that I have is that it has a title, and I really like it. Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom.
Sweet.
Sick.
Indiana Jones, baby. Let's do it.
Yeah, I love the and the titles. Give me more of that.
100%.
And then She-Hulk has cast Jamila Jamil from The Good Place as an undisclosed character at this point.
Love it. I thought she was a villain.
Everyone's a
she's a villain. She's a villain.
Titania, who is in Immortal Hulk as a hero. People are wondering, does that mean her husband Crusher Creel is going to show up? I'm like, no, because that guy was in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and they're not going to acknowledge that show.
Yeah, the report I saw was that she was playing Titania.
Yeah.
I just saw villain, but maybe it has been confirmed or speculation, whatever.
There are set photos where she's wearing some wacky outfit that looks very Titania-ish, so I'm assuming
Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm excited.
That's just oh my god, Marvel stuff.
That actor's really great.
So funny.
So I'm happy to see her come over to the universe, and the idea of her matching against Maslany is awesome.
Also growing inside.
Did you guys see the set photos with Mark Ruffalo? He's taking pictures of some of the cast and crew, and he's got like full mocap and dots and things.
He's Professor Hulk in this. I'm assuming.
Yeah, and I'm looking at this. I'm like, man, we're about to get a show that is going to have a fully CGI character for all 6 episodes potentially.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, now we are in what happened this week, which was the first ever Netflix Geeked Week. This is a Twitter event that Netflix put out. So we're going to get into it. In
conjunction with E3 in a way, because a lot of the video game stuff got like TV stuff.
Yeah. E3 and the Summer Game Fest all happened this week, as well as this.
We'll get to them.
So we'll get to them. But first, we're going to start with this. I did accidentally put the trailers from day 1 in our trailer section, so we'll wait to talk about those. I didn't want to have to piece them out again.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll just skip to day 2, which was anime. No. I don't know what day 2 was, but it was something. Anyway, day 2 announced that Cowboy Bebop will be airing sometime this fall, the live-action adaptation of Cowboy Bebop, as well as surprising everyone with the confirmation that Yoko Kanno, who is the composer for the anime, he is returning to compose the live-action series.
Yeah, that's great.
They released a little video with the cast and like what they look like in the show.
Yeah.
Like confirming that he was coming back to do the music. Another one of those situations like, oh my god, I can't believe this is real. Like it's just like, and they got like John Cho is such a good, like I'm so glad it's not just like a white guy. Like it's like everything that I've seen like makes me believe in the show, especially the music. The music is so important to Cowboy Bebop. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's a really great thing.
I'm so jazzed. I'm so jazzed.
Very excited. And Sandman released a behind the scenes look. Did anybody watch this?
Yes, I did.
See that one.
looks great. I really like the look of the show.
It's hella expensive.
I am not worried.
They are, yeah. Like the thing about Sandman is that's one of those comics where it's like this is like one of the unfilmable things because it's all about ethereal shit, like being immortal and talking about death and souls and stuff, right? So it's a lot of just like almost stuff you can imagine in your brain, like a novel. Except comics, you can obviously draw it.
Yeah.
They're really putting the budget behind it. Like holy shit, like big, huge sets.
Yeah.
So like, thank God. Everyone looks great. Neil Gaiman's super involved. He's happy about it. I'm happy about it.
They are filming now, which means this might be. He said it's coming out next year, beginning of next year.
I'm assuming like in a year from now, probably.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm super stoked for that show. Even though I haven't read the comic, I love Neil Gaiman. I'm going to totally pick up the comic soon.
Oh yeah.
Day 3 was all about, I'm assuming, TV because they talked about Stranger Things. Stranger Things announced that they have added 4 new cast members. Amy Beth McNulty, who is currently starring in Anne with an E, which is another Netflix show, who has been cast as Vicky, a cool, fast-talking band nerd who catches the eye of one of our beloved heroes.
Ooh.
Miles Truitt has been cast as Patrick, a Hawkins basketball star who has friends, talent, and a good life until shocking events send his life spiraling out of control.
Spiral.
Regina Ting Chen, that'd be a crazy crossover. Regina Ting Chen will play Miss Kelly, a popular guidance counselor who cares deeply for her students, especially those struggling the most. And Grace Van Dien has been cast as Chrissy. I don't know if she's related to Casper Van Dien. I hope so. Has been cast as Hawkins high school lead cheerleader and the most popular girl in school, but beneath the seemingly perfect surface lies a dark secret. Cool.
Those are all characters in a show.
They are definitely all characters in a show.
The dark secret is she loves playing Dungeons and Dragons.
And
it's a lot of ladies. It sounds like a lot of people getting smitten.
Yes.
And they also announced a 6-part scripted podcast called Rebel Robin, Surviving Hawkins, which will be a companion piece to the upcoming book, Stranger Things Rebel Robin. This will star Maya Hawke, who plays the character Robin. She will return to the character in the scripted podcast, which will start on June 29th, and she is also joined by Sean Mayer, who, as you know, from Serenity.
Brandon.
Me.
Casper Van Dien has 2 children, a son and a daughter, and her name is Grace Van Dien.
Yay!
Huh.
Look at that. The family legacy continues.
Good for the Van Dien family.
Oh my God. He could be Johnny Cage and she could be Cassie Cage, who is his daughter in the games.
Do it.
Oh, do it.
Do it. Yeah, I heard a little bit of this. They released a bit of a trailer. Sounds really cool. I'm actually really interested in this.
Rebel Robin.
I like this character and this actress.
Yeah.
Yeah, the no like plot stuff was released. And then the trailer, we've come to our first trailer of the night. Fear Street Trilogy released a full trailer.
I thought this was a Shudder thing until it said Netflix, because this is a really cool thing to do.
Did I miss this one? I think I missed.
It was up in the news. Don't worry about it, Ben.
It's fine.
I told you to bounce. I told you had to go all around.
No, the thing is, I was going all around, so I totally missed this one. Damn it,
Ben. We watched like 30 trailers. Trust me, you're probably good.
Plenty of people can talk without you, but it looks really cool. It basically, the plot is Ben. It's 3 movies, feature-length films that each go from 1994 to 1970 something, and then 1666, and it's about this town being haunted.
It's
1606.
1606?
No, it's 1666 because it's 666, the mark of the beast. It's 1666.
Pretty sure it was 1606, but okay.
We have the internet. We can check it out.
You know what?
It is a 1600s era.
Yeah.
You know what? I didn't see the whole trailer, but I have seen clips of it, so I know it's like trying to go every year with a 6 in it. So, all right.
Speaking of Stranger Things, Max from Stranger Things is in this, in one of them.
Yeah, I noticed that too. And then she grows up to be Britta.
And so yeah, it looks like she grows up to be Britta from Community. Sparks, were you about to say something?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought you look like you're about to. This is based on an R.L. Stine book. Really into this.
So yeah, this looks way more mature than like a typical R.L. Stine book. So I asked like him and Megan, and like they're like, no,
1666.
Yeah. in like this, like they definitely matured it up from being like for kids. It's like more like young adults.
I love the look of these monsters.
Yeah.
They looked really cool. I really enjoyed this. Surprisingly so. I'm excited. It's coming out in July.
Oh, no. Actually,
July, my favorite time for Halloween.
Yeah. Okay, day 4 was all about anime, it looks like. And the first thing they showed was the Masters of the Universe trailer.
Oh, I forgot to watch this one. Oops.
Holy shit.
I was gonna watch it right
am
now.
excited for this one.
Legitimately looks great. I was stoked. I was pumped watching this trailer.
The animation looks really good. The only criticism I have is that
I'm gonna watch it right now.
I like Mark Hamill a lot. I don't know if he's the right voice for Skeletor.
Yeah, I could see that.
Funny,
I've never seen He-Man before, so.
But you've heard Skeletor's voice.
I remember I watched a little bit of the 2004 revival in front of that came on after Transformers Armada, so I watched a little bit of that. But I remember I showed the trailer to Fanny, and the second she heard Skeletor, she's like, "Of course, it's Mark Hamill." To be honest, I actually kind of dig Mark Hamill as Skeletor. I mean, I watched this trailer like 5 times.
Let me be clear. Like, I'm not saying thank you. You know what?
Hey,
There's
guys.
another trailer that had to holding out for a hero, and that was the thing I was trying to remember.
2 holding out for heroes in one day, baby. One, animation looks incredible. Awesome. It's saying after 40 years they're back. That is He-Man 2000's Erasure. That He-Man show was fine. It's not been 40 years. It's been like 20 years. Come on, Kevin Smith. Respect.
Well, he said it's a direct sequel to the original show.
No, I know, but it's just Erasure.
I'm not saying like Mark Hamill will be bad. Of course not. I just
Who is he, Skeletor?
He's Skeletor.
Okay, fine.
Which is it's
Joker.
very clearly his Mark Hamill,
Yeah.
like what you usually hear him do when he's doing voice acting. And I'm like, I kind of wish we had someone who was trying to capture classic Skeletor. Yeah. Like you're just not going to get that same energy.
No, I feel ya. Looks sick though.
It looks awesome. I'm so
Yeah.
stoked. Mag says,
and
90s.
Was there another show that I missed?
There's a 90s show?
I remember the one that aired on Toonami with Transformers.
I haven't seen any He-Man property ever. And this looks awesome, and I was super pumped watching this.
I know of He-Man comes through memes and Robot Chicken.
Oh, this looks awful. Yeah, he's right. The Adventures of He-Man was a 90s show with a whole different look to it.
No, thank you.
It looks like
No.
the X-Men. Oh,
No.
man, thank you for letting me down this rabbit hole.
Excuse me.
Oh no.
Like-
Skeletor's ugly. Ew.
It's like Looney Tunes Extreme or whatever. That one show that.
It's like weird.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
What
No,
is
thank
Skeletor like half Punisher or something?
Yeah, I look like it.
Anyway, I'm super stoked for this. I was surprised at how excited I was for the show. I think the animation looks incredible. There's a bit where Skeletor like makes a bigger portal, puts his fist through the portal, and makes a bigger fist come out of He-Man. I'm like, yes, do
That's
this.
Hella cool.
Yeah. It looks great.
All right.
I'm on board. I'm gonna be watching some He-Man. It's gonna be
Eden's Zero.
Anime. This was an anime.
Oh
And
yeah,
definitely
I
watched
guess
the trailer.
This is based off a book that people like. I'm not familiar, so
Skip it. Shaman King?
I watched that today and I already forgot about it.
Yeah, me too. Shaman King?
yeah.
Okay. There's one.
Guys, there was a Shaman King anime, and it really sucked here in the States because this was the 4Kids era, so they like botched that hardcore. But also, it just wasn't very good in general, and it didn't get enough clamor, so it didn't get very far. This anime actually came out. Ben, I am talking. This anime came out earlier in Japan a few months ago, and it's been received really well. So now it's coming stateside with a dub. I love it. The look
This
looks
looks really
so
cool.
good.
It looks good, yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Okay,
Alright.
what did you want to say, Ben?
I was gonna say the manga was pretty good.
No,
The manga is
Ben.
pretty good, and this looks like this is finally going to be doing justice to that. So I'm happy.
Cool. Look, yeah.
You
Look
know what?
nice.
Just because of that, we're going to skip the next bit of news and just
Is
go
it?
down to. No, I'm kidding. It's Mobile Suit Gundam Hathaway. A new Gundam series is coming to Netflix.
It's so
it's already
cool.
Oh no, nobody likes Gundam on this show, so I think we should skip it.
Right, sorry.
It's so cool that Anne Hathaway's next project is involved in Gundam.
I love you guys.
Thanks.
This looks better than most Netflix anime, so that's good.
The human animation is really good.
It looks like they're trying to recreate the style of the older character models, but let them look newer. But they're not like going hard and modernizing the look of the characters.
Yeah, that's actually one of the things I was going to point out when I was watching this trailer. The mobile suits, because if you've seen Mobile Suit Gundam Unicorn and Gundam The Origin, they're definitely doing a lot more CG fights with the mobile suits. Mm-hmm. Which the CG fight scenes with the robots, cool. I'm glad they're still sticking with 2D drawings when they evolve the human characters. When I first saw it, I was kind of on the human animation, but then I was like, oh wait, no, that looks like the original anime did. So then the more I watched it, like the more I got used to it. So new Gundam is coming out. You guys know me. I'm excited. Yay.
Yeah.
Can I say something real quickly? The new Sailor Moon movie is on Netflix, and it says Sailor Moon the movie, or whatever the subtitle is, Sailor Moon the subtitle of the movie. And then when you go there, it says watch part 1 of 2. I'm like, that's not a movie.
It's 2 movies.
No, but it's not listed as... It's weird. I don't know.
What's Fear Street?
A trilogy.
No, but that's not going to be in the same... Whatever. I thought that was weird. Twilight of the Gods is coming out. We know this already. This is the J. Olivia Zack Snyder anime based on Norse mythology.
What was it called? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Twilight of the Gods.
Twilight of Gods. Got it. Okay.
So this has announced its cast. Sylvia Hoeks will play Sigrid. Stuart Martin as Leaf. Philo that's the word. Asbach. So I'm sorry. As Thor. I apologize. It's an A and an E. The two that's together. The A and the E that's together. I don't know what that sound is.
It depends on the origin of the name.
John Noble will play Odin.
Nice.
Patterson Joseph will play Loki. Raul Coley, who hosted Geeked Week, from he's an iZombie and Bly Manor, will play Egil. Jamie Clayton will play the Seed Kona, I think. Sorry. Christopher Hivju. Hivju.
Sure.
As Andvari. Peter Stormare as Ulfer. Jamie Chung as Hel. Lauren Cohen as Ing.
Oh.
And Corey Stoll as Hrafnical.
Yeah, you got it.
Norse names are hard.
This is cool, and it seems like a lot of those people are actually like Nordic and they're like Nordic actors, which I always appreciate. Something again like watching like The Last Kingdom or Vikings, like that really helps like make it like feel appropriate.
Right.
That's cool, and like Jamie Chung as Hell, like that's cool. Like, and this is animated. You said right?
It's an anime.
This is awesome. Cool.
Yeah.
Sure. Let's see what the Snides can do with some like
Animation.
anime. Yeah. I mean, like we got the Gahul, but like we'll see
One of his best things.
Yeah.
This will be his first time into anime. It feels like his trajectory is always coming this direction.
I mean, he is like big bombast, so like anime seems perfect for him. Yeah.
Also, Army of the Dead is getting a prequel. That's an anime also, as well as a movie. So
that's a good point. You're right.
We did hear a bit about Army of the Dead, but it wasn't too substantial. We just know that they're hoping that Army of Thieves, which is the prequel, will come out later this year.
Mm-hmm.
And that's directed by the guy who plays the safecracker.
Dieter, the blonde guy. Yeah, that's cool. He's like an actual filmmaker and stuff. That's neat.
All right, day 5 is all dedicated to video games, which I won't hold this against them because The Witcher does have a video game, but is based off a book. The series is.
It's true.
The Witcher Season 2 had a small teaser.
Very small teaser.
First look of Cersei.
Yep.
And then kind of the big news was that the WitcherCon was announced. CD Projekt Red and Netflix have teamed up for this convention, the WitcherCon.
Is it this year?
Yeah, it'll be this year, and we'll not announce a new game, but we'll show the Season 2 trailer.
There's no way there'd be a new Witcher game because they're still working on Cyberpunk.
Yeah. They had to like clarify no new game.
Yeah.
Did they say where it was going to happen?
On the internet.
Oh, okay, virtual. Got it.
Yeah, we're not getting in-person convention until at least November, if we get one at all this year.
Yeah.
They also announced a bit more about the Castlevania spin-off. We don't know the title, but Adi Shankar is working on it. Is hard at work currently, and it will be about Richter Belmont, who is the son of
Ooh.
Trevor Belmont and Saifa Belnades, which will be set during the 1792 French Revolution.
Sweet.
So not that it matters or anything, because like the game and the anime are different. Richter is not the son of Trevor. I'm pretty sure there's like hundreds of years between them, but it doesn't really matter because they're just getting to Symphony of the Night, which is the greatest Castlevania game of all time. So they're just getting to the greatest Castlevania stuff instead of like, oh, we don't want to wait 7 seasons. Let's just get to it now. So that's why the spinoff, like, this is great. This is like the best area of Castlevania coming up, I think. So super stoked.
Oh, yeah, there you go. And we'll see how long that goes. But apparently the Castlevania future is bright after Warren Ellis. Thank goodness.
That's good.
We don't know that he's not involved with this. That's what worries me. They haven't officially said it.
I guess that's true. We did assume that they canceled Castlevania because of him.
We assume that, and I want to believe that it is the case. But because people online were saying they never officially said it. So
that's true.
I'm keeping my fingers crossed on that one.
Yeah. Well, as long as the title card doesn't say written by Warren Ellis, I think it'll be okay.
He isn't the creator of it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then Adi Shankar also announced something else he's doing, which I think is actually the third thing, because he's working on a
Devil May Cry
anime. Now he's working on a third anime called Captain Laserhawk, a Blood Dragon remix.
Jeez.
This will be also for Netflix. It's going to be a 6-episode adaptation of the Far Cry 3 expansion Blood Dragon.
So this is super wild because Far Cry 3 is like a regular like realistic game, a video game realistic where you're on an island like shooting fools, and then Blood Dragon is a neo cyberpunk game where there are like laser dragons on this island, and it's a fake 80s game that stars Michael Biehn as the main character.
Cool.
And he's Captain Laserhawk or whatever, and they're turning that into a show. That's awesome because that's like the coolest Far Cry thing that's ever been made, and they're not just gonna make a boring Far Cry; they're gonna make the coolest Far Cry. So this is awesome news. Is this animated or live action?
It's anime.
Okay, that's even better. You're gonna have like laser dragons. That's awesome.
It will. Apparently, there's also another Far Cry anime in the works, but unrelated to this.
That's exciting.
This will be a part of a shared universe of Ubisoft properties.
Oh.
And they're comparing it to the Nintendo mashup Captain N, the Game Master. Which I don't know what that means.
That's not good.
I mean, it's like a Smash Brothers combining a bunch of things, but that's like not the one you want to go to. Hey guys, this is like a Dark Universe approaching thing.
No, okay, if I can describe one word, Captain N, one word, it is bad.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's the one word because we don't have time.
No, we don't.
Cuphead. The first clip for Cuphead was released, and they also announced that Wayne Brady will play the villain King Dice.
Yeah, that animation looks really good, to the surprise of no one. That animation looks really good.
Yeah.
I'm ready to watch that show.
If it wasn't that, I think people would be mad.
I'm excited that Wayne Brady's King Dice.
Resident Evil. They also did the first couple minutes of Resident Evil Infinite, but we don't have to talk about that.
No, I didn't watch it.
But they did announce the live-action Resident Evil cast. As we know, there are 3 Resident Evil adaptations in the work, and one of them is this live-action show coming to Netflix. They've cast Ella Balinska, Tamara Smart, Sienna Agudong, Adeline Rudolph, Paula, I'm going to say Paula Nunez, and Lance Reddick as the only person we know who he's playing. He'll be Albert Wesker. That's
such good casting. That's so good. This is the one that the Resident Evil fans are the most worried about because, especially with this casting, and it's not like casting a bunch of ladies and is like the problem, but it feels like this is like going to be like the CW the Resident Evil movie where it's like a lot of like the family drama and not like the stuff people like care about in the lore. But I'm like, I got Lance Reddick as Wesker. That dude's perfect for like being like the sleazy cool voice guy as like the bad guy. This is awesome. I just need to see more of what this one is because this one's the weirdest one with like a bunch of different kids and stuff.
Yeah, it's the one that takes place in the past and the future. About these kids growing up as children in Raccoon City. Yeah, I'm interested in all the Resident Evil properties because they're also vastly different.
Yeah,
and so we'll see.
Yep, Lance Reddick rules though. It's cool.
Sparks, did you want to add anything to this?
No, not really.
And then League of Legends Arcane, the new anime coming to Netflix, released a bit of a clip, and they also said that this series will focus on several characters from the utopian world of Piltover.
I'm sure it'll be great.
Yeah,
I mean,
I love the animation.
You watched the Dota Dragon's Blood, so like, again, this is gonna be another weirdly multiplayer only game and no lore, getting a bunch of cool anime. So that's cool.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I really like the animation in this. Honestly, I did watch this clip. I'm excited.
Cool.
So miscellaneous news, real quickly. The Munsters is getting a reboot with Rob Zombie.
Oh my god, I'm so ready to burn through the witches and dig through the dishes.
It's really
slam
funny.
The back of my Dragula.
It's really funny that Brian Fuller's right after this, because Brian Fuller had that Munsters reboot that didn't take off.
Oh, that pilot.
Yeah.
I think was really what you want to see of a new version of the Munsters was what he was doing there.
Yeah.
Not that I like most of what Rob Zombie's put out. Not all of it, but most of it.
I have a feeling this is not going to be traditional Rob Zombie. I think he's gonna. I still think it'll be like weird and dark, but I think it'll be lighter in tone. Like I think he loves the Munsters. So I think he won't do like what he did with Halloween. I think he will.
No, I don't think he will.
I think it will be like a PG-13. I don't think it'll be a hard R. And I think that'd be a cool challenge for him too.
I'm definitely intrigued by what his interpretation of this is going to be.
Yeah, I wonder what his pitch was, because it obviously was good and then it worked.
I'm still bummed the Brian Fuller one didn't get picked up.
Yeah.
Must have not been good though. Then obviously, like if it didn't get picked up,
they released it as a
good pilot.
Oh really?
Oh yeah, no, it's a great pilot.
Dang.
It just did not get the audience.
They released it as like a movie.
Well, actually, it's not even that. Sorry, it's not even that it got the audience. It's just the studio saw it and they said, "No, I don't think so." And it's a really good pilot, like because they decided to air that like a year later for Halloween, a year later after they passed on it, just as like a Munsters special thing, and like that was Ellen DeGeneres' wife,
Portia de Rossi.
Thank you, playing the matriarch.
Oh yeah, okay.
And Izzard as the patriarch. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And they were so the vibe for that show, and Brian Fuller bringing his best like kind of weird pushing daisies aesthetic stuff to it. It really clicks. Like if you can find it, I highly recommend watching it. It's really, really fun
on YouTube,
and it definitely like would have been a turn in television. I think that we just totally missed out on, which is a bummer. Anyway. Brian Fuller's working on another thing.
Important thing to note: it's not called the Munsters. What Brian Fuller did,
it's called Mockingbird
Lane.
Lane, yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember the trailer for that.
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
Okay, yeah.
As Sparks alluded to, Christine, Ben, this is for you. A new adaptation of the Stephen King book Christine is being directed by Brian Fuller.
This is awesome.
For Blumhouse and Sony Pictures.
This is awesome. I haven't read Christine, but Christine is an awesome movie.
It's and it has right?
Yeah, it has some of the coolest effects where you see a car get into a car crash and then it reforms itself, but practically. Because CGI didn't exist. Yeah, it's really cool. And now it's probably just going to be a big CG movie. But
I don't know. It's Brian Fuller, so it could go either way.
I hope so. I really hope so. But yeah, like this.
I tune in for anything he makes. So
it's true. Yeah. This is really cool news. Yeah.
Is this his first feature? I forgot to check.
After his Doctor Doom movie. That's Noah Wiley. Never mind.
Noah Hawley.
Noah Hawley. Yeah.
I'm not sure. I definitely don't think it's his first feature in general, but it might be the first one he's spearheading alone.
Maybe. You put this in here, Sparks. I'm assuming Full Metal Alchemist.
Yeah, I just caught on to this, and this is only important because so we don't really know what it is yet. There's an announcement coming on July 12th. The important part of this is that Hiromu Arakawa is revealing a new project tied to Full Metal Alchemist to celebrate the 20th anniversary. The 20th anniversary is going to hit on July 12th, which is when they're making the announcement. I would not care, except Arakawa, who created Full Metal Alchemist, is involved. And that has me excited because she hasn't stepped back into the world of Full Metal Alchemist since she finished the series.
That's cool.
So
that's really exciting.
I'm very pumped. I'm very curious what she's going to announce, what she's going to do. Because as long as she's attached, I'm there.
Yeah.
We don't know if this is an anime or a manga project that she's associated with. So we have no idea. It could be a manga special series or something. It could be a film. I have no clue. No one does.
Well, we will find out July 12th, right?
July 12th. Yeah.
All right.
Also, Full Metal Alchemist is 20 years old, so feel that one, guys.
I remember when that started. The Lord of the Rings, The War of the Rohirrim, as a new feature-length animated movie that will be directed by Ghost in the Shell standalone complex director Kenji Kamiyama. This will act as a companion piece to the 6 live-action films. This is not book continuity. This is New Line Cinema movie continuity. And the animation is being done by... Hey, Ryan, how would you say the animation in that Starship Troopers movie was?
Oh, no.
It's them.
I mean, it's... Oh, boy.
You have to imagine they have more money.
They have to have more money because those humans look awful.
Yeah.
They look like 2005 video game. They got a bigger budget, I like to imagine.
Sola Entertainment is the studio that does the animation for those Starship Troopers movies. So they did both of them. And they are doing this movie.
Let's hope it's better.
Hey, Kenji Kamiyama there is reason to be excited.
And if it doesn't look the best, but has a really good story and script, I can probably get past it. Maybe.
Yeah. I'm really into going back to Middle Earth just in general, and in an animated format. I'm there.
I love that it's tying to Peter Jackson, and it's not because Amazon has a show that's in production right now. There's a big new Lord of the Rings thing happening, and it's cool that they're no, we're gonna know we got a property that we know works, so let's go back to those.
Yeah.
Ride to Ruin. Oh, it's gonna be sick.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. But I will now pass it over to Sparks and Ryan because we're at video games.
Guys, yeah, so we're going to talk about video games for a long time. So if you just want to talk about Sweet Tooth, go to that. Because otherwise, we have a bunch of trailers to talk about. Because E3 is here. It's Christmas for gamers, baby.
That's true. So we're going to jump into the Summer Game Fest. And a lot of these are going to be some quick mentions. And then we will discuss on things we want to discuss about. But otherwise, feel free to just oh, yeah. And we'll move on. Because there's a lot to do.
This is a curated list. We have a lot to talk about. This is a curated list. They're
cut down.
There's going to be also next week, literally hundreds of games to talk about that we just can't talk about now.
Yeah.
Among Us has a major expansion coming soon. That was announced. It's going to move things up to a 15-player lobby.
3
which is a big deal.
3 imposters.
And you can have 3 imposters, and there's a new map. This is all really great, especially for a game like that crew getting their game so praised years later and revived because of the pandemic and the stream is incredible.
Yep.
So good for them.
And now with crossplay and stuff, and it's coming to Xbox and PlayStation.
You get to play as new roles. There's a sheriff and a scientist.
Yes. Yeah. They're getting spicy.
They're getting they're making it very much. They're adding. It's basically you can play hide and go seek or werewolf, Ultimate Werewolf is what not that the game's already that, but now you can have a sheriff who can do things.
Yeah.
It's really cool. It's making more board games.
Rocket League is getting a Fast and Furious crossover for F9. It's coming out June 17th. If you play Rocket League, that's pretty cool. You get to have the Fast and Furious cars now. It's pretty dope.
Yeah.
Honestly, that will probably make me play it a little more.
I played the game when it came out at launch forever.
Fall Guys.
Play that? I'm sorry. Did anybody play video game? Did anybody play that Fast and Furious video game?
No.
It's apparently one of the worst games ever made.
However, Forza, I think, I don't remember which one, has a Fast and Furious DLC pack.
Free, too.
And that's fun.
Yeah.
I think Forza. Yeah.
So, Brandon, real quick, that Fast and Furious game, it is a full price game, and you can beat it in under 4 hours.
Oof.
Yeah,
it's wild. You should definitely look into people talking about how not good that is.
Yeah.
Fall Guys is getting a Nier Automata outfit coming June 18th for those who are interested.
Mm-hmm.
Back for Blood. The only thing I really want to get into, there's some great trailers out there. You should go check them out if you have an interest in this game. There was one 2 weeks ago that does a breakdown on the characters and some of the specials.
This is the Left 4 Dead spiritual sequel, but same developers.
And I highly recommend checking all that out. The important thing is that if you pre-order, you will get access to the open beta that starts August 5th, which is a whole 2 months before the game releases, because the game comes out October 12th. So you bet your butt I'm doing that.
And they did confirm already that there is the multiplayer where you can play as the zombies, which is always my favorite thing in those games.
There's a PvP.
Yeah.
Jurassic World Evolution 2 was announced.
You forgot Metal Slug.
I did it on purpose. Jurassic World Evolution 2 was announced. I guess that's going to be a thing. The only reason why I'm curious about it is because that is a park builder, except the park's destroyed, so I don't know what you're doing.
You're fixing it.
Death Stranding Director's Cut is coming.
What?
I said I like hearing Jeff Goldblum.
I mean, yeah, but you can also play that first game, and you'll still hear Jeff Goldblum.
It's just probably carrying him in the trailer. It's fine.
Sure.
Okay.
Death Stranding's getting a director's cut. We don't know a ton.
We don't know anything about it. There was a cute Metal Gear inspired trailer with Norman Reedus.
Right.
Yeah, until I know what's in that game, like it's probably just a port to PS5.
And Metal Slug Tactics, I do want to talk about. That's the one Brandon was trying to tell me I was skipping.
I would
never. I love the Metal Slug franchise. And while I have really enjoyed it, like you can play that on PC, you can play that on Switch. There are ways to play this.
They're everywhere.
PlayStation. I never really felt like I needed another Metal Slug because honestly, like there's 7. I don't need another Metal Slug game. It'll be the same. Like I've got that in variants all over the place. I'm happy.
They got it right.
However, take that same series, that same look, and make a tactics game. Oh baby, you have sold me.
They did it with Halo and Halo Wars. They did it with Gears and Gears Tactics. Final Fantasy Tactics. That's what you do.
Yeah.
If your franchise is dull, you make it a strategy game.
We have a lot of things we're going to talk about, and this might be my most anticipated, to be honest.
This definitely snuck up on me because I saw the trailer on this on 9gag, and I had to double check to make sure it was real.
Mm-hmm.
And holy crap, it is, and that makes me so stupid excited because there's another military tactics game called Advance Wars. That is an amazing game, an amazing franchise. They haven't done much of it because Fire Emblem is running away with it.
Yep.
But the fact that we're getting a new style tactics game with Metal Slug characters, gimme.
The sprites are incredibly faithful. The gameplay looks like it's going to be awesome. It's recreating that style, but in a whole new format. And the animation for the cinematic parts is gorgeous. And both our ladies have abs. Good for them.
Hell yeah.
I love it.
It looks like I've watched this trailer like 3 times. It looks like a Metal Slug side scroller, but a tactics game, and all the aesthetics are there when you would play Metal Slug. Instead of it being a run and gun shooter, it is a tactics you gotta think, and I'm all for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm pumped for this.
I'm buying the day one.
I will have that immediately.
If this thing, did they say that they're gonna make this a physical release as well as digital, or is it digital only?
I think it's digital, but I would not be shocked if we get a limited run.
If we get limited run, I'm buying it. I don't care.
I would honestly be shocked if we didn't get limited run for it.
Yeah.
They won't have announced it yet necessarily.
Well, they did for
no, I know, games, but like limited run sometimes gets some of these things like 6 months later that they end up announcing. So I mean, like it could happen, it could not happen. Who knows? Solar Ash has a new gameplay trailer. We talked about this a while ago when the first trailer came out. This game looks pretty good. It's a really nice art style. Solar Ash is like the kind of like it looks a little like Hyperlight Drifter, but the gameplay's a different design.
Jumped in.
It looks really nice. I recommend watching that trailer. Tiny Tina's Wonderlands had a trailer. The trailer is not super important beyond letting us know about the voice cast, which contains Andy Samberg, Wanda Sykes, Will Arnett, and Ashley Birch. Ryan, you really want to say something?
Yeah, well, I mean, it is. If you like Borderlands, it is important because this is they're getting away from Borderlands and are taking it into the fantasy elements. Like Borderlands is a sci-fi like futuristic shooter, and they're turning it into a D&D game because that's what the DLC for Borderlands 2 is. Tiny Tina's like something. It's Tiny Tina's Adventure or whatever. But she is the dungeon master, and you go into like this board game and you play a D&D game with her in the Borderlands setting. So they're just turning that whole thing into a game, which is awesome. Like the gameplay for Borderlands is so fun. I actually just bought Borderlands 3 on sale on my PS5. I bought it on my PC last year when it was on sale. So now I bought it again, but now I bought it for full price totally with all the DLC and stuff because I really want to play it on my PS5. It's great. It's so much fun. I just want to fight a dragon. And that game, like, it looks so fun. And, like, I love the art style. I just want to hear Andy Samberg talk. Borderlands is literally, like, the only thing Gearbox has going for them. So, like, it makes sense that they keep pumping out these games. This one looks cool.
Yeah. Fantasy Borderlands.
Yeah, it is. Yes, and they also talked about the movie a little bit. We didn't really see anything, though.
Yeah.
Dark Pictures anthology House of Ashes was announced. This is the third Dark Pictures anthology piece. Did you guys watch this one? Did you have a chance?
I did.
Okay, yeah. This is a series like I haven't been able to dive into yet, but I keep wanting to, and each one looks unique and different and solid. And I hear that they all work pretty well for what they are. These always come out around $30, which I think is a reasonable price for what these games are doing. These are from the Until Dawn team, if you're familiar with that game.
Great game.
This is one that has a narrative-based gameplay, but it's also got the opportunity for what's like, I think it's called like popcorn mode or something, which is where a group can work together to make the decisions, and it's a gameplay designed around a group functioning together.
The Telltale games.
So it's something that I'd really like for us to do sometime for a stream.
Oh yeah.
I'm really excited about this one. I like the look of the creatures, and I like the setup of the story going into the cave. So, Tales of Arise had a trailer.
Which one was this? There's so many.
It's an anime one. Don't worry about it.
It's an anime one. I mostly put this one for Ben and Ryan.
This of all the anime games that I watched, this is probably the one with the best art style. This game looked. It has like it has like the cel shaded like anime look that modern games do, but like there's just something about it that stuck out to me, and I'm like, oh, this looks sick, and like I play one of these every couple of years, and like I'll probably play this one.
Unfortunately, I missed this trailer, but I know it's coming out, so I'm like, cool, another Tales game.
They make a lot of them.
Planet of Lana, I just want to mention real quick. It's just a sick indie. I like the look of it personally.
You got a little monster with you.
If you're interested in it, you should go watch that trailer. That's all. Monster Hunter Stories.
I was gonna say I also watched the Planet of Lana. It's all hand drawn or hand painted like Cuphead was. Art style's really good. There's not a whole lot shown, but it looks interesting, and I am actually it piqued my interest.
I'm a sucker for creative art styles in indie games, and you will at least get me to talk about the art. And Planet of Lana is one of those. Monster Hunter Stories 2: Wings of Ruin had a trailer. Just wanted to give it a quick mention. If you like that avenue of the Monster Hunter games, it looks like it's going to be a solid entry of that.
More narrative, less gameplay. That's why I'm not interested.
Right. So that's there. Tribes of Midgar had a trailer. This looks pretty interesting. This is an RTS style Norse mythology game. It is getting some decent buzz. I'm definitely curious to see how this one rolls out. I'm not 100% sold by the art style. I'm not against it, but I'm not 100% sold on it either. So the gameplay is going to have to be pretty good as well. I'm not going to play this just for the art. But I am intrigued by the setup of it, and certainly that it's so Norse mythology dense. Evil Dead the game had a trailer released, and it's weird because this is a pretty long trailer, and we still don't really know how this game plays. Ryan and I are unsure if this is a Dead by Daylight or a Left 4 Dead.
I think it's a mix of both.
And it seems like it might be a mix of both, but it's very confusing.
Well, you can play as... I thought it's like you could play as four characters, and then you could have a fifth play the Kandarian demon, and then you just have like zombie hordes to fight off.
Yeah, this is what we mean by like we're not sure if it's supposed to be like Left 4 Dead or Dead by Daylight.
I was trying to save face because I realized that as I was describing it.
Yeah.
I was just describing exactly what you said.
Right. No, I get you. The character model designs look great. I like that they're pulling stuff from the show.
Yeah.
And all across, and seeing Bruce Campbell be able to come back and voice Bad Ash's.
I love Evil Ash. It's my favorite Evil Dead character.
That I won't lie. Like him showing up in the game kind of put me over on the like. I will probably play this at some point if it's on Game Pass, especially, or if it's cheap.
I don't know if I definitely won't. This trailer sold me less on it because, like, again, it's a game. I want to be the gameplay is what matters, and like, it didn't. It looked kind of just like you punch a guy a couple times and you shoot him, and then you do that. It seems very like slow and kind of slow pace, and I'm like, it didn't really sell me. Like Left 4 Dead's so much faster. Like I got Back for Blood, and I got all these other games that are like this. Like they seem very slow.
Like I like Evil Dead a lot. I don't know if I like it enough to like.
It's like
put a lot of time into this, unless it's got something going for it.
It's like the Friday the 13th game. Like the game had a cool idea, but it wasn't good enough to have that just be the game.
Right.
So I'm wondering.
I will say that honestly, this actually got me more excited for it.
Cool.
That's
primarily because of all the characters we're seeing in this. To me, I'm not a gamer, so I'm sorry if I seem a little ignorant. It It does look fun to me. I really like the idea of playing characters from all the Evil Dead movies, including a knight from the third, and like the idea that you can summon you can finish the game by summoning this magical portal. It sounds really cool. I wish we had seen a bit more of that, but
that's why
I'm interested.
I think it's going to be it is going to be more like Left 4 Dead, whereas you have objectives that you have to do and you progress through them instead of just.
I think that's what's up.
Instead of you just do one thing.
I will probably be more engaged with this if the multiplayer plays well.
If it's on Game Pass, I'll play it. And
then if I'm playing in a group, I'll probably have a good time with it. It's at this moment, it's a hard game for me to see myself playing by myself.
Considering there's so many other games that do this kind of thing, it's hard to choose.
I'm only looking at it as something that I would play with my friends.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. No. I 100%. That's
what I'm saying. But we got
there's a good chance that there's enough there for me.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Because there's enough of these out now.
What I mean is we have Back 4 Blood, and there's 2 other games we'll talk about that are multiplayer focused. And I'm like, if I have 5 games to choose from, I don't know if Evil Dead's going to be the one.
And then we already do Dead by Daylight.
That's what I mean. We already have so many games. I don't know if it'll meet the cut.
We'll see. I agree with you, Brandon. I do like the character appearances and the models and things like that.
I love Evil Dead.
I like seeing the Evil Dead, the series characters.
Mm-hmm.
Me too. The creatures in particular. Elden Ring. So we'll take a decent chunk of time. Let's talk about Elden Ring, which finally released a trailer. Ben didn't like it, but the rest of us did, I think. So let's definitely dive into that.
Did Ben really not like it?
No, he liked it.
Ben, you're a somewhat recent convert of the Souls franchise. So
I have been converted to the glory that is from Software Soulsborne series, and by God, this thing is all I want.
The creativity and the imagination and just the balls to the wall nonsense of a dragon summoning a lightning and then smashing it into the ground. It's the coolest thing I've ever seen in a video game. That's a boss fight that we're going to get to play. And I'm like, oh my God, January, please.
Seeing that giant multi-armed lord with that big ass axe smashing you, telling you to be gone, is just give me
the Souls franchise. They have the coolest bosses, the biggest and baddest enemies, and this continues.
It's what you come for.
It's what you come for. But the thing that's different about this game is they're the Souls games have some open world to them, but they are level based, they are mission based. They're just really long missions. This is an open world game, and they give you a mount. They give you a horse goat that can double jump in the air. You're riding around on this horse, double jumping, fighting this dragon. I'm like, this is the sickest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. I texted my brother when I saw this trailer. I tweeted at him, and he texted me and straight up said that he has never been this hyped for a game just by the trailer.
Yeah. I joked on Twitter that it gave me 2 years of my life back. This is not that any of these other games we're talking about are lazy or do anything, but just this game is on another level of everything is just so is effortlessly cool and fantastical.
It's really nice when a studio can deliver, usually does deliver, almost always, and
always, yeah.
and they show up and they're like, here's what's coming, and there's good reason to be excited for this.
Yeah.
I remember 2 years ago when this game was announced, and one of the big draws for this game was that some of the story was done by George R.R. Martin. And we're like, well, this game's not going to come out in 50 years because he's still describing that door that's in the second floor of the castle.
Ben, you've played the Souls game now, so you know that the Dark Souls games are not narratively driven. No. The narrative stuff is in the items and characters that you talk to, and you
all piece the narrative. Yeah, the narrative stuff you have to piece together through flavor text and many NPCs, and it's
So George's role in this is he is the story guy. He laid down the foundation of what the lore is, what the story is, what the characters are. But he is not writing every single piece of dialogue in this game, because that's not what any writer does in any video game. There's so many writers in video games that have to write thousands of minuscule pieces of dialogue just because what if the character talks to you 100 times? You have to have that dialogue ready, right? George did not write that. He gets paid too much money to write that. So he wrote the treatment and then he's gone. I'm sure he's been done with this for a long time, honestly. But his name's there, so that's gonna.
I was just saying that was the joke.
Okay,
that was the joke because he was part of it, and we still don't have Winds of Winter.
I remember. I remember when. First off, I want to say I really like the look of this. Cool.
I
I remember a book came out It was written by some dude, but the biggest name on it was George R. R. Martin, and right above it, in little tiny letters, said "edited by," and the cover was mostly covered with George R. R. Martin.
Yeah, that's Tom Clancy now too, because Tom Clancy, spoiler, he's been dead for several years now, but he's always the guy. Tom Clancy's book, but it was actually written by this person.
Yeah. Sorry, I just want to say that.
No, it's fine. Maybe this will finally be the gateway for Brandon into From Software.
It's definitely, just by making it open world, it's immediately more accessible than the Dark Souls games are, because those games they are somewhat obtuse, and you have to really like want to learn that game. So this is a little easier,
And it is. I don't know why, but while I was watching this, and you saw some of the scenes where your dad's like, "Oh, that's your you died" screen. Part of me is like, I know sometimes that might frustrate me, but at the same time, I'm up for the challenge. I'm like, all right, let's do this. And also, unlike Bloodborne, and I know there is magic in Dark Souls 3, but the magic of Dark Souls 3 was kind of This one, you have like a lightsaber, like a magic sword, and it's a magic tech that you're able to attack enemies with. I'm like, that's my kind of magic stuff.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Dark Souls is definitely more dark fantasy. This is kind of more traditional fantasy.
Yeah.
Which obviously it still has like big dudes in metal suits and stuff, but like it's definitely not as grim dark as the Souls universe.
Yeah. A lot of vibrant variants on display.
Big giant golden trees in the air.
Yeah.
I love the name that they give the protagonist, the Tarnished.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you got the Hunter in Bloodborne, you got the Ashen one in Dark Souls 3, and now you got the Tarnished. It's like, these are so cool.
Yeah, they really delivered on this trailer. I'm psyched. Even me.
January,
I'm
baby.
sitting here like, ooh, spicy.
Please,
I like it.
I'm in a raffle for PS5 right now, so please let me get that PS5, because once this comes out, it's a day one buy for me.
Oh, man.
Moving on to E3 proper. IGN. We'll start with IGN stuff.
Igen.
Blacktail. There was a trailer. This is a story about Baba Yaga, where you are playing Baba Yaga. And what's interesting about this is both that you are playing Baba Yaga, but also it's entirely a bow and arrow first-person shooter.
Oh.
So this is a really interesting looking game, and I'm kind of sold by both of those concepts, and I'm super intrigued. The trailer also makes me think that there's an amount of the children lying or like arguing about what your story is, and that changes the elements of the story as it happens to you, because like you got one kid who's like saying like, or it's bones, and it's like, yeah, but it's actually gingerbread, or it's toads and bats, or it's mushrooms. And so like one is playing something more favorable, and I think that's going to affect the story as it happens to you.
Yeah.
Cool.
I think. I don't know that. But I'm still just really interested. You don't get many shooters where it's just like, yeah, you just have a bow.
Yeah.
That makes me think it's probably going to be like super low budget.
Oh yeah,
it's like
a lower
game.
budget indie game for sure, but like it looks interesting.
Yeah.
And I love the attack on the story. Sorry Brandon, I kind of talked over you.
No, it's fine. I really like this. I like there's an element that the kids talking are Hansel and Gretel, because they mistaken they kind of make it that like the Baba Yaga is also the witch from the Hansel and Gretel story. It was cool. I liked it.
Yeah, I think that's supposed to be like a key part of it, that like it's people like getting the story wrong, but that's affecting her as she's going through it. We'll see.
Yeah.
I just want to mention real quick, Ollie Ollie World had a really nice trailer. If you're interested in this kind of thing, it's an indie game. It's a 2D skateboarding game. The art style is just really cool. It looks like
this is like
fun to play.
This is like the third game in the franchise.
Yeah. But this, I think that this just looks nice. This just looks like a nice thing. If this appeals to you, check it out. Bramble the Mountain King. What a tonal, weird trailer. You had my curiosity, and then you had my attention. This is a kid going on like a fairy tale adventure, but it's intercut throughout with the kid
murdering somebody
very brutally and bloodily. I don't know what this is going to be, but I'm super interested. This is Bramble the Mountain King. I'm definitely intrigued. They do have that solid moment where the kid's just hopping from lily pad to lily pad, and then like what looks like, just because of the sizing and the framing of it, like a titan, like a gross titan rises out of the swamp. And I'm like, man, I don't know, bro. Yeah. I'm very interested in what that's going to be. So check out that trailer.
2022.
This is just a quick mention. Tunic has a gameplay demo out. If you're aware of Tunic, it's very Legend of Zelda inspired. It's a cute looking little indie game.
Little fox.
Got some really great art to it. I highly recommend checking that out if that appeals to you. Another one, I'm mentioning this, Broken Pieces is a psychological thriller adventure game. I like the style of it. It's very, just trying to solve a mystery. It's very puzzle solving, but I just like the atmosphere that it's creating with its trailer. So I recommend checking that out. There's a kick-ass looking cinematic gameplay trailer that has both cinema and gameplay mixed in, telling a story for a horror game called Martha is Dead. That one looks creepy, something good for Ben to play on Halloween, freak him out.
Bro, we got like 2 years stacked.
Yeah. What's up, Ben?
Is Doki Doki Literature Club in your news?
No, it's not.
It is now.
That is getting a physical release with Doki Doki Literature Club Plus. For those of you who do not know, it is a psychological horror game that was on Steam and is now coming to consoles. And it is a horror game in the guise of a anime dating sim.
Yeah.
Have fun, boys.
I've played it. Wow.
It's fine if you want to bring that up. If you guys have anything like that, just a general note. If it's a plus or a game going to Game Pass or something like that, none of that went in the news. If it's a game that's already been released and it's getting like an update or something like that, that's not in this news tonight.
Okay.
You can mention it if it's something you want to mention. I'm not trying to say not that, but don't be expecting me to ever say it because I didn't do that. Anyway, Martha is Dead looks really good. If you're into horror games, I think this looks like it's going to be a nice one.
Mm-hmm.
Haunted Space. This had a trailer. I described this to Ryan as I think this looks like Solaris, which is a game that's been really popular for deep water exploration. It's just an ocean exploring game. This is that in space with like weird creatures.
You mean Subnautica? Because Solaris is a space game.
Subnautica is what I mean.
Yeah.
Subnautica, but in space, and you get to see these weird astral creatures, and you are building your own ship, and you can get involved in dogfights as you're traveling. Yeah,
it's a spaceship simulator, but spooky one.
It looks really nice.
Spooky squadrons.
Did either of you get to watch this one?
No, I didn't.
I
did watch this one. It didn't leave too much of an impression, though.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Spooky spaceship stuff. Yeah.
I'm definitely intrigued by Haunted Space. I'm going to keep an eye on it because if it's popping off, then that might be a cool one to check out.
2022.
I will say this. I will say I did really like the look of the enemies.
Yeah.
I will say that.
Yeah, absolutely. Subnautica is a really interesting game with how you come upon different creatures, and I hope that is the vibe that Haunted Space has about how you just kind of like. I kind of thought of like it was my immediate thought was like when they do Ghost Galaxy for Space Mountain.
Okay, I love that
creature, and I'm like, I feel like this is going to be a game of like you encountering things like that.
Yeah, I'm a big fan,
and I'm pretty into that. Coke had one. That's worth mentioning. It's called Dolmen. I didn't want you guys to watch the trailer or anything because I don't think the trailer is that important. It just shows you some of the visuals of it. I'm only interested in the fact that this is described as pulling from things of H.P. Lovecraft and H.R. Geiger together, but it's got a very Doom sensibility to it.
Yeah.
And the other interesting thing about it is players' mission is to save an alien species rather than fighting it off. So this might be a cool one, but honestly, we don't have enough information to know. The look of the creatures in it is cool.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the one that we heard about a couple years back that's inspired by H.R. Geiger?
No, that's
Scorn. This is a different one. This is a different one because it's a mix. There's some Geiger stuff, but it's not as obviously Geiger. There's different things.
It looks like Doom, but with aliens.
Got it.
Like Cthulhu aliens. Yeah.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
The developer did describe the experience as a hardcore game. We will find out later. On to Devolver. Trek to Yomi.
Ooh, baby.
This is the black and white samurai trailer.
Yeah. 2D.
Yeah. This looks awesome. This is how you do black and white for your samurai thing, where it actually matters and you're not just doing a filter.
Yep.
Scale. Ghost of Tsushima. You are called out.
Yeah.
Trek to Yomi looks great. This is 100% a game I'm going to play. It looks gorgeous.
The combat a lot of 2D games do this where it's like rock, paper, scissors, where like you have a high stance, medium stance, low stance, and like wherever you stab, like, oh, you'll defend if you both do a stab. So you have to like figure out where you're gonna stab someone. I love that kind of stuff. Love that.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Yeah, I love this. I think it looks incredible. Devolver kind of always is crushing it, so this isn't surprising. So we've got a couple we're going to run through here. Wizard with a Gun. Just a quick mention. This is it just has a really cool art style. This is very like a Western, but with wizards.
Ben, did you see this one?
No, I did not.
This one has literally Final Fantasy wizards, like with black faces with the colored eyes with guns.
Mhm.
That's what the aesthetic looks like.
And you are playing through in like a kind of Hades style look, but you are also sandbox building the arena as you play.
Yeah.
And it's a multiplayer. It's going to be interesting to hear the reception to this one, but the style of it is very appealing.
Yeah, it's a genre mixing a lot of different things. Looks cool.
Demon Throttle. This is an old school game, and when I say old school game, I mean this looks exactly like an old school game.
Did you see this one? Tell me you saw Demon Throttle. This one looks like the game came out.
Pop off. It's like 40 seconds. Pop on to and watch Demon Throttle.
Because like you're the only person who appreciate this because the game looks like it came out in like 1979. Like it's an old school game.
All right,
it looks awesome.
This one looks really good. It's gonna come to most consoles. I think.
Demon Throttle, and this is the one that has a physical release coming out.
Yes, it has a physical release when it comes out, which is going to be great. Crazy excited about that. Phantom Abyss. We'll talk about that real quick while Ben's doing.
Oh my god, I love Indiana Jones.
Phantom Abyss is one where you are doing a temple run. Did you get to watch this one, Brandon? Where they explain this?
This one.
So what happens?
Also, just says mention on it, so I didn't watch this one.
Fair enough. That's right. Because we were trying to cut it down. So I want to tell you what this is. So it's a first person. You're doing like a temple run exploration thing. Okay. It is procedurally generated. So when you die in this run, you will never do that same temple again.
Oh.
However, when you are doing the temple run, you will see phantoms of other players who have attempted and died.
Oh.
So there are like a dozen blue like ghosts doing the things, and you see how they died, and they can lead you to victory or they can lead you to defeat yourself.
Because at some point they all died.
Yeah.
So it could be like, oh, that helps me solve this puzzle, but also following them too long could lead you to death.
Also, only one person can complete each map. So when the map is finally beat by someone, the map goes away and you get like the trophy. Kind of like Fall Guys, you get a trophy. So there's going to be just like dozens of these maps available at all times. And then whenever somebody beats it, another one gets rotated in. It's a first person, just like Indiana Jones adventure game.
This is really cool. This sounds really cool.
Yeah.
So I saw the Demon Throttle trailer, and damn, that looks like a great 8-bit NES.
It's cool, right?
Hard gunner, because there are games like that for the NES that are stupid hard, and it looks just like that. It looks rad.
Yeah, it looks really great. I'm really glad you watched that because it's going to be right up your alley.
Oh yeah, it already is up my alley.
We're talking about Phantom Abyss. Phantom Abyss, just real quick for you, Ben, is a temple exploring game where the map is procedurally generated. You are seeing the phantoms of other players who have played it when they die, because if you die in the map, you never go back to that map, Ben. Yeah. So you die, you screw up, you move on to a different map. You don't get to try that one again.
Like Mario Maker, how when you die, you see how it's that.
Yeah.
It's like that.
Yeah.
Okay. That's cool.
And then once someone succeeds, then that map goes away forever.
Oh.
So it's a totally skill-based game.
Yeah.
That is a very interesting roguelike idea. I like it.
And then the last one we're going to talk about from Devolver is Death. Right? Yeah. Very checking this out. This one might be up your alley pretty hardcore, Brandon. It's like all the distilled down puzzle solving you love in Uncharted into a game.
Honestly, you know what we can like. It's technically a single player game, but it's multiplayer. We could all like do the same run of a thing to see who gets the best run, like of a temple. Like if we this could be a cool multiplayer like competitive thing.
Yeah.
I'm super into it.
That we're all just constantly trying to succeed where the others have failed. Yeah.
Let me see if I can.
That's
cool.
And there's like there's
a grappling hook thing. Yeah.
There's gods attached to the relics that will appear and
there's like
catch
like
you.
Legends of the Hidden Temple. There's like an Olmec who like tries to stop you at the end. Yeah.
Death's Door is the last one from Devolver we're going to talk about. Death's Door, you are a crow in this realm where death has stopped meaning anything, and so you take up the job of the Reaper, and
this
you go
is
to collect souls.
Like one of my favorite things that I've seen at the conference. You are a Grim Reaper crow with a sword, and crows like rule the universe.
It was in development before Hades released, but it looks a lot like Hades. Which is not a bad thing.
Yeah.
That's a great game. This is probably going to play great. The art style's beautiful.
Like a cool like it's got like black and white, but like some
this is another indie darling to watch out for. Devolver in general had a great conference. If you have the opportunity to watch a whole conference, Devolver's probably the one I would recommend first, because it's kind of all hits.
And also like they are the anti-establishment company. So like all of their E3 press conferences are literally making fun of E3, and it's like constant jokes, and like they say the F-bomb, and like they are super R-rated. And like the fact that they have this kind of conference every year where it's like they murder people on screen and like they just move on. It's like Devolver's the best. They're truly the best.
Yeah. We're going to move on to Ubisoft. They have Mario and Rabbids Spark of Hope. This is going to be a follow-up to the pretty darn successful crossover that they already did once before. Which is not surprising. That was received really well and surprisingly very fun to play.
Yeah, so the thing about that, so that first game was an XCOM game, and they're changing the gameplay of the sequel because they realize like there are some things we want to change, and it's kind of more like a like Final Fantasy 12, Ben, where like you move around and you use your actions. You have like a amount of points you can use on your meter. That's really cool. Instead of just shitting out a sequel, they're actually changing, and like that's really cool. And yeah, that game was super successful and really loved. This looks really cool.
I did watch this trailer. I like this a lot.
Nice.
This is the only time Mario's ever had a gun. It's so wild. Mario and Luigi are just shooting fools. It's so fun.
Yeah. Wait, can you say for sure he didn't have a gun in the Super Mario Bros. Movie?
I can't.
I mean, he had a water gun in Sunshine, but that's not.
Sunshine doesn't count, and technically, the gun he has when he's fighting off against King Koopa is the Super Scope from the NES. So,
there you go.
Don't give him the information. He would just have to sit on that until we ever watch that movie.
I'd have to sit on that.
Rainbow Six Extraction. I certainly didn't think we were going to talk about a Rainbow Six game, but Ryan made me watch this.
There's a lot of military shooters that I didn't expect to talk about this week, but here we are.
And this looks pretty surprising. This is very Left 4 Dead style, but you're fighting aliens.
So Rainbow Six Siege is a super popular tactical multiplayer game. It's 5v5. And like the thing about Rainbow Six is it's way more tactical than Call of Duty or Battlefield. Like you're looking around corners, you're ducking, you're proning, you get shot in the head once and you're dead. Like it's very like realistic, quote unquote. So they're taking the excellent gameplay of that and turning it into Left 4 Dead. But also you can play as the zombies like you do in Left 4 Dead. So like it's the great gameplay of like being super tactical and like having like precise tactical knowledge of the gun you're using, but also weird alien shit. So it's like a really cool genre mix that I just didn't think would ever happen. Fun fact, this game used to be called Rainbow Six Quarantine. In 2019, they renamed it. I wonder why.
Yeah.
So did you guys get to watch this one?
I skipped this one.
Unfortunately, I didn't see any of the Ubisoft ones.
That's a shame. There's a lot of good ones.
Yeah. Rainbow Six Extraction. I recommend you guys, if you're going to check out something from it later, check out the gameplay trailer, not the cinematic trailer. Go ahead and skim around that. It's like a 7-minute trailer, so just kind of jump around, get a feel for it. I think you guys will like it. It is very like Left 4 Dead, just with aliens, but it's got its own vibe. And like Ryan said, it's going to be a little more tactical than Left 4 Dead tends to be, or certainly what I think Back 4 Blood will be.
Because those games are very much just like blah, whereas like sometimes I want to be like, oh no, my skill actually matters sometimes.
The next one we're going to talk about, and again, like I didn't think we'd talk about this, but Ryan convinced me with the gameplay trailer, is Battlefield 2042. This is from the same team that made Battlefront 2.
Yep.
This is a all-out war. Are you trying to remind yourself if you watched this, Brandon?
No. Ben just said he didn't watch any of the Ubisoft ones, and then he said he saw this.
This one was the Xbox one, that's why.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Far Cry was like on 4 different press conferences this weekend. So
yeah. So Battlefield 2042 looks really, really good.
So
I did see this one, and now that you've told me it's the same development team that did Battlefront 2, I'm much more interested.
So the thing about I've always been I I loved military shooters growing up, you know, on the Xbox and stuff. I played Call of Duty and Battlefield, but I was always a Battlefield guy. One, because Battlefield always had way bigger matches. It was always 32 versus 32 instead of just like, you know, like 8v8 or 16 versus 16. And also Battlefield had vehicles. So you had tanks and motorcycles and helicopters and stuff like that. So the Battlefield itself was just bigger and crazier. And you guys have played Battlefront, so you know that the vehicles are there. So we're in Dubai and we're wingsuiting around while there's tornadoes happening. And I'm like, there's 128 players on screen right now. Like, it is the most chaotic thing I've ever seen, like in a multiplayer like setting. And I'm like, this is why I used to play those games. Right. And like, you jump off a building and you wingsuit into like a helicopter. I'm like, that's something you actually do in the game, and it's awesome.
The idea that our entire crew of like 12 plus players could all jump in and just do this. And like, I pictured in the gameplay trailer, there's this moment where they're like, we need to get out of the storm, and they run in and they go into the elevator and they hit boop and they go down. Meanwhile, there are guys out in the storm, and I'm like, I could totally see our group having people who escape the storm, and then there's other people who are like either dying, sacrificing themselves, or they just missed the bus.
Yeah, it just looked like the most fun multiplayer that these games have ever been. Because I tried Battlefield 1, which is their World War I game, even though technically it's Battlefield 5. Then they released Battlefield 5 after that. Naming conventions are weird, but like those games were fine. This one looks like, okay, they're doing something really cool here.
Yeah. So I think this could be a lot of fun for us to play together. We'll definitely be keeping an eye out for that one.
Hell yeah.
Last from Ubisoft is Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora.
Didn't expect this.
There is an Avatar game. It ain't bad.
Yep.
It's not great, but it ain't bad.
Yep.
But this looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
Certainly more of what I'd want to engage with in Avatar than when you tell me there's going to be 4 more movies. This is more of what I want out of that engagement level.
I really like. I'm going to say this a lot. But I really. I was kind of another way of saying I really like the look of this. I really like the new designs of these creatures. We do see new creatures than we did in Avatar, and I really like them. I think they look awesome.
Pandora is still like an awesome place. It's like it was awesomely designed.
I agree with that. One of my favorite things about the original video game, for those who didn't play it, I was talking with Ryan about this because we both actually really like that game. Is James Cameron had all these notes that like never go in the film that he wrote down and jotted down and came up with explaining how like biology of the plant life and animal life functioned on Pandora. And so he basically handed them an entire encyclopedia of his notes and let them run wild with it. And they supplanted all that information into the game. So like you have these things where like you'll go and check out something and it'll give you the details of like how that plant lives and these kind of things, like way more information than you'd ever need for playing a game or in general, but it's all there. And it's crazy that it's all there.
Yeah. I wonder how much James Cameron is involved in this one.
I have to imagine some probably pretty deep
because the game that came out, it's called James Cameron's Avatar, the game. So like I have to imagine he cares about it so much that he has some involvement.
But how much he'll have with this one?
Well, that's what I mean. Like I'd like to imagine he still will because like
I think he's pretty steeped in that world. I think he wants 100% control of it, especially with watching how Terminator has gone away from him. He's probably going to be pretty
and it's not like these are like, again, they're not like different designs. Like this is still like true to what that movie was. So like I feel like
I want this one. I'm way more invested. I'm actually excited for this game, whereas I'm trepidatious about the movies.
If there's any like flight combat where you're riding one of those dragons and you actually shoot an arrow into like a plane, that's awesome.
I'm definitely eager to see more of the gameplay, but you have me intrigued. For sure. I'm hooked. Microsoft and Bethesda, which was today. Let's jump into that. The first thing I want to get out of the way is that Xbox announced they announced Xbox Streaming Stick and the TV app. This is wild. Xbox really is starting to become that, like we handle it all console. They're achieving that promise they made a long time ago.
And they're future-proofing.
And they are future-proofing. Xbox, while it might not have the exclusive titles that are kicking butt necessarily, not yet,
those are all next
to
year.
rival PlayStation or anything like that, they do have such a wealth and payload of things available through Game Pass, and using that as such a functional system to engage with is pretty incredible.
Yeah, the fact that like TVs in the future will just have Game Pass on it that's revolutionary for video games. Like it truly is, because it's not like Game Pass has 5 games. Game Pass has hundreds of games.
Yeah.
And I say it every week, we cannot overstate the value that Xbox Game Pass has. And this week alone, like they added 20 more Bethesda games. They added a bunch more. When I logged onto my computer downstairs and the Game Pass thing pops up, 5 new games were added since like a couple days ago. Like every week they add more games to that thing. It's just it's insane.
And that the streaming stick is going to allow you to be able to play Halo and things like that on your phone with an Xbox controller.
Yeah.
What a time to be alive. They have essentially turned your phone into a portable Xbox console.
It's wild.
Unbelievable. Pretty incredible. Anyway, any thoughts on that before we move into the games that they were talking about?
It just sounds cool.
All right, cool. Replaced is a indie game. Did you guys get to watch this one? I just want to know. Yeah,
I watched the entirety of the Xbox Bethesda thing, so I
Replaced is the one that looks kind of Blade Runner-esque. It's a 2D side-moving one, but the 3D art all the way forward, and
he's climbing up like a hotel sign that's blinking neon lights.
I love the art. I love the look. There's something so incredible about how deep this 3D, both foreground and background, feels based around the character who's moving, even though all of this is 2D animation. Really, really like it.
Yeah.
Really like the concept of it. This is one of those indies I'm really looking forward to.
This and Death's Door are the two like indie games that I'm most looking forward to.
Big top ones. I agree.
Yeah.
I think Replaced style looks incredible. Brandon?
No, I got nothing to add.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought this one might appeal to you too. Just that kind of neo-noir futurist theme.
Yeah. No, I really like the look of it. I just I keep saying.
Yeah, I get you. That's a lot of what you can say from these trailers, because a lot of it is just kind of first looks. 12 minutes. This is a game we've been pumped about for a long time, and we finally got
for 5 years.
We finally got like a really nice in-depth trailer that's really analyzing the breakdown of it, and we heard Daisy Ridley's American accent for the first time ever.
So we were watching this, and we weren't sure if that was Daisy Ridley. And then during the thing,
they had the video where
she shows up, and I'm like,
she goes from her British to her American.
She's
you're like,
excellent. Like I didn't even recognize her. It's great.
Yeah, it's James McAvoy, Daisy Ridley, and Willem Dafoe.
You definitely recognize Willem. Put your hands behind your back.
Yeah. This looks great. I really love hearing the developers talk about how important it was to them because of the style of the game, how they went about it, that they wanted to have people who could convey everything they wanted out of the story, even though you couldn't see faces. They have a great cast for that. James McAvoy, Daisy Ridley, and Willem Dafoe. This is a looping game.
It's a 12-minute game. That's the thing.
You are in a 12-minute loop over and over for this guy trying to figure out how to escape his groundhog scenario.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I am all about this. I love this.
It's insane to me that like all groundhog situations, like it's a very short sequence, but like it's going to take you like 10 hours to figure out the 12-minute loop perfectly. I love it.
This is likely one Megan and I are going to play together, and it's great because we can play just like a bunch of like, we'll do like 3 12-minute sessions tonight. Yeah. And we'll see where we get.
Or if you even make it that far.
Right. All right. Let's pick it up. If you even make it the full 12 minutes. All right. Let's pick it up. Let's do 5 more sessions the next night. That kind of thing until this is going to be great.
That feels like it's going to be like an incremental progress game.
Yeah.
That's again going to amount to 12 minutes. Which
and like knowing that I'm following this excellent cast of characters, of actors who have come aboard to play these things.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, I'm here. Sure. I've been pumped about this since it was announced, even before we knew this cast. I'm incredibly there for it at this point.
Yeah.
Anything else on 12 minutes from you guys?
No.
Okay.
You know what I'm about to say?
Psychonauts 2. This one just has a mention.
This has been a sequel like 15 years in the making, and Double Fine is a lower budget studio that got bought by Microsoft, and this is without a doubt the highest budgeted game that they've ever made, and it looks like it. Like this is a Ratchet and Clank Banjo-Kazooie type of like platformer, but like it all takes place in people's brains. So like
large chunks of the gaming community have been waiting for this for a long time.
Yeah, and again, it got announced like 3-4 years ago. But like it just looks really impressive, and it's actually coming out in a couple months, which is crazy.
Yeah. I did see a little bit of this, and I know everyone's really excited about it.
Mm-hmm. Somerville is an indie game. It's a very Mitchell's versus the Machine style, except it's aliens. It's a family trying to survive as the aliens have invaded the Earth.
Yes.
It's the parents and the kid and the dog.
It's a very short trailer, but it leaves an impression. It's a very short
trailer, yes, but it does leave an impression. There's quite a style going on here. I definitely want to keep my eye out for this one. See how it's doing, how it's being received.
22.
Yep.
When the kid hears something in the hallway and then
yes,
wakes
at the end, and there's just the shadow, and the kid's looking, and you're like, oh,
Nani?
I'm definitely loving the look of this, so I'm hopeful for its future. Redfall.
Oh my god,
guys,
I love vampires.
This looks like I described to Ryan, Brandon. This was the one with vampires flying in the air.
Oh, this looks really cool.
Yep.
So I told Ryan, I'm like, this looks like if all the worst things that people fear about happening in the world happened, and the kids with the Shining grew up and learned how to master their abilities, and they're fighting back. Because that's what it feels like. It's just a kind of a cool interpretation of a lot of Stephen King stuff. I told Ryan that the vampires look very Stephen King to me.
Long
they
arms.
look more like how they're described in his books than they're ever usually interpreted in film or television. This is very much the look that he kind of describes for vampires. Ben would know. I shouldn't brag about that kind of information, but I think this looks really cool and really unique, and I love the setup and the concept and the feel of it.
I love the tone.
Yeah, this looks really cool.
This is a great developer too.
Some girl just makes an elevator out of like psychic energy. The umbrella, when she turns the umbrella into this huge
reloads her bullet with psychic bullets.
Yeah.
I was really stoked for this game.
This is see, I generally like when we get cinematic trailers that don't show any gameplay, I often get frustrated because like I don't know what the game actually is, because it's not like a movie where I know what it is. This is a great cinematic trailer because it shows you everything the characters do in the game. You see all of their abilities, and they use all their abilities in a cinematic way. And a lot of other good trailers, when they do that, like I noticed that, but a lot of them are just, here's a trailer.
Yeah.
So like you get to see all the characters and like what they're about.
You know what this game is.
You know what this game is.
Even though you haven't seen the gameplay.
The Suicide Squad game did the exact same thing. The characters using their abilities in the movie. That's a great trailer too. Yeah. Ben?
This is the one trailer of the entire Xbox presentation that made me go, damn, I might be thinking about getting an Xbox now.
Yeah. This one, and so every game we've talked about coming for free on Xbox Game Pass. Let's not forget that. You don't have to buy any of these games unless you have this, if you have the subscription. So that's insane to think about.
And also,
I was thinking about. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, please.
I was thinking about skipping this generation of Xbox, and then this game came out.
That's the thing.
You have an Xbox One.
You have an Xbox One.
You will be able to play it.
All the games we're talking about today are still. That's why Xbox is great, because it's like a PC. It won't look as good.
It won't look as good.
It'll look like a 2013 game, but like you can play it.
I'll deal. I don't have the money to buy both.
No, exactly.
PS5 and an Xbox.
That's why Xbox is so good, because they're like, if you want to play the games on the old thing, you can. It's fine.
Ben, were you gonna...
I had something and I lost it. Damn.
It's okay. I really like this.
Yeah, this is this looks like this will.
I'm glad I remembered to add it.
Yeah, me too. This looks like this will also be in the style of like the Left 4 Dead, the Back 4 Blood kind of thing that we're talking about. These games are clearly coming back in a big way, but I really love the look of this one. If this hits right, I'm looking forward to playing this with a group of you guys for sure. Because I love this.
Yeah.
I love this so much. This looks so good. I think this is one of the first big titles from this year that's really got me jonesing to play it. At least to see gameplay of it.
2020.
I hope the gameplay delivers on its promise. So we got some time.
Yeah.
We'll definitely keep an eye out for it.
Pandemic really messed things up, guys.
The Outer Worlds is a game you guys that I've heard a lot about. I know I want to dive into it. I think you guys would both enjoy it too. The Outer Worlds 2 had a trailer.
Please tell me you guys watched this trailer.
Yeah,
of course I watched this trailer. This trailer was hilarious.
Hell yeah.
Watching this trailer and then watching the Starfield trailer just a little bit after was really funny to me.
Yeah.
Because as Ryan pointed out to me, they are making fun of everything the Starfield trailer did.
Yep.
Outer Worlds 2 Outer Worlds has this kind of humor all throughout.
It's tongue-in-cheek humor, yeah.
It's a really dynamic game. It's got a lot of good positive responses to it. It's just awesome that this team is coming back and making another adventure in that.
The only thing that people complain about is that it felt really small. Like, is it because like it's not like the developer's small, but like this type of game they made was quite small. So some of the stories didn't branch out as much as they wanted to. So with a sequel, they can really fulfill that and make a big game like they want.
I just remembered, and I didn't put it anywhere in the news, but I do want to briefly mention that Blizzard did make it clear that Overwatch is finally getting crossplay after all these years. It's catching up to the modern age.
After 5 years.
It took them way too long, but they're finally doing it. So no matter what system you play on, you can all play Overwatch with your friends now, which means I might actually, for the first time ever, get to regularly play with my friend Michael, who only plays it on PC. And I was like, I'm not going to play it on PC, but I play it on PlayStation. But now that might finally mix.
Nice.
Anyway, Outer Worlds 2, there's not a lot to say about it other than like it's a really funny trailer.
Yeah, it's happening.
Because the point of it is that they haven't finished the game.
I wanted to just mention that I really liked the joke in the beginning where he's like, "Do you like this monster? Well, we're never going to see it again."
Yeah.
Or you hear that, well, it's like, oh yeah, backshot the main character, but we don't see his face because the designers haven't finished drawing him yet.
Yeah.
Halo Infinite had
watched both of these.
Had a story trailer and a multiplayer trailer, and I'm whelmed. I'm not underwhelmed.
It looks like,
but I'm not pleased.
it's definitely better than the presentation we got last year.
I agree with that.
But I'm not impressed with like super great graphics because it's
Well, and I feel like we're still dodging like, what is this game going to be?
Yeah.
Like now I know the story, which I don't know the story.
Yeah.
The story is more or less what I assumed.
We're gonna find Cortana.
We were going to be following up on Cortana. Yeah, Cortana has either escaped or been taken when she was supposed to be destroyed because Cortana is bad.
The new AI set. Wait, hold on. Which game ended with the boss fight being Cortana? Was that?
That was
4 or 5?
That's 5.
That's 5.
Okay, so the AI implies that mission was to delete Cortana. Like that was the point. Like he was on a mission to do it.
No, I think that the mission to delete Cortana was whatever happened right after 5. And he was asleep. He was knocked unconscious. They were on the mission, and that's why the ship is all destroyed, and he's bouncing around it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the mission they were on, and the mission didn't go right. But she assumed that it was successful because Cortana is no longer there. But if Master Chief didn't delete her, then it didn't go. So,
okay, so I love the Halo franchise. I really like 4. I'll just always say that I really like 4 because I like the idea of Cortana and Master Chief having a closer relationship. Yeah. I just don't give a shit.
I really hated that the story trailer opened with introducing some like cheeky male voice inside of Master Chief's head, and then immediately said, "No, never mind. We're doing discount Cortana." I'm sorry.
Well, we know who that guy is because from last year, it's the guy who finds Chief.
Yeah,
and he's like his new buddy. Yeah. So now we're gonna have two new buddies, and I'm like, okay. The multiplayer looks like, that looks like good multiplayer.
That's what I wanted to say. So I was very disappointed in what I saw with Halo Infinite. It is the primary reason why I decided not to get this Xbox generation because I buy Xbox for Halo because I love it, and I'm just not interested in this Halo game. Mm-hmm. But I actually thought the gameplay looked really cool. I really like the new designs. They have like UGC Covenant tech now, which I thought looked really cool.
They're like working with some of the Covenant now.
I know, but we haven't seen this type of technology before, and I thought that was really cool. I'm far more interested in the multiplayer, especially that Samurai Master Chief. That looked awesome.
Yeah. That's the thing is the multiplayer looks like good Halo multiplayer. I'm not surprised and I'm not concerned about that. What I am concerned about, what I still don't really know, is what is the campaign going to be?
Finishing the story.
What is the story, and how are you going to be playing in this open world that they're creating?
Because again, this is an open world game.
We still really haven't seen it. Not really.
Yeah.
And I'm having trouble with that. And
it's coming out in 5 months, which is interesting.
No, it's not.
That's what they said. They said holiday.
They did say holiday, but I'm willing to bet they're.
I do believe them. I have a feeling that they're not. They didn't maybe.
They can only push this game back so far.
They really
from
can.
When it was supposed to release.
Because remember, it was supposed to be out.
It was supposed
last
to be
November. Title. I can't imagine the campaign got worked on that much except for like the graphics. Like you can't change. Well, you really can't change that much.
They're too deep in the mud at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just a bummer to feel like this kind of like
whelmed. Yeah.
Yeah. Just kind of mixed energy. Like
what used to be like the greatest like shooter franchise.
Also, Brandon, the Halo Infinite multiplayer is going to be free.
Oh, you don't even have to buy the game, Brandon.
You don't have to buy the game.
That's why I wanted to bring up the multiplayer because I'm far more interested in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't blame you for that. Like the multiplayer is probably going to be a ton of fun play, and we should definitely do it.
And I'm
kind of sad that it feels like Halo might be going out on a whimper,
and it's
even more at this point than I thought it was going to, which is a bummer because like when they announced they were changing direction so hardcore, I was really optimistic, but I just haven't seen anything to make me feel good.
Yeah. I think grappling hooks are pretty cool.
I mean, grappling hooks are pretty cool, but like that's not enough.
Now that I know that the grappling hooks can catch weapons, I'm a little bit more interested.
Yeah, that was pretty sick.
Yeah, that's pretty sick. But like, I saw most of the cool stuff in the multiplayer anyway, so I'm like, cool.
So this is why I don't have faith in that campaign, is because they're separating it from the multiplayer, so you don't have to buy the campaign to get the multiplayer. Yeah. Like for me, when Halo 1 came out, like Halo was about the campaign, and then Halo 2 and 3 got Xbox Live, and that like changed the game, right? But like 343 for me just hasn't done it like the old Halo games did. Like even as like 4 is fine, but like none of those new games are like the old games. Like they just can't compare. So like I feel like even they know that, and they're like, all right, the multiplayer, we know we got that on lock, and then we'll just shit the campaign out. Like
no, lock wasn't in this one.
Oh, no.
I don't want them to shit out a Halo game.
I agree. I agree, and that's why I'm kind of like just like, oh, I'm not gonna have my hopes up for the campaign.
Yeah,
let's move on.
Yeah.
Yep. Starfield.
It's just a trailer.
They had just their announcement trailer. This is only important because this is the team behind Fallout and Skyrim.
Yep.
And
is this the one with the astronaut?
Yeah.
Yes.
This is the one
this is the one they've been working on for a while.
For 4.5 years.
I'm sure there's a possibility it's going to be a pretty solid game, but we just don't have it a lot.
I appreciate
this. Sorry, go ahead.
I appreciate that they finally come out and talked about it, because again, this game got announced really early, but the problem is this is very unlike Bethesda, because last time they announced the game, Fallout 4, it came out 6 months after they announced it. This game's coming out in a year and a half.
Yeah,
this game is so far away. Like I really wish they just would have stayed silent again, because now, like Ben, remember when you asked about Elder Scrolls 6? This game isn't coming out for almost 2 years. Nope. So like Elder Scrolls is not coming out until like the next decade. So I'm not even like, like I kind of wish they wouldn't have shown this trailer, because like a year and a half is so far away.
This is the main thing I did want to talk about with it, is because the Starfield is I understand. I feel like they felt a lot of pressure. Like if they don't say something, it's going to be bad press for them.
Yeah.
But also this is the only trailer I think out of everything we've talked about where you're getting that overpromise vibe. Where they're just trying to sell you on something that's coming, and like the kind of thing I'm grateful wasn't as much in the Square Enix panel that we're going to talk about in a bit, is that is that kind of idea of like this thing, hope you're excited about it. I don't know when you're going to see it. It's going to be a real long time.
A year and a half so far away, and then again, like if they delay it again, then I'm going to like be like, oh my god.
Funny enough, when I saw the supposed release date, I'm like, no, it won't.
Right, it had the same vibes as seeing the God of War.
Just knowing what Bethesda's been doing recently, and even not just Bethesda, but almost all AAA teams. Final Fantasy VII Remake, they pushed it back. Kingdom Hearts, they pushed it back.
Pandemic.
Pandemic. Yeah, I know, pandemic. But even then, even before the pandemics, they were pushing games. They were delaying games.
Right, and I think that's the thing is like, I want everyone to learn the lesson from the pandemic that like maybe just talk about your games within like 1 year at most of when they're about to come out, and then don't talk about them before that. Just don't show us bullshit that might not even be in the game. Like just relax and we'll be ready for it when it's come. But most of the places seem to have learned that lesson this year. This was not one of those lessons.
No. Like, even if they say, hey, yeah, we're working on it, it's coming soon, that would have been fine, because now that you have a solid release date, and then when you have to break it to the fans that, hey, we have to delay this game, luckily the four of us, if a game that gets announced and then delayed, and we're not going to throw a hissy fit about it, it's like, okay, we'll just wait a little bit longer, that's fine.
Right.
But unfortunately, you're still going to get ire and hate from people who apparently don't understand how video games get made, because a lot of work and a lot of man hours get put into these games.
Well, 100%, but like also the video game industry itself needs to stop trying to sell people on games like 5 years in advance.
Yeah.
Especially like AAA titles. Like, calm the hell down. Stop telling us about things long before they're going to ever actually reach us.
See, that's the thing, because the fact that they even said the words Elder Scrolls 6, then I promise you that game's not coming out for at least like 7 years. They made a mistake. They made a mistake even uttering those words, because their next game. Their next game isn't coming out for potentially another 1.5 to 2 years.
Well, it's probably going to be an Xbox exclusive too, so that's going to be.
Yes, it is. Starfield is an Xbox exclusive, and that is probably why I will be buying Xbox.
I was talking about Elder Scrolls.
Oh yeah, it will be. Oh yeah, they're owned by Microsoft
at least the
now.
first 2 years.
Yeah, they gotta
go somewhere else.
They need exclusives. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
We talked about it before that Bethesda will also make multi-platform games.
Mm-hmm.
Just they won't be as common.
Right. Yeah. They're not limiting Bethesda entirely, but there are restrictions.
Yep.
Yeah. It's just, like this is very much like the problem right now with the game industry, which we talked about a bit with Ragnarok, which is just like really, really trying to sell you on something way too early.
If it's a good product, we're gonna buy it. Like
Right.
you don't have to worry about it. But then again, this is a lot of like behind the scenes like stock market bullshit where like you have to release stuff, which sucks. Which just sucks.
Anyway, into our final panel of the E3 section is the Square Enix one that happened today.
I mean, disappointment.
I wouldn't say that. Totally.
I mean, you feel that way. I think you're alone.
Looking at this is almost all good stuff. So I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Oh, you'll find out.
He's talking about.
I know what you're talking about. The one
thing,
because you don't have a PC, like everyone else in the world who has one.
Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster. We'll talk about that one right up front and up first. This is a remaster release of the first 6 Final Fantasies,
Which is good.
And it's coming to mobile and to PC.
That's really cool of them. That's really cool of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's only coming to mobile and PC, not to consoles. They could easily put these on consoles and sell a whole lot more. The entire collection of the original 6 Final Fantasy games, Pixel Remaster, and also I'm a little nervous that they're not going to do what they did with games like the original Final Fantasy 1. They ported that to PSP. Beautiful pixel art. When they put Final Fantasy 6 on iOS and Android devices, they redrew the sprites and they looked ugly. They did not look good. That's what I'm nervous about. And that's also like when I first saw this trailer, it's like the original 6 Final Fantasy games, pixel remaster, like hell yeah, mobile. Damn it.
What does that mean, mobile?
On your phone.
On your phone.
So it's available through the App Store?
Yeah.
There's actually surprisingly a lot of regular games that are old that are on. You can play Sonic, you can play like Metal Slug, you can play Knights of the Old Republic on your phone.
To be honest,
so wait, Ben, you have a phone, right?
Yes, I have a phone.
What are you bitching about?
I want to play these games on consoles. I want to play them on my TV.
I have a PC and I play it on my TV.
Ben just wants the versatility, and I
get it. I
understand where he's coming from.
I'm sure there's got to be a reason that they're not catering to the biggest markets like with PlayStation. There's got to be a reason. I think
these games are more likely to be played on phones, to be honest, because like honestly, if I were to try to play Final Fantasy 1 through 6, the most likely way I would do it is in something where I can do it like when I'm sitting on a break or something, and I can just diddle around and get it done.
100%. Those are. We've talked about it on the E3 thing, Ben, like old school, like Japanese RPGs. Like I don't want to play a 1985 RPG on my 60-inch television. It doesn't look good. That doesn't look good. You know what it does look good on my tiny little phone.
Yeah, but the Pixel Remaster is going to make it look good.
But you said the last ones did it though.
No, that's when the last ones they did it on the phone. When they redid the artwork and they put it on phones, that's when it looked bad. Like the actual art, the way they drew the characters did not look good.
I get it. I still think there's millions of people who are very excited because most people own PCs.
I'm sorry that this bums you out, Ben.
It did. I said boo when it just said PC, mobile, and Steam. I mean, Steam players, cool. It should also be on consoles.
Sure. The important thing is, Ben, if you want to play it, you can play it.
You can play it.
You can. Yes, very true.
And now I guess every other trailer we're about to talk about is terrible because this whole conference with that.
Final Fantasy VII: The First Soldier. This is just a quick mention.
Yeah.
This is essentially Fortnite Final Fantasy.
Yeah, Battle Royale. Did you watch the trailer, Ben?
I watched the entire screen's presentation.
I was making sure. Yeah, this one, like you like summon creatures and you have like Final Fantasy weapons and like that's I think that's cute. I think that could be fun. I love Fortnite. So
Ben, I throw this one to you. Did you want to talk about Legend of Mana?
Legend of Mana will go very quickly. The art style is beautiful. If I'm not sure where this takes place in the Mana series because the Mana series is it stemmed from Final Fantasy and then it became its own thing. The art style looks beautiful. We don't know a whole lot about it. I'm excited because I do enjoy that series. So I would say it looks cool. We don't know what much about it and where it's coming out. So my whole thing is like that's neat.
Okay, cool. Avengers War for Wakanda is going to be a new expansion.
There were 2 Avengers trailers. The Cosmic Cube one also?
The one that's important is the Wakanda one.
Okay, I watched both.
The other one is just like the update that's happening this month, which is adding the Scientist Supreme boss battle, which is
I really like that title.
Yeah, that's a real thing too in the comics.
Cool.
So War for Wakanda. This is the expansion DLC bringing Wakanda and Black Panther to the game. Claw looks good.
I love what they did with Claw. The big version of him is his comic book look.
Yep,
and then like the smaller version is still dealing with like the vibrations clearly because he can disappear, but he looks more like Andy Serkis.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah, like I still play that game. Like the updates are always good. I'm really hoping that this will be a substantial update because the last couple updates that we've gotten have been nice, but you can like be done in like 3 hours. But then you still level up the character and stuff. But like there isn't like more story to that. So like I'm hoping this new area really adds like much more to do. Because
they added spider enemies.
Yes, there are thankfully new enemies because that game is in desperate need of variety. So that looks cool. Black Panther suit looks great.
Yes,
the Dora Milaje look great. Like
the interpretation of looks are good in that game for sure.
Oh yeah.
Anything else on that before we move on, guys? Cool.
No, it looks cool. The Wakanda stuff is great.
Just a quick mention: Life is Strange: True Colors. This is going to be the first Life is Strange game that's not coming out in an episodic way. It's going to be a complete adventure when it releases. If you're familiar with the Life is Strange series, this is pretty exciting.
Yeah.
They're also getting a big remaster collection of everything that's been out so far. So look for that. If you have an interest, go check that out. We're not going to spend a bunch of time on it.
Those are great. Like
they're good.
They're like the great like Telltale games about like real world like diversity and stuff. Yeah.
Stranger in Paradise: Final Fantasy Origin. This game is a prequel to Final Fantasy 1.
Chaos.
No,
Chaos.
This one, yeah, take a shot whenever he says chaos. So this one, at first, I was actually wondering if we were gonna get, because spoilers, the final boss of Final Fantasy 1 is named Chaos. So as he kept on saying like chaos, like, okay, is this like Final Fantasy 1 chaos or just like a random villain? And then they talk about the name of the knight. I'm like, oh wait, that knight is named to Final Fantasy 1. We get this. At first I was kind of into it, but the more I watched it, I was like, I'm like kind of lukewarm. Which I do like how the Square is teaming up with Koei Tecmo and Team Ninja and taking a new direction for Final Fantasy. We need new direction of Final Fantasy. I'm all 100% for that. Just, I don't know if this is the right direction to take it. I don't know. It just looked, I know this is a very early game. It's still in development. They're still working on it. But it just looked super bare bones. And also the lines they say whenever they killed enemies, it's like, if I'm going to hear those lines 100 times in a row, I'm going to get really, really annoyed.
Yeah, the voice acting of the trio felt like it could be grading pretty quick.
Definitely.
You know whose voice acting was great, though, was Chaos, which is our good
Sabat.
old man, Chris Sabat, the voice of All Might and Vegeta and Piccolo and Armstrong and all kinds of
I have faith in this game because the game that these people mass played was Neo, and Neo is a Dark Souls-esque game that's about like Japanese yokai and like all those demons. Not yokai. No, that's not the word. There's a trailer about yokai. No, but there's like what's the word?
What are you looking for?
Like Japanese demons, like old school like mythology demons and stuff. I don't know.
Yokai.
Anyway, it's about like old Japanese mythology and like so like what?
Oni?
Oni, thank you. Yeah, it's about Oni and like fighting like Japanese like monsters and mythology and stuff. So like they have a track record for making really, really great Dark Souls games. This is still early in development. There wasn't a HUD, so I think it looks bare bones because it's still really early and it's just showing what the game looks like. So I have faith in the game. Yeah, like the terrible cheesy dialogue is bad, but like I
also think it's rushed.
But I also like adore it because it's stupid and like it knows exactly what it is. Like it's doing this on purpose. So like it's cheesy in a good way.
This one I'm definitely gonna keep an eye on because
there's a demo coming soon, so you can give it a try yourself.
Well, the reason why I want to keep an eye on this one is because in retro circles, people agree that the best way to play the original Final Fantasy is on the PlayStation Portable. That game is a little hard to find, but it's the most streamlined. It's the most beautiful. It's one of the reasons why I was hoping that port would get on consoles eventually with that whole collection, but whatever. because as we all know, the original Final Fantasy was 8-bit. It's kind of hard to look at nowadays. So seeing this story in a brand new way with those characters, I'm interested. But
well, it's not that. It's not a retelling of Final Fantasy.
No, it's some of those characters. It's like
it's a prequel. It's a prequel.
Yeah, it's a prequel. But I'm interested, but I'm not sold yet.
It's Cruella. Bow the Night.
It definitely feels too early to judge on that one for a lot of reasons.
Yeah.
And then finally, our last big ticket item for E3, Guardians of the Galaxy. How do you guys feel?
First of all, how much did you only watch the short trailer that they put out?
No, I watched the whole thing.
Okay, because I am sold on it once I watched all about it.
I like the gameplay mechanics. The idea that like you can, if you piss off one of your teammates, they'll just stop helping you.
Yeah.
I like that. So I'm into that. I'm just not crazy about everyone's haircut.
You don't like Rocket's silly beard?
Oh, I love it.
Weird.
I love it. He's got a little Groot emblem on it. I love it.
Other than Peter Quill's stupid whatever this is he's got going on, I actually really like this.
Yeah,
I do too.
When I first heard about this, I was like, I don't know if I want this, but the fact that Dan Abnett is writing it, and like there's like a full interview like with him and stuff, and I'm like, he seems like he's really bringing it, and that dude loves those characters, and like he's the reason I'm stoked for this game. But like the fact that it's not a Avengers type game, the fact that it's a single player game where you only play as one character using the other abilities, I think that's maybe not the best move for selling a game, but I think for what they wanted to tell the story, I think it works. I think it works. Because this could have been like Marvel Ultimate Alliance where you choose all the characters, but I think it's better that you get to focus on one character to really tell a specific story instead of having to narrate all the stuff.
I think if the story is about like being a leader and leadership, then I think this is great.
Yeah.
And that does seem like that's the case.
Yeah.
I'm really excited for it, honestly.
Yeah.
Now, one of the things I do like is what we mentioned earlier is that your decisions actually do affect what the characters look at you in a Telltale game. But when they say Rocket is furious at you or Clementine will remember that, I mean, they do in later games, but the only Telltale game I've actually played to completion is Wolf Among Us.
But you've been seeing that happen, though, yeah.
Yeah, but there are times where but there are times where I feel that once I get to the end of the game, some of the decisions I made did not matter.
Yeah,
and especially when people say like your decisions matters, like, but do they really? This one, I feel like they might actually matter.
I doubt it's going to be such a significant thing where like, oh, Rocket leaves the team, but I think it'll just be like, oh, he's a little meaner to you in this scenario because like I don't see it being also like
if you pick the wrong song, they're gonna be like, I don't care about that. I'm not gonna fight.
I hope that it's the kind of thing where if you are rude enough to everyone, you like reach a point where they don't help you in a fight and you literally can't go through the game anymore.
Yeah, that's the interview, like because I saw the video, but then I read an interview where like, yeah, if you're mean to them enough, when you order them a command, they'll just go no, and you're like, wait, what? That is really cool.
That's one of the things I was gonna say is that if my decisions, if I keep being an asshole to Rocket, for example, later on in the game, I'm like, hey, Rocket, heal me. He's like, no.
Yeah.
Good luck. You're on your own, buddy. You're not gonna get healed.
I think the 10 minutes that we did see, I think the writing's really good, and like I think like it feels natural to what the Guardians, because obviously these are not the Guardians that Dan Abnett wrote a decade ago. They are the more modern Guardians, but there is still like differentiation to like not just be Chris Pratt.
It's like if you mistreated Donald and Goofy, and they were just like, let's just watch Sora get his ass kicked.
Heal me, no. Yeah, I was very pleasantly surprised. Very pleasantly surprised. And something, go ahead, Brandon.
I was just going to say, I'm happy it's a single player because that makes it way more interesting to me.
Yes, 100%. And there are obviously going to be skins and stuff. Like they already showed like a pre-order bonus of different skins. So like you can dress them however you want. I'm sure they'll have like excellent of the original like comics costumes and stuff like that. So let's talk about the developers real quick. So the developers of the Avengers game made the first two Tomb Raider games. Okay. When they went to go make that Avengers game, Eidos Montreal made the third Tomb Raider game, Shadow of the Tomb Raider. That developer is now making Guardians of the Galaxy.
Oh.
So all of these developers who were working on their own franchises now just make Marvel games. It's a precedent that I'm tired of seeing in video game culture, where companies get bought and they get turned on to big IPs. Because that's what happened to the Tony Hawk developers. This is what happened to so many developers. Luckily, this game is a huge budget game and it looks really nice. But like, part of me is like, they could have done their own thing. They got put onto a big Marvel thing. And it's like, that's just a corporate business thing where I'm like, you know what? That's the world we live in. This game looks great, but I'm just like, Hollywood, man.
This is why there's a Call of Duty every year, because it's multiple developers.
Yes, 100%. Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. When I was watching the trailer for Guardians of the Galaxy, it's like, man, that's really cool. But then I thought I was like, hold on, but what about the Avengers game? And then we got more stuff.
One last thing, spoilers for something that happened in Avengers like a year ago. There are Kree sentries in that game. They're giant Kree robots, and they have a very specific face model. That same face model is in this trailer for something in the background. So I'm not saying that this Guardians game and the Avengers game are connected, but they're the rumored leaked of all those Avengers teammates that are come out. The Guardians were on that list. So if it's a way that they'll combine these franchises in a way where like, oh, that team will show up in this game, that'd be awesome. That'd be super cool. That could just be a wild coincidence that they look super similar. But if that is the case, that'd be really cool.
When Spider-Man, when Avengers was announced, people have noticed there was an Easter egg saying that the Avengers in Spider-Man's universe were in the West Coast, which is where the Avengers takes place. I don't think the Insomniac Spider-Man takes place in that world.
No.
So that'd be weird if they were like Guardians and Avengers do, but not Spider-Man. No.
Yeah.
Well, it's because they're coming out of the same game studio, whereas
that's the thing. It's Square. Like it's the same studio.
Is doing Spider-Man
stuff.
Yeah.
Also, Spider-Man was supposed to come out in March, and pandemics. How do they work?
Right.
All right. I'm back. It's my turn.
Yeah. Well, right before we move into trailer talk, trailer park, Ben, any other thoughts on E3? Do you want to talk any more about how Square Enix let you down?
Well, actually, the reason why I feel Square Enix felt really lackluster to me is because it's all stuff that they've covered heavily in the March Square Enix Presents. They covered all the Avengers. They announced the Wakanda stuff. They showed a lot of the stuff for War of Wakanda back in March. Same thing with Life is Strange. They showed a lot. Now, not knocking those titles at all.
No, you're true. Sure.
But we already saw a bunch of stuff for that. They gave the release date. To be perfectly honest, I felt like if they left out Life is Strange completely and added something, put something else in, then I probably would feel a little differently. I'm glad that we're getting the Guardians of the game. The Guardians of the Galaxy game looks really cool. I'm actually digging it. But all in all, when I was done watching it, I just felt like this was really lackluster for something. That this felt like something that they would show off in March and not for E3.
I get you. I just also feel like if they didn't have something else to show, then they didn't have something else to show, because that means it's not even close to ready. Like Final Fantasy 16.
Yeah, I mean, they did say like, hey, Final Fantasy 16, we saw a little screen cap of 16, which we know what's coming. They showed off a little bit more of Integrate, which we know is coming.
Yeah,
it's already out. I played it.
Yeah. So, but
I just feel like all of them, like, were all tempered back for the most part.
Yeah.
On like trying to hit you with a lot of things that would get good press and rile you up and be like, ooh, new thing announced and that kind of thing. But like, that's exactly the gaming culture I want to back all the way away from. So I'm totally fine with the fact that Square Enix was like, yo man, like this is what's ready. Like,
okay.
There it is.
Also, like press conferences like cater to a lot of people. Like they don't just make Final Fantasy games. They also make Life is Strange, which is a huge, very popular franchise for them. So like it might not be for you, but like don't take it away just because it's not for you, you know?
Take it away, Ben. Take it away.
No, I'm not gonna.
Life is normal.
No, look. My whole thing was I was looking for some more new stuff. We got some more new stuff, but to me it just didn't hit.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you feel that way, but like at the end of the day, Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah, no, that's awesome.
So like that's your new thing.
That's right.
And a new Final Fantasy game got announced.
Yeah, like, all right, anyway.
Also, pandemic.
Let's move into the trailer, shall we?
Yes.
I've entered the trailer park.
Pal World.
Yeah,
more video games.
One more video game.
One more video game.
This had nothing
This
to do
was
with
from
E3
last week.
or Summer Game Fest. This was from last Sunday, but we didn't catch it before we recorded.
I love this trailer. I love this trailer. I love this trailer.
Hey guys, you want to play Pokemon but with guns?
Yes, I
Yeah,
do.
right.
I really do.
And indentured servitude, it looks like.
Do you want to play Pokemon, but they're actual slaves, and also you get guns, but you're in a medieval setting?
So here's the thing. So
This game is wild.
So Pokemon is a huge illusion because if Pokemon really was going on, like that's the amount of animal abuse and like terrible things that have happening in that world. Like Pal World's just
Depends on which version of Pokemon you live in.
I'm saying the real world of Pokemon is Pal World. That's what's up. I'm seeing Eevees and Pikachus and I'm shooting them with machine guns and I'm using them as cannon fodder, like the human shield. I'm like, this is insane. I can't believe this is real.
Electric Pokemon to shock the water to kill all the fish.
That's awesome. That's great fishing. That's a great technique. This is just, I can't believe this game exists. I am 100% on board. You can hybridize Pokemon. You know, you had a blue thing and a red thing, and now you have a blue red thing. Wow! And I'm like, cool. This is Pokemon with guns,
Also known as purple.
also known as purple. No, but it's that thing. But he just never mind. Can't do colors with you, Brandon. Sorry. Okay.
No, it's just blue and red make purple, right?
No, I know, but like it's a character who's red and a character who's blue, and now just they made that other character blue. They just took the one thing and made it to the other thing.
I know. It was funny.
Colors.
It was funny. I tried to do.
I get you.
Netflix Geeked released this trailer. This was The Last Mercenary. Jean-Claude Van Damme.
I think this looks radical.
Yeah.
I was shocked. I like Jean-Claude Van Damme a lot. His movie JCVD, which came out like a decade ago, great movie. He plays himself in a bank robbery and he has to save the day. It's great. Of course. It's great. I'm into this. Like, and it's French.
Yeah.
Like I'm glad he's doing stuff.
Remind me, but he's actually a French national, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Also,
it's nice,
the original
it's nice that
actor
he's
for the
getting to do
Predator.
something. It's nice that he's getting to do something in his language.
Yeah, it's nice.
He was going to be the old Predator design, the one with the weird face.
What could have been?
Yeah, I think this looks like a lot of fun.
Yeah.
No Sudden Move was
Steven
This is the
Soderbergh heist movie. Brendan Fraser.
Don Cheadle.
right.
Brennan.
This looks great. This looks great.
This looks good. It's a good cast. Nice period setting. Outside of the cast and like the visuals of the period looking good and knowing it's a heist movie, there isn't really anything that's hooked me. I don't know that the trailer was well cut.
Yeah,
I'll be honest, but I do want to watch the movie because of the cast. So
yeah. Oh, this looks really cool. Blood Red Sky.
yeah, this looks great.
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness!
this was,
Vampires in the sky.
Wasn't expecting the vampire part at the end.
I love it because it's like I was watching the trailer the first time. I was like, oh, okay. Red Eye?
Yeah.
And then she turns into a vampire. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's from dusk till dawn in the sky. It's like Dominic Purcell is like, he's like, I'm gonna rob this plane, and then there's a vampire on board. Oops.
The vampire's our main character.
Yeah. I'm super into it. So is she the hero? Like, is she gonna be like a vampire who wants to hide it, and then she has to use her evil to save the day?
I think so.
Okay, that's wicked wild. I love it.
Yeah, right?
You see yourself giving her a shot, and that could be something that helps her keep
Like
her...
she's stopping the vampire?
cure? Yeah.
Or
You have to
maybe,
use
evil. Maybe
Yeah.
not cure. Maybe it's like a suppressant.
Yeah. I really liked this when the trailer finished. I was surprised. All right. Invasion.
This was one of those things where it's like lots of different stories are happening at once, and I'm just like they're quiet together. Sam Neill. There's a lot of these happening around this time.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Infinite is out.
It sure is, and it's getting reviews.
Cool. I just didn't know it was out. It was weird.
That's probably telling you why.
Invasion. They kind of had a similar response, not as aggressive to the Blood Red Sky. Because I was into this, I was like, okay, cool, Sam Neill, I like Sam Neill. And then there's the giant monster thing, and I'm like, oh, cool.
Yeah, I'm a sucker for a good event series that has like disparate stories from across like really different perspectives. They don't even need to come together, but you're just getting different angles of an event thing. So I'm open to this for sure.
Yeah.
Definitely susceptible to its marketing.
Mm-hmm.
And then I put this one on here because I saw the trailer for this and I thought, wow, this looks wild. The Great Yokai War Guardians, the sequel to a 2005 film, The Great Yokai War, right? That's what it's called?
Yes. Yes.
I saw the Monkey King.
Ben, this is essentially Ready Player One with Japanese mythical folklore legends. Yeah.
Yeah. When I saw this, the Dolls was Japanese, it just looked wild. I was like, okay. I don't know what's going on. It looks cool.
I first noticed this because the most recent trailer shows Daimajin, which is a giant rock monster from an old 60s kaiju film.
Giant rock samurai.
Giant Rock Samurai. They're coming out with a new set. It's currently not available in America.
Otherwise, he's Japanese Iron Giant for those who are still going with the Ready Player One parallel there.
There you go. All right.
Yeah. It comes from very well received old 1960s kaiju film that are getting re-released in America. I also just thought this looked bonkers and insane.
It looks bonkers and insane. I definitely want to pay attention to that. Maybe watch the original.
I like how the kid has a leaf for an eye patch.
Yeah. I recognize a few from the Journey to the West stuff we've been seeing. Like Neza is in this.
Fox Lady.
Yeah.
Yep. Looks cool. I want to watch the subtitle one so I know what's happening.
Ron's Gone Wrong, animated film.
I'm excited about this.
It looks cute.
Yeah.
The kid gets a busted robot I like it. It looks cute.
I know there are a lot of people who are interested in this. If the story is as they think it's going to be, a parallel of living on the spectrum, but for the robot. And if that allegory is there, I think that could be really cool. I'm definitely intrigued. I think my favorite bit is when he turns back and creates a ruler on the ground and he says 6 feet and then immediately gets hit by a bus.
This actually got there's some Netflix animated vibes I got from this. There's a movie with John Krasinski who plays a robot. I forgot what it's called, but it's good. I liked the movie. I got a lot of vibes from this one, which got me interested.
Yeah.
Okay. Space Jam: A New Legacy got a new trailer.
Yes, it did.
Yep.
Damn. Not as good as that first one.
Kong and Iron Giant fist bump.
Yep, that's what I love to see with my franchises.
Man, just every time that a new trailer comes out, like I hate the audience.
Me
like
too.
Everything about it being just filled with Warner Brothers IP.
Yeah.
Every single time I see it, I hate it more. Especially because like the first time I can't help myself and I end up like looking in the crowd and going like, oh, who's that? Oh, it's that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Why am I having to do this?
Ratchet.
Oh, it's
Why?
Jack Nicholson's Joker jumping up and down, I guess.
Why
Jesus,
is Batman next to Jabberjaw?
Yeah. It's the Mask, but clearly not a good body double of Jim Carrey doing it. Like, what is this? Why are we doing this?
It seems like the basketball game itself also might be a big portion of the movie, because like there's so much like stuff that happens unless so much happens in like 10 minutes. I feel like that's might be like an extended basketball scene, because it feels like half the trailer was just the game.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sold. Like I said, the first time I saw this, I hope kids like it.
Yeah,
it's for them.
It's definitely not for me, but I am less sold than the first trailer.
I think what little of this is the Looney Tunes humor, them being the Tunes, is on point.
Yeah,
the characters feel like the characters.
The 2D stuff with LeBron looks good.
The 2D stuff looks good. I said to Ryan, I hope this is like the second SpongeBob film situation where you're seeing a lot of the 3D stuff in the trailer, but it's really only like the last 20-25 minutes of the film, and everything before that is the 2D. I'm kind of hoping it's that. They also, I just want to quickly mention this. There's the Bunny and the Goat special. It's a 6-minute thing. It's like a fake documentary existing in the world of Space Jam, where they interview basketball players and LeBron James and the Tunes to talk about the game as though the game already happened. Which is weird that they released it now. But the basketball players who they talk to, most of them are the people who are playing the Goon Squad, which are those basketball players. They're basketball players in real life. And the thing that bums me out is that they all have pretty good personalities. And I'm definitely nervous that what we're getting with the Goon Squad in the film is them completely devoid of personality. and turned into these CGI figures, and that's a shame.
You know what that sounds like? It sounds like what Disney did. They kind of did a riff off ESPN's 30 for 30, where they take sports documentaries, but it's like
that's exactly what it is.
Yeah,
that's exactly what it is.
Wow.
Just because we talked about this earlier, just to counter you, but not even in a way that I care.
Yeah.
I don't think we've seen enough to know if those characters are in the movie or not.
Right.
So I hope they are, because that is one of the things about that original movie.
I'm not like saying, oh, this is bad because. I'm just saying like this is what I'm afraid of. And what made that really present for me was watching that video, which is why it's important. Is that video came out this week.
That makes me think that they will be in the movie if they even do any marketing with them. Because why even do it if they're not in the movie? I'm
really hoping so, but also like they're there talking about the Goon Squad as like separate entities and like, you know, like doing the cheeky thing where like, oh yeah, I really admire that one. It's like, 'cause that's me, but we're not pretending it's not kind of thing. So we'll see. 'Cause I kind of, what that did to me, at least, 'cause I have to assume that this is the fake documentary canon that lives within the world of the film. Right. I thought that maybe the basketball players could have been abducted and twisted by the AI. I now know that that's not the case.
Yeah.
They are separate entities that he's just manufactured.
He's just like taking their persona.
Right. And they don't even seem to recognize it as like variations of themselves.
Oh, you know what's going to suck, actually? It'll just be like they're just like watching the TV and like, hey, that's me. And that'll be it. Yeah, that's actually could be that, yeah.
Anyway,
Come on and slam.
I want to watch this because I really like the Looney Tunes, but there's not a lot else going for this right now that's making me happy.
If there's not a Dune sandworm in here, then what's the point?
I bet it's there.
If you're gonna do these crossovers, like I want to be like, yeah, Looney Tunes.
I can't. I'm having such a hard time getting beyond the fact that like every single time I see a new shot with them playing the game and that crowd is there, I hate the crowd more and more.
So, and my last thing.
It could be the same shot, but it's always a different crowd. Yeah, because it's just adding new people.
Yeah, because they just want to filter out shit.
I still wish, and this will be my last thought on it. I still wish it would have been what my original idea was, where it wouldn't be LeBron and the Tunes fighting like just other basketball players. Like it's actually them like basketballing,
playing other Warner
Voldemort.
Yes, that would be way better.
Yeah, and
that would be way better.
That'd be so sick, and like get like actually famous comedians to like be Voldemort and stuff. But instead, it's just like
that's the thing is like it's such a meaningless use of it because it's not actually associating with the film at all, except to just visually be in the background.
Hey, look, we're fist
I agree with you entirely. Like, I would at least feel like it's warranted if the Warner Brothers IP was being actively engaged in the fun way, rather than just like, because we can, here's some bullshit.
I'm just imagining Voldemort wearing like Air Jordans, and he's going like with a basketball. Like that'd be so stupid.
God,
but now we're just getting like an Aquaman, like Waterboy.
Yeah.
Wait. Was it Lego Batman? Okay, sorry. Ray Fiennes is
Alfred
in the Lego Batman movie, and the Lego I think it's the Lego movie 2 when Voldemort's in it.
Yes,
but it's not Ray Fiennes. It's Eddie Izzard.
That's weird.
That's fine.
So it's funny. All right. Anyway.
Tick Tick Boom. Yes.
Musical.
I was about to say that.
Yep. Go ahead.
Tick Tick Boom.
Yeah.
Musical.
This is Lin-Manuel's directorial debut. This is based on a musical that came out in the 90s.
Based off the Rent guy.
Jonathan Larson created it. It's an autobiographical, so the main character is representational of him trying to break into the business.
Spoilers, he succeeds.
Yeah.
He made Rent.
This is going to theaters, but it's also a Netflix original. I thought this looks pretty good.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to watch for sure.
Andrew Garfield is definitely like at that Daniel Radcliffe stage in his career where he's just doing like the weirdest shit. Yeah. And I'm super supportive of it.
What's the
Under the Silver Lake?
Yes. Yep. No.
Oh God, the other one,
the one that's coming out, where he's the social media guy.
Oh, I
who like takes it too far.
I don't remember, but I know. Yeah.
The Sofia Coppola movie.
Yeah, with Maya Hawke.
That's out already, I think.
But I haven't watched it. Like I forget the name of it.
And he's also doing that movie. He's doing that movie, and then he's doing another movie where he's like a pastor with Jessica Chastain.
Ooh.
That looks really good. Also, he's doing a lot this year.
And he might be Spider-Man. Who knows?
Yeah. I thought this looks really good.
Yeah.
It took me a minute to realize that was Andrew Garfield when I saw this trailer.
Mainstream. Thank you. Yeah, Mainstream is the that movie I really want to watch with him and Maya Hawke.
And it's Gia Coppola, the niece of Sofia Coppola. There's so many Coppolas.
Oh, you got checked.
Nikolai Coppola.
Nikolai Coppola.
Nicolas Cage. Free Guy.
Yeah.
I didn't watch this. I'm just going to be honest. I didn't watch this.
Didn't we see this in the movie when we saw it last week?
No, this is a brand new trailer. It just came out
There's
this week.
a brand new one that came out for E3.
Never
I'm
mind.
going to be honest.
Okay, look. Wait, no, real quickly. This is the only one that I've liked. I genuinely like this trailer.
Oh, man, because I was the opposite. This is the one I didn't like. Because I don't know if you know who these people are, but there's a lot of professional gamers that are in this trailer, like Ninja and some other people that are like Twitch people, and that just rubbed me the wrong way. This is the type of movie I thought it was going to be. Now it's going to be like not a fun one. Just like it's going to be like people who don't play video games made this movie is what I'm saying. That's what it feels like to me.
This is Sean Levy of Stranger Things as the director.
Yes.
Yeah, he did Night at the Museum too. Like I said, I like this trailer. I don't know who any of those Twitch people are.
Yeah. It's just like when you see. It's just it didn't rub me the wrong way.
Right. I'm over the marketing for this movie already. If I hear good things, I'm going to see it. Otherwise, I'm kind of done with this one. The only thing I'm kind of pulling for right now is Jodie Comer, who's playing the female lead, coming from Killing Eve.
Yeah.
But that's the main reason I still want to watch it.
Like Taika's in it. Like Ryan Reynolds is good.
I'm just over the setup of it, to be honest.
Yeah.
That's too bad. I put this one on here because I thought this one would be the one that's universally liked.
I'm sorry, bud. Like I just honestly, like there's been one too many trailers of Free Guy for me, and I'm done with it.
Monsters at Work also has a new release date of July 7th. On Wednesday.
So soon.
I do want to watch this. I like the setup of it. Either the animation, they're struggling to recreate the Pixar look, or this is just a badly lip sync dubbed trailer. But it's one of the two.
I am so
one
glad.
of the two.
I'm so glad I'm not the only one who noticed a dip in animation quality when I was watching this, because when I saw this, I was like, okay, I know this obviously Pixar isn't making an animated TV show, but
they are not making this one.
Yeah, and I was like, but why does this not look good?
It doesn't look.
It doesn't look bad,
but
while I was watching it, something felt off.
Yeah.
I was like, something's wrong here. I can't put my finger.
It's kind of like, I guess this is a weird comparison, but it's like The Mandalorian. Like it looks good, but it's not always movie level. But it looks really, really good. But this is like Pixar. This is better than Pixar 20 years ago. But it's not Pixar 2021. Mm-hmm. It still looks good,
Right. Yeah, I still want to watch this. I like what this series is going to be about. I like the cast for it. I just something was wonky for the animation in this trailer, and I hope that that's not representational of the show.
Uh-huh.
All right, that's it.
Oh my God.
We did all the news.
Oh, this is awful.
Should we?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, and at almost 4 hours, we are now at our main topic. By the way, I really liked Monsters at Work. We are going to be talking about Sweet Tooth, the adaptation of the Jeff Lemire comic. We're going to be comparing the first volume, Out of the Deep Woods, with the first three. We all watched the first three?
I watched the first two. I missed the third one.
All right, the first two episodes of Sweet Tooth. What do we think?
I really, really like both. I read more than 6 issues because where I was at in the comic and where I was at the show, I needed to know more. So I read what my friend Sparks here owns, which is the first 12 issues. And it's very much a Invincible situation. where they're mixing a lot of stuff that happens later and they're mixing stuff that happens in the past, and like they're kind of weaving it into one story. Sweet Tooth came back as a comic recently called Sweet Tooth: The Return. I assumed that was a sequel book. It's not. It is a reimagination of the original series that's more like this TV show. So it's hard for me to like pick which one I like better than the other because they're so drastically different and they're made at such different times that it's hard for me to be like, oh, this one's better than the other. I like what the show is doing. I love what the show is doing in terms of making it a little more family friendly and making it more of like an adventure than just pure darkness. But that is something I do appreciate about the comic because it allows the humanity to really lift up in those dark times.
Yeah. Ben, what did you think about this one?
I highly enjoyed reading both. Now, unlike Brian, I only read the first 6 issues. I thought I highly enjoyed those issues. It was very like what happened. It's easily one of those one of those books where it's like, man, this is such a world. This is such a world to live in. It's like what it would be like. And pardon me, it has piqued my ears. As much as I love Jeff Lemire as a writer, his art style is not my favorite. It's good art, but it's just not my favorite. There are times where it's a little hard to look at, but that's his art style. That's all his. It's a very unique art style. It's kind of like Jay. What's that one artist who does
Jai Lee?
Thank you. Yeah, it's like his art. Yeah. It's not my favorite, but I recognize the talent is there. Going on to the TV show. The TV show, I only saw the 2 episodes, but I really enjoyed what I saw. I liked how the first episode was very, very close to what the book is, but there's still so more to see that I wanted to watch more, and I probably will go back and finish it because I want to see what happens to Gus and I'm gonna call him the big man. I like him, and Gus the big man because I really like that actor who plays him. And the second, it's weird. The second episode gave me hope, but also made me a tiny bit uncomfortable. Just when Dr. Singh goes into the doctor's office and it's like, I know something bad is going on, and I'm not gonna like it.
I really enjoyed both. When we talk about comparing the two, we're not comparing them against each other. We're just seeing how one is adapted into the other. And I really like one of the things I find really interesting is how people decide to adapt things. Like this is a very different tone than the comic book the show is. I really like both. The comic is really well written. I love Jeff Lemire. And then the show, I like the changes they made as a show. So I wouldn't like those changes if they were in the comic as much. I don't think this story as a comic would work as well. But I like it as a show. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought Sweet Tooth: The Return is set 100 years after the end of Sweet Tooth.
No, I literally just read the synopsis, and it's like it is literally called a bold reimagining of the original series.
Yeah, I must have read a different synopsis because there's a story that I don't know if it's Sweet Tooth: The Return or something, but apparently there's a story where they clone Sweet Tooth 100 years in the future, and that's kind of like meant to be the reboot. But I don't know. Maybe I misread. Anyway, Sparks, what do you think?
I left out something that I did with my week because I read about 35 issues of the 40 issues of Sweet Tooth this week.
Nice.
So I went pretty hard on it. I really enjoyed it. I kind of agree with Ben a little bit and also disagree about Jeff Lemire's art. I think his art, when it doesn't look, when it is hard to look at, it's hard to look at on purpose.
Yeah.
We kind of know this from Essex County as well. I really like the way he interprets a lot of what he's doing visually, especially pieces like, you guys wouldn't have seen this one, but there's a conversation that Gus has with Dr. Singh later on in the first 12 issues, and they literally are walking down along his antlers on top of his head.
Oh, that's so cool.
As they're having the conversation. And so Jeff Lemire does some really just incredible layout and framing pieces like that makes this book just a joy to travel through.
Yeah.
And the story's really cool.
The reason, real quick, the reason I read more is one, because I had it easily available. That's why. But two is again, like where I was at, like I didn't feel like a lot happened in comparison where I was into the show. So I read more, and it's like the comic's slow. The comic's pretty slow. And I really appreciate it. And it's so weird. Like, again, like Jeff Lemire helped adapt this comic to the show. So like he was involved in it. So I'm like, his choice to make Jeopard a 1,000% more sympathetic character, to make Gus like just way cuter, like to just everything is like has like the sheen of like grim just wiped away from it. Everything, all the characters, all the settings, even the plot. It's not as like half the shit that happens in this comic is not going to happen in the show. Just again for the nature of it, just being a different tone and medium.
Yeah.
One of the things I actually do.
Sorry, go ahead, Ben.
No, one of the things I want to give credit to the show is that when you see, I feel like when you see a bunch of shows nowadays that deal with a virus, that deal with a global pandemic that's gone horribly out of control, and so many people are dead, the government's essentially in shambles. You see a lot of the destruction and the death outside the city, and it reaches as far as the eye can see. Whereas this one, set in the middle of Wyoming, which is in a very beautiful part of the state, and you get beautiful, shots of the mountains, of the forests, of the trees. It's like the death and destruction hasn't fully. I mean, you do see parts of it with like abandoned cars and some busted up, and some like busted up supplies here and there. But it's not the focal point. The focal point is look how beautiful this land is.
Yeah.
So I want to give credit for that, because I feel like a lot of shows, it just focuses on like, look at all the death, look at all the destruction.
You're 100% right.
I want to real quickly clarify. So I did just look it up, Jeff. Sweet Tooth Return. The first 2 pages are 300 years later.
Wow.
But I don't know what that means necessarily. So
I just read the synopsis, and it's saying it's like retelling the story just like in a different way. So that's cool, I guess.
I think I have an idea of what that means, but I don't want to say. I still have 5 issues to go, but I know what causes the virus and what causes the hybrids. And it's buck wild, and I don't think they're going to do it that way in the show. It is truly bonkers. I will say, like, one of the biggest changes, and a change that I'm not sure how I feel about it in terms of the show, but certainly something I value a lot in the comic as I've read it, is in the book it is explicitly stated that all humans are sick. They will all die. They are already sick. It is just taking a different amount of time to get to each person. So whoever's left alive is just not hit their moment yet, but it is slowly killing them. So death is an inevitability. And in the comic, all of these people are doing horrible or selfish acts that put the hybrids, what's left of them, in jeopardy, because they are trying to preserve themselves because they believe somehow the hybrids are the key to their cure. And it's a really excellent just idea of, when put against their own salvation, what this older generation will do to the younger upcoming generation, just totally eviscerate them for their own preservation.
Yeah.
Which, I don't know, reminds me of politics. Who knows why? And I just think that messaging in here is really good. And I don't think the show is necessarily going to go that route at this point, especially because, like, there are things that we've seen in these first couple episodes, like Dr. Singh having a cure, a temporary cure for his wife. That doesn't exist.
Dr. Singh doesn't even show up in the first volume.
That's true. He shows up in the second.
Yeah.
He's a very different character.
Yep.
They've made him far more sympathetic too in the show. But they have these things, like these concepts of having things like the cure. Like there's still a hope for humanity. There is no hope. Like all humans know they're dying. There are people who are scrounging at the basic idea of, like, oh, maybe we can pull this out of the fire at the very last second. But most of them have more or less resigned to it. And part of the story is about key characters in the comic coming to the conclusion, oh, we need to foster the future of the hybrids because they are the inheritors of the earth.
Ben, you hit the nail on the head talking about how this is like apocalyptic, but it doesn't like feel as apocalyptic as other shows. Like that's what the comic is that way. The comic is very like shit's bad everywhere. And that's something, again, that I think Jeff Lemire came to this and he's like, it's been like 12 years since that comic came out, and we've had 1,000 more apocalypse things happen. He doesn't want to do that again. He doesn't want to have The Walking Dead, but with his dear boy. So, and I really appreciate that he decided to tell a more like fantastical journey story instead of like just the really horrible shit that happens in this comic. It is really a different story.
I think the key reason why like both the interpretations of the work, the original and the adaptation, is because the heart of the story is still there, which is Jeopard and Gus, and that's really all you need to make this story sing correctly. Everything else is fluid and tangential, and they're still all working for more or less the same concept around the boy and the big man.
Yeah, I wanted to say one of the things I think the show actually does better than at least the first volume is right away I'm already interested in Gus as a character in the show. As soon as I meet the actor who plays the main Gus, I'm much more invested in that character. That took me much longer in the admitted only the first volume to get interested in Gus as a character.
I agree with that.
I think part of the struggle that I certainly can acknowledge, like even though I enjoy Jeff Lemire's art, is that age, it does not always come across very well with the way that he does his style. So like I'm told that Gus is 9 in the comic, and I'm like, bro, he don't look it to me. Like I keep seeing like a 14-year-old often when I'm reading it. Because of just how tall Gus is, how he's designed, and this comes up later with some of the other hybrid kids too. That's hard for me to picture them at the age they're supposed to be, because they're supposed to be like 8 and 7. And I just am not seeing that because of how they either socially engage or how they are styled. And that's something I struggle with. And it happens on the back end of that too. There are characters who you meet later in the comic who are supposed to be a certain age, and they seem still too young then for how old they're supposed to be, and that kind of thing. Abbott is a key one of those.
The second episode is the one that's mostly focused on Dr. Singh, right?
But there's a good chunk of it that's
I think that's 3.
I'm trying to remember. Is episode 2 the cabin and Dr. Singh?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I love that episode. I adore that episode. I was so interested in that episode. I love everything with the family and Rusty. I think that's all excellently handled. And the terrifying sequence of them burning that house.
That's in episode 3. The Dr. Singh burning the house is in episode 3. Yeah.
Still thought it was terrifying.
Again, like this like the comic is like rated R. It's a mature comic, and this show is like TV 14, which is like PG 13 or whatever. But like the show is like it's violent but not violent, which again I appreciate. Like they really like they're committing to like no, we're gonna keep it like we're gonna lessen the gore. The dude's flinging a what's it called a bear. What's it called?
Bear trap.
The bear trap. He bear traps a dude, and like I thought we were gonna see it, but I'm like, no, right. This is like a PG-13 show, right? Like
the mom when she turns off the light in the bed and she gets startled because of Gus's eyes. So
the ever-present concept of like what it truly means for Gus to be a hybrid. These are things that Jeff Lemire just didn't bring to the comic, which are like Gus's night vision, his
ears
hearing,
always moving,
his hearing, his sense of smell. All of these things are really prominent in the show in a way that they're just not, and I can say pretty much not ever in the book. There's just a different arc that Gus is following than what it seems to be on the show, which is totally fine. I'm here for it either way. I think that they both have their strengths for the story that they're telling. And I am glad that they decided to diverge down different paths. Jeopard is a very, very clearly different character right from the outset. Even though he is still at his heart who he's supposed to be for this story. Because ultimately, like I know you guys got to the end of volume 1, which is where it's revealed that, like he took Gus to the preserve on purpose. I think this is no shock to you guys later in the story. He will change his mind about that, and he will reunite with Gus, and that because they are the key of the story is them being a duo together. So that's not done. I figured. So just kind of having to skip that arc and skip the kind of re-earning trust part of that, I think is a fine, good choice for the show. Like, let's not even open that casket if we don't need to. There's so many other avenues to explore. I'm super intrigued still because we're 3 episodes in, but I still don't really know who some of these characters are supposed to be. I'm going to talk about Amy. Amy is introduced in the beginning of episode 2 as a really important character, and I'm going to tell you 100% I have no idea who she is because she's not in the book. However, I do think she is a reinterpretation of a character named Lucy, who you guys have actually already met. She was the black girl in the brothel. If I'm correct, it would actually make a lot of sense. Lucy in the book ends up becoming kind of a surrogate mother character to one of the hybrid kids, the pig girl. And of course, we see the pig girl baby at the end of episode 2. So I think that also makes me think that Amy's stuff is in the past. That girl's going to be like older, be closer to Gus's age when we actually reconnect with wherever their stories sync up. I think they're faking us out about that. But it is interesting. I'm pretty confident that's who Amy is, that she is supposed to be Lucy in some form, essentially filling the role that character did down to the essential level. And it's a really interesting, different interpretation if that is the case.
Because like we didn't know if this was a limited series thing or like there will be a season 2. But it seems like with the way they're introducing characters so early that this is like a one season. Like we're gonna try to tell a single story.
Another concept, like Ben, you haven't watched episode 3 yet. I'm not really going to massively spoil anything for you. You are going to meet these characters. They're a group of kids who seem to idolize the hybrids, want to protect them. In the comic, that group doesn't appear, but a different group that kind of has created a religion around the hybrids appears. This is another thing that kind of like I value in the comic a lot, is that Jeff Lemire is really very much exploring this idea of a religion and a connection to God, and that's on purpose, knowing where the story goes in those comics. And it creates this interesting idea of like what you are owed by cosmic means is what is being discussed. And some people kind of get with the program and feel like the hybrids are the future. And so they want to foster that, but they also take it a little too far. They obsess over them. They create this entire religion around them. Some believe that the important part, like what Abbott wants to do, is he believes that all hybrid children need to be brought to them so that they can experiment on them, so that they can try and find a cure, because he believes in the blood of the hybrids is the cure to the disease. Whereas like others, these religious groups, some of them will eat the hybrids because they believe that eating of their flesh is going to make them, you never see it. It's not gruesome, but you are aware it happens. So all that kind of stuff is there, you know? And I don't think the show's ever going to delve into some of those darker, deeper elements. And I think that it's all the better for it. Yeah. I think the show's really colorful, a light adventure in a really fun way. It has a kind of a youthful energy to it that I think is refreshing and really, really nice to have on television. And I really like... It's not often that I come to a work where like I've enjoyed the original so much and then the adaptation goes in such a completely different direction. But I do feel like what's truly relevant to make the story like agreeable and functional and recognizable is still there. Yeah. And then it's just gone in this entirely other way. I really like both. I'm looking forward to finishing the show, and I'm looking forward to finishing the comics, because if you guys are intrigued, you know, it's 40 issues, and I do recommend it. It definitely gets weird. I'm going to tell you like straight up, what would be the 5th volume opens with 3 whole issues that take place in the early 1900s. So make of that what you will.
Wow. I wanted to say that because you were talking about the religious aspects in the comic book, I think that the dad's significant changes to the story are an indication that they're not going that direction as well. What you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, like the dad is definitely in the comics a focal point of having that conversation, certainly based around like talking about his concepts of God and everything. That is also tied to like other stuff. Ryan was just talking to me earlier where he's like, like the dad's definitely less crazy. And I'm like, the dad's not actually crazy in the comic. That's not quite what's up. He's
but he comes off of that in the volume that we're talking
He
about.
definitely does, because he's mostly feverish from the virus at that point. Yeah. But what ends up happening later is Singh gets a hold of his writings from when he was still stable, and Singh starts to interpret it later in the story.
I drink a lot of soda. I'm sorry, I have to use the bathroom.
No, it's okay. Singh is a really interesting change, especially having his wife alive. In the comics, as you guys know, oh no, you haven't met Singh yet. I'm sorry, but in the comics, Singh had a wife and daughter. They both died. So he's kind of all alone and isolated, and he feels like it's his burden to find a cure.
What a cool way! What a cool way to visualize.
Yeah, I love the pinky. I love the pinky. I think that's great. There's definitely like some stuff I think the show doesn't do very well. I think one good example is like there's the scene where we're supposed to be doing like the catch up with Amy of her first days with everything, and the alarm system goes off talking about the virus. And people just like freak the frick out, and they panic and they throw papers and they storm out of the building, and they're all running and screaming. And I'm like, well, we just know that's not how that works.
Because
like,
we kind of saw like it also gives the implication that in the first one it's like this was a gradual thing.
Yeah, and it was in the books, and it would be in the show. And so like that panic is just like it feels like it's for the effect of like the montage, but it's not very representative of like what the population would have been doing at that moment, because they're acting like they're about to be bombed and they're not, like it's a wild reaction. I'm like, oh, that's a lot, guys. I mean, like I've lived through that pandemic. I know that's not what we do.
There's no like siren that goes off like COVID's here. Oh no!
There's no immediate threat that makes you just react that way.
I do wonder if the tone change is because of when it was filmed.
I don't think that's the only reason. It feels like something that was much more premeditated than that, or the show would have had to have been delayed. I'm sure that they felt like maybe they even leaned a little further off of some things, but I think it already was working in this opposite direction. I can't imagine that they were heading into it
I think
without some of this in mind, and were able to put the show out this fast. I think that some of this was certainly thought of before.
I love how colorful it is.
Me too.
I love all the colors.
It's hard not to praise that. Certainly, Christian Convery plays Gus. He's really excellent. Love him.
He's so good. He's so
good.
And
Nanzo Ananzi is the name of Jeopard. Interesting thing, and it's just kind of just a commentary on like this isn't even Americanization, but like mass media Americanization. Is Jeff Lemire, because he's Jeff Lemire
and he's Canadian.
Jeopard is a hockey player in the comics, but we gotta make him a football player, or like audiences in America just aren't gonna connect with it. We gotta make him a football player, and I'm like,
Americans don't know what hockey is. Come on.
Yeah, I mean,
what's a hockey?
I will say that Jeopard has a sick ass moment later in the series in the comics where he like skates out to go like just do something awesome. I don't want to say more than that. And the fact that like that moment will almost certainly not be relevant in the show because it's like a character beat. It's like the first time he's picked up skates since he left the ice as a professional player. And I'm like, damn, this is a great moment. And like, that's just not going to happen.
It's like Kratos picking up those blades of chaos.
Yeah.
What's going to happen is that we're going to get to a point. He's going to look down, football. Boom.
Throw it out.
I promise you it would not be the same as what I'm referring to.
Yeah.
But just an interesting like analysis kind of thing. But I'm really happy with Nanzo Ananzi in the role. I think he's really good.
It's got a good presence, yeah.
Yeah, I'm really glad that he got this after Artemis Fowl did him dirty.
I keep forgetting.
Yeah. And to be fair, he's probably my favorite thing in Artemis Fowl.
Yeah.
Because he's playing that character so well.
He was the only good thing in Artemis Fowl.
I won't go that far.
The effects were fine.
We had it's Judi Dench in that, right?
Oh, yeah. I forgot.
No, not.
I forgot that Judi Dench
was
even.
Judi Dench. Yeah.
Top of the morning to you.
Yeah. Little leprechaun lady. Hell
Look,
yeah.
I'll listen to all of Judi Dench's scenes in that movie at least one more time in my life, and that's fine.
At least once.
But definitely those two, and then kind of nothing else in that movie. Yeah,
it's curious that again we don't know for sure, but it looks like this is a one season thing where there's kind of tell the whole story in one go. And I'm wondering if that was the best method, because like obviously you could extend this thing for as many seasons as you want. You can add your own story. But I wonder like instead of like making it go as long as we can, we just tell one perfect season and just get the whole thing out. And
the fact that it's 8 makes me think there's more.
Yeah, but the thing is, like,
a second season.
I agree, but again, like stuff from like volumes ahead is showing up now, like an Invincible.
Well, but like Invincible is going to get 10 seasons,
right? But I mean, this is only a 40-issue comic.
It's also 100 issues more, yeah.
And I'll tell you, like, they're definitely playing with at least ideas of elements that don't come until like issue 25. Yeah. So they're moving through. I could see more. for sure. I think that they're just really going to go for it in their own opposite direction of what the comic is doing. Because again, like a big part of like what becomes the third act is them learning the cause of the virus and the hybrids as separate things. And I don't think that that's going to be the same thing in the show.
Was it the dad? Did he do it? That's my theory right now.
Cannot confirm nor deny.
I'm really not going to tell you.
My theory is that Will Forte did this.
Does that sound as... it is crazy. I'm telling you. The thing in the comics, the reason is insane.
He had sex with a deer. That was his mom in that show.
It's I'm looking at my notes right now. We talked about how the pinky shaking symptom is really cool while you were in the restroom.
Oh, real quick, that scene. That's an episode 3 thing. But that's fine. There's a dinner party that's like really tense. That's really, really tense.
It's really tense, Ben, because of someone having that symptom in the room. I really like the concept of the maps. How Gus starts putting that together in the first episode. I thought that was really cool. I just love the whole thing of like Jeopard showing up and just like helping him fix his place. Something that I don't feel like they've hit on enough and is really important in the comics. I'm sure the show will bring it up at some point. They've hinted at it. I just wish that they were hammering it a little more. Is the concept that most people don't even care about raising the hybrids or taking care of them. That's why most of the hybrids don't speak English. Those that have been lucky enough to live up to about Gus's age don't speak. And so everyone kind of gets to treat them as less than human still. And so it really unnerves people in
there's also
when they encounter Gus and he talks.
There's also some stuff though in the comics that I wonder will be in the show is like some babies are born more animal than human, so they can't even speak. That's
because they talk about like someone had a duck bill or something.
Like there's stuff in the comics.
There's a hybrid.
Like later, though,
there's a hybrid kid that shows up like at past issue 30, and they're literally like they're stunted to be the size of a bird. They're more bird than they are person. But they're about this big. But they're like a 7-year-old kid. Like it's interesting. We talked about that. I cannot stress enough how much I like the first scene between Jeopard and Gus. Just the energy between them. The chemistry between these two actors is just working really, really well for the show, which is great because it is the key element. I'm not going to turn you in. I'm an asshole, but I got limits. I guess that told us all right there that Jeopard is not the same motivated Jeopard from the comics.
Yeah, he's definitely nicer. Again, like the sheen of grim is just lifted off the whole. The cynicism that's a lot in the comic is just like it's like, oh, let's not be so sad.
I really like the show. I think it's really enjoyable. I also really like the comic. I think I finished the show first though, because I just kind of like. I think I personally like it more, but I do see how both have value and the mediums they were told in.
It's a lot easier to watch 8 episodes than read 40 issues too.
That's true.
I just want to shout out because this is probably the only opportunity I'll really take a lot of time to talk about Sweet Tooth. Just without spoiling anything for you guys, there are two issues where Jeff Lemire does something really cool, which is I'm just going to example it with this book, which is where 2 issues start telling the story. They're mostly dialogue with less art, and they tell it this way. And so when he does art, they're like usually a spread page and dialogue, or like one panel here and one big panel here and dialogue. And he does that for a whole issue where you're flipping up sideways. And it's really nice. And it's kind of like they're kind of like the longer break time jumps where like a lot of time passed with the group you're following around Gus and Jeopard, just kind of doing a thing for a while in a place. And then the story has to pick up again. But it's kind of a nice way to do it, especially because the dialogue is almost like it's coming, like when he describes it, it's not coming from Gus, but all of the names are not the names of the characters. They're the names that Gus uses to describe those people. Because Gus almost never uses, even as he meets other people later, he almost never calls people by their name in the comic. He's always referring to them as the nice lady or the pretty lady. Or the only ones he refers to by names, this is a really interesting point, are hybrid kids. All human beings he refers to by like titles.
But he reveres them.
But only hybrid kids does he refer to by name. Until much later in the comic, he actually does call Jeopard.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
So I really like the music
Yes.
in the show. I think it's all very well picked, and the needle drops are just right.
I want to shout out Will Forte as the dad. I think he's great.
Yeah.
I made this a mention to Ryan and Megan where I said I think Will Forte's got a lot of Robin Williams energy at this point. He does a lot of comedy stuff predominantly, but when he does drama stuff, it really does work for him. He sells it.
Yeah. And I also really like the final scene of the first episode with Gus running across a very long field. How long did he wait to chase after him?
Longer than he should have, probably.
And then like yelling over the cliffside. I just thought that was really powerful. A really powerful moment.
I really love the idea of him looking out at it when he hears he's got his internal voice, but his internal voice is talking to his dad, and he says, "What if you were wrong?"
Yeah.
I thought that was really good. I love the use of just like the dog. Just that first episode is just really well paced out to give you a vibe of like what his connection was to his dad, what he's been told about the world, how he interprets it, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I love the story that his dad tells him about what happened to the world, his concept, his conceptualization of it, of like, you know, the bad people and they were punished because the world should belong to you. Really enjoy it. I think that's really nice. And shout outs to like the younger Gus, the 2-year younger Gus who appears. Like that actor's also really good and engages well with Will Forte.
Baby Gus.
I also just want to say like the story is basically the same story that he's told in the comic book, but it's told with a different like cause, and that to me made all the difference. Like in the comic, he's like, God did this because God was angry at us, and then in the show, he's like, this happened because we were mean to you, essentially. And I really like
we destroyed the planet.
Well, Earth did this.
Yeah.
Earth punished us.
Mother Earth.
And Earth punished us for hurting you, for being upset.
And that distinction, it made that moment 10 times better for me.
Without giving anything away, that kind of comes around again in his messaging later in the comics.
Okay. I can only say
that's not for nothing. I will say that like as you learn more about the dad in the comics, his conceptuality is misunderstood as Christian when he's referring to God, and you come to learn by reading the comic that that's not what it is, and he's more referring to nature itself as representation of a deity. Yeah.
I don't know if I have much more to say on this. I really like both.
I do wish I could have watched more of,
Yeah, me too.
And stuff, but I'll probably finish it. Maybe. Well, I want to watch it with you though. I'll finish it eventually.
Yeah. Final thoughts, Ben?
It's so far what I've seen and what I've read, I'm interested. I would like to see it to the end. I hope I'll keep reminding myself to make time and sit down and watch it, because unfortunately there are times where I see shows, I'm like, yeah, this is very interesting, and then I just move away and focus on other projects and other things, and then don't go back to it. So I would like to see how this ends, because I'm actually intrigued, and I kind of want to get to the part in the comics where we do find out what caused the virus and what caused the virus. So I'm intrigued. So I might revisit this someday, but I mean, I liked what I saw. I enjoyed it. It was very entertaining. And also, quick little thing, I love how sometimes when they put in little like snippets, like when in the show when Amy goes to the zoo for the first time, it says the Essex County Zoo. So she's obviously, and I'm like, hey.
There's the Gideon Falls one too.
There's the Gideon Falls has one, but it's Gideon Place, and there's also Plato. There's a comic book that he did that behind her before she gets to Essex County Zoo. There's like a billboard and it has another Jeff Lemire comic. But it starts with a P, but it's on the tip of my tongue.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I noticed that pretty right away.
Cool Easter eggs. I wonder if there'll be more in future episodes.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Yeah.
I always love it when they put little Easter eggs in like that. It's like, I'm like, Essex County, I know that one. And even when I saw Gideon Place, I'm like, I feel like that's a reference to something.
I own it. It's Plutona.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay. Well, I think that'll do it. Sparks, do you have anything else you want to add?
I think that the comic is super good, obviously, because I read a bunch of it. I'll probably be done with it in a matter of days. And I highly recommend it if this story interests you and you want to see the darker original original work. I do think that, like, while this is very cynical, ultimately the story as it's being told, what shines out is an optimism for when people choose to be selfless. And that's really what shines out and what changes people and helps them to grow throughout the comic as it's going. So I do think that that's there. It's not all dark all the time, but it definitely starts in a dark place and it does dip back down into those dark depths frequently. But there are nice and optimistic hope things to look at. And certainly I think that just got turned all the way up for the show in a good way. So I recommend trying both, honestly. And, you know, if one doesn't appeal to you, then the other probably will. But I'm glad that there's outlets for this story. I think Jeff Lemire made a really cool world with a really cool concept. And honestly, that I feel, even as I'm coming to the end of the comic, never got explored as much as I wanted it to. And I hope that the show has an opportunity to explore it even more. Because while I really like the story he's going for, I have so many questions about, like, what happened with a whole lot of hybrids that we don't meet and things like that.
Ryan, did you give final thoughts?
No, but I will. I like them a lot. I like them both. I really like that it is so different from the comic. So, like, yeah, like if you didn't connect with one or the other, maybe the other version of it will connect with you. Because I do think the central core of what the story is really, really good. It's just like, hey, do you want it to be a little darker or not? They're both worthwhile.
I want to just quickly say we've had a good trend with comic book adaptations being translated to shows, making a slightly different product that works in its medium just as well as the comic book works. Pretty good so far.
Yeah, yeah. Like Invincible, we got Watchmen doing great.
The Boys.
The Boys. Oh yeah, The Boys is a great example of making it less violent but making it better because the comic is a little too much.
Yeah,
a little too much.
All right, so we're going to skip next week altogether. We are taking a break next week because, well, we deserve it. Just look at the time code on this episode.
420.
But Ben, it'll be your book club when we're back.
It is.
You don't know what it is, right?
No, I do not.
All right, so I'll post it on social media the week before that episode airs. So,
love it.
Stay tuned for that. Okay, as I said, we're skipping next week, but we are going to be coming back with a review of Luca, which is the Disney Pixar film that is dropping next week.
Ooh!
But we'll review it. We'll have it up after that, and then
Luca out for it.
And then F9 will be the episode that we are back with.
Yeah. I don't know. You guys know the song in that trailer where it's like, yeah. I don't know what he's saying.
I can feel the love.
Don't lie to me.
I'm not lying.
I can feel love.
I guess that would make sense.
I don't believe you.
So that will be the episode.
So earlier in the song he says, I can feel the love, and then the repeating chorus is, feel the love.
Feel love.
That's it.
All right, cool.
Stay tuned for that. The 9th entry in the Fast Saga.
Hell yeah.
Of course, guys, you can check out our other shows such as Conversation, which is my audio show where I talk to podcasters. So hopefully your favorite podcasters. This week I talked to Richard Kirk, and that series is not going on hiatus because I've already done the episode. I think it's Karis Lunn from the Kingdom Minds podcast. I believe is next. That's a Kingdom Hearts podcast for those of you interested. Ben, I'm sure you just woke up a bit because of that. Of course, definitely check us out on YouTube if you are already. Subscribe to this channel, like this video. And you can check out our other shows such as Fake Nerds Watch. We had recorded the first episode for Loki. That is going up this week. So stay tuned for that. That show's back. Exciting.
Marvel's back, baby.
And of course, Basement Arcade, which is a Let's Play series, which is currently on hiatus. Basement Arcade Pause Menu, which put out an episode from E3.
Well, we're all wrong.
Well, so far we're all wrong. Nintendo hasn't had their presentation yet.
But it's a good episode anyway, so watch it.
It is a very good episode, and eventually we're definitely going to do something after E3. I don't know when that's going to happen because I'll be gone next weekend.
I cannot believe Mag is still here.
What?
Mag, you're insane,
crazy
sir.
bitch. You're the best guy ever. Thank you. Good night, bud.
Crazy. Good night, Mag.
Good night.
Thank you so much. Fake Nerd Book Club, which is on a hiatus, but should be back soon. Stay tuned. And of course, our newest show, our freshman show, our baby show, Animation Station.
Choo choo.
Sparks' new show is up now. You check out the Adventure Time Distant Lands BMO discussion. Sparks, I'm really proud of you for doing that.
I was
I
just
just sat down and recorded the thing.
I also love all your logos. I don't know if you hear that enough from me.
I don't hear that enough from anybody. Thank you.
So, of course, all those can be found on wherever you find us. Definitely check out our Crafted by Z masks. We have masks that have our logo on them. It's our birthday. Buy one. Give us money for our birthday.
It's our birth week.
buy a t-shirt. Join our Patreon. Very limited amount of time left for the current Patreon exclusive shirt.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
Did you want this? Here, take this.
No, he loves.
Ben's like, please, God, let it end.
Let it end. Jesus, that's you got to get that one good laugh in at the end. Crafted by Z masks are still available. You can check them out and buy them. That's linked below. You can check out our Patreon, as Ben said, where you can join the elite club of being Stephen King's best friend. And Ben, I know you think that joke ends on July 1st, but you're wrong, because we will keep that joke alive until I decide to bring back that shirt.
Yeah.
Brandon, do we have a new Patreon tier?
Oh,
What?
Thanks.
baby! Oh my god, I'm so sad I didn't bring this up at the top. Yes, subscribe to our Patreon, because now we have 4 tiers.
Oh God.
You know these tiers best as our $5 tier, where you can get a bunch of cool stuff. And you know our $10 tier, where you can get the Ben Magnet is you're our Stephen King's best friend, just like Ben Magnet.
Okay.
For a limited time, for only 2.5 more weeks. July 1st is when the new shirt goes up. And we have the $20 tier where, if you love us, give us $20. And Ryan will give you a ship in a bottle, only for the first person.
I'm waiting for it.
That does that. But now there is a 4th tier, a little brother that has joined them. Because you kind of like us. $1. Gets you nothing except for our gratitude. And that's it.
Nice.
We've also discussed that potentially, if we do a Fake Nerds After Dark, that's probably the tier it goes to.
Yeah. Sure.
Because it's only $1.
It's only $1.
Yeah, if our third high tiers don't do it for you, you don't want the shit, you whatever, but you want to support us, $1.
What's a buck?
$1 a month.
There you go.
Yeah, just a tier. If you just want to offer some support, because we understand, like, who can necessarily allow themselves to not think about, what's 5 times 12?
Oh,
60.
60.
Who has the time to think about $60?
I'm good with math, not at 3 a.m.
Who has time to think about $60 a year? You don't want to be concerned about that or anything higher. That's the $5 tier. We understand. If you can just give $12 a year, that's awesome.
Look at that.
There you go, $1, guys. If you love us, or hey, if you want a T-shirt like the one I'm wearing right now, I'd rather be a fake nerd than a true fan. You can check out our TeePublic. Both of those, Patreon and TeePublic, are linked below. New shirt going up, Animation Station shirt going up this week. Stay tuned for that.
Nice.
I slipped up. And our website is also linked below. You can check out our website at www.fakenerdpodcast.com, where you can find all the links that I've mentioned. Everywhere you can find us, that's there. Plus more. Check it out. Thank you to everyone who listens, and thank you to everyone for the past 5 years. You guys rule. Thank you to Mac, who constantly does this. Thank you to the people who watch the replay. Thank you to everyone who supports us by watching and listening to our crap.
Oh yeah.
Thank you to Jeremy Vellucci for all of our themes, including the new Animation Station theme. He does our intro music that you've heard tonight. You can find him at Jeremy Vellucci Keyboards. And you can find his podcast, Suburban Proctologist. on iTunes, wherever you can listen to podcasts. Facebook.com/SuburbanProctologistOfficial or Instagram @SubProcPodcast. Thank you to Mike Matola. Mike's great. He's wonderful. He recently just texted me how much he liked our 5th anniversary, and I was shocked because I was like, "Wow, you watch our shit?"
Nice.
I mean, he made this, so I think he.
Yeah, he doesn't need to watch it.
I still think he likes us.
You think? Oh, he does like us. I'm just saying. It's a funny thought that like he has to watch every night just because like do they have the logo?
He's
like,
definitely
"It's 6 o'clock. I gotta. It's fake nerd time, I guess."
he was definitely pumped about the concept of the game. So
Yeah,
Love it.
He's a really cool guy, but you find him at Mike Matola. He did all of our logos for Fake Nerd Podcast, Fake Nerd Book Club, and Miscellaneous. All right. Find us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, all at Fake Nerd Podcast, fakenerdguys@gmail.com. If you'd like to get in touch with us personally, I'm at BC McClure on Instagram and Twitter. Ben?
You can find me sleeping like a baby and dreaming about video games at BenMagnet27 on Instagram and Twitter. And also,
That's
pretty much how it goes, honestly. It's either that or I've been having really weird dreams of MasterChef recently. I'm kind of concerned. But also, I didn't have a article this week because
I didn't hear MasterChef.
Oh, Lord. As we said, or we didn't say earlier because it didn't happen this week, I write for oldschoolgamermagazine.com. A new article should be coming up this week. It's probably going to be about E3. It's probably not going to be about E3. I have a few ideas to write about, but I got to sit down and, write them.
Sparks?
you can find me sneaking into Ben's room and screaming him awake in 2 hours at SparksWitty on Instagram, Twitter, SPARKZWitty.
And Ryan?
You can find me going into work in 5.5 hours at DJ Tony Snark.
I'm so sorry.
Me too.
It's my fault. Subscribe to us on iTunes, Stitcher, Google Play, TuneIn, Spotify, iHeartRadio, Amazon Music and Podcasts, and Pandora. Rate and review wherever you get us. Like this video, subscribe to this channel. Until next time, guys, stay fake nerds.
Big guy.